The impacts of climate change are upon us, necessitating adaptation and resilient building. In Bayelsa State, the recent annual rainy season has brought severe consequences, including excessive flash floods and river flooding, causing untold hardship for residents. However, under the leadership of His Excellency Senator Doye Duri, the Prosperity Government has taken proactive measures to mitigate these effects. The establishment of the Directorate of Floods and Erosion Control, along with the strengthening of other related agencies such as the Bayelsa State Emergency Management Agency, demonstrates a commitment to reducing the impact of floods. To further enhance resilience, major blocks, canals, river outlets, and drainage systems are being cleared, and higher grounds have been identified in all 8 local government areas to provide safe havens during floods. While the government is dedicated to ensuring the well-being of Bayelsans, residents also have a crucial role to play by cooperating with government agencies, staying alert to flood warnings, maintaining a clean environment, clearing blocked drainages, and reporting challenges to relevant authorities for prompt action. Through collective efforts, we can bolster our resilience and effectively combat the challenges posed by climate change. Stay safe. Courtesy, Office of the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Environment, Honorable A.B. Ben Olulu.
Every ripple starts with a single drop. In Bayelsa, that drop is the Education Development Trust Fund Board (EDTF). From the moment a child sits down to a nutritious meal to the day a scientist steps into a brand new laboratory, EDTF is there, turning
Welcome to Global View on Naija Live Television, reaching you from Bayelsa's capital city, Yenagoa. My name is Babi Nkwaru. Let's check out the headlines. President Tinubu warns criminals against banditry. Education Commissioner inspects EFO's school project. G7 leaders reaffirm support for Ukraine. A quick reminder for our viewers and partners that Naija Live TV is officially open for business. If you are looking to boost your brand through paid adverts or sponsorships, we are ready to partner with you. You can contact us on our studio line on 081 293 40000. For physical consultation, visit our head office at number 122 Mbiama Yenagoa Road, Amarate Yenagoa, Bayelsa State. And don't forget to stay connected. Follow us on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and X at Naija Live TV. Or visit our website on www.naijalivetv.com. Details of the news shortly. Glad you're still with us. Bayelsa State Government has inaugurated the Governing Council of Bayelsa State Polytechnic at Leibiri as part of ongoing efforts to strengthen governance across state-owned tertiary institutions. The council, inaugurated on behalf of Governor Doye Duri by the Commissioner for Education, Dr. Gentle Emela, is chaired by the retired Deputy Inspector of Police, Mike Perewari Odogu Zuokumo. Speaking during the inauguration at the Education House in Yenagoa, Dr. Emela charged members of the council to discharge their responsibilities with integrity, diligence, fairness, and objectivity, stressing that the institution's growth would depend largely on the quality of leadership provided by the council. The Commissioner reaffirmed the commitment of the Prosperity Administration to building an inclusive, technology-driven and globally competitive education system, urging the Council to align with government's vision for the institution. Responding on behalf of the Council, Chairman Mike Zuokumo thanked Governor Duri for the confidence reposed in them and pledged the Council's commitment to advancing the administration's educational goals. The rector of the Polytechnic, Dr. Sore, also expressed appreciation to the governor for his continued support for the education sector and expressed confidence that the new council would provide the strategic direction needed to move the institution to greater heights. Bayelsa State Commissioner for Education, Dr. Gentle Emela, has paid a working visit to the Air Officer Commanding Mobility Command, Yenagoa Air Vice Marshal M.N. Onyebashi, as part of efforts to strengthen collaboration in the education system. During the visit, Dr. Emela inspected the ongoing Air Force Nursery and Primary School project at Opolo in Yenagoa being undertaken by the Bayelsa State government. The commissioner said the project was receiving finishing touches and would soon be ready for commissioning and takeoff, noting that it would contribute significantly to the educational development of children in the state. He reaffirmed the commitment of the Prosperity Administration to speedy completion of the facility despite challenges encountered during implementation. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has warned criminal elements across the country that they will have no hiding place following the killing of a notorious bandit leader in Kogi State by Nigerian troops. The president gave the warning while commending the armed forces and other security agencies for what he described as a decisive operation that led to the elimination of Ibrahim Bastuji, a feared bandit kingpin. President Tinubu described the development as a major setback for criminal networks responsible for attacks, kidnappings, and other violent crimes in Kogi and neighboring states. In a statement by his special advisor on information and strategy, Bayo Onanuga, the president said Bastuji's activities had caused immense suffering for affected communities. He expressed confidence that the operation would help restore public confidence and bring its relief to residents who had lived under the threat of banditry and violence. The Senate has suspended its ongoing legislative recess and summoned lawmakers for an emergency plenary session to deliberate on pressing issues, particularly the rise in insecurity across the country. According to a notice by the clerk of the Senate, Emmanuel Odo, senators are to reconvene at the National Assembly complex in Abuja on June 23. The notice is issued on the directive of Senate President Godswill Akpabio, stated that the emergency sitting became necessary due to matters of urgent national importance requiring immediate legislative attention. Away from Nigeria to foreign news. Leaders of the Group of 7 Nations have reaffirmed their support for Ukraine, including its territorial integrity, and agreed to increase sanctions on Russia. The commitment was contained in a joint statement issued at the end of the G7 summit held in Evian-les-Bains, France. The leaders said the measures are intended to strengthen pressure on Moscow while supporting ongoing efforts to achieve a peaceful resolution to the conflict. The statement highlighted the united position among 6 G7 members despite previous differences over approaches to ending the war in Ukraine. And that concludes the news on Naija Live Television. My name is Babiung Paru. Thank you for watching.
Into opportunities. 5,000 meals served daily in our model boarding secondary schools. Biological sciences laboratory equipment delivered to Niger Delta University. 1,000 teachers and school leaders trained with the British Council. Special education teachers graduating from Ignatius Ajuru University under EDTF. Scholarship research grants fueling innovation in our state-owned tertiary institutions. TVET, science labs, water facilities, culinary kitchens, and clinical labs springing up across Bayelsa. Vocational scaffolding trainings and a computer-based testing center at UAT Tororua. These are not just projects, they are ripples that spread across classrooms, communities, and the entire state. But a ripple grows stronger when more hands join the water. So whether you're an organization, or a corporate partner, or an individual who believes in education, you can be part of this ripple. Support EDTF and help us expand Ripple. Donate, partner, or volunteer today. Together, let's transform our educational landscape. EDTF, building futures and putting smiles on faces.
It's on. Yes, so Ijaw Youth Council Worldwide (IYC) Resurgence Mission 2026 don't come o. Now tested leader, a seasoned administrator, and strong voice for Ijaw Nation. Barrister Ayibakro Igbeta, PhD, former legal advisor of the Ijaw Youth Council Worldwide, former SA Media and Publicity to MD CEO of NDDC, former SA on Youth Affairs to Deputy Governor of Bayelsa State, and Naimi currently Secretary General Bayelsa State Center for Youth Development. In vision, they very clear: unity for the council and protection of Ijaw people rights for all Naija Delta. The support for Tantisa Security Initiative and make government put better money for Naija Delta agencies, plus opportunity for all Ijaw youths for inside job matter and development. Yes, so time is for us to select the correct secretary. We go pilot the affairs of the Ijaw Youth Council Worldwide (IYC) 2026. Oh yeah, we'll make you quick vote Barrister Ayibakro Igbeta, PhD, for Secretary General Ijaw Youth Council Worldwide. Vote wisely. Ado Alua on Noah.
One of the problems we have in Nigeria is that it's difficult to have solid metals for creative engineering. So what you basically have in this country are tubes for building of houses and erection of structures and all that. But when you come to real metals that you can carve to engine block, metal that you can carve to a shaft or gear, there is nowhere to get in this country. So a country that does not have a shop for metals to cut can never develop. If we had shops where you can go and buy all kinds of grades of metals, it would be easier for the young to get the metals and come to a place like us, and then we will carve it for them, cut, bend, and then do all that. This country will develop. But we don't have. We have to look at China or any of those countries to bring those things to us. So that is the story of Nigeria.
Z-Team for high-tech precision engineering. A technology and heavy-duty industry. Original spares for automotive, locomotive, aviation, marine and agriculture. Research and development for automotive engines and electric cars. Heavy-duty off-road equipment. Reverse engineering. Technological development. Academy for innovators and impressionable minds.
Dear esteemed community leaders and people of Bayelsa State, the Doiduri-led Prosperity Government is committed to transforming our rural communities.
Hello guys, thank you for joining us on this episode of Unfiltered 234, where we bring you conversations with people who matter, conversations that matter. Today guys, let's discuss politics and development. More development, less politics, anyways. We're joined today by
the thriving hubs of development. We believe that every community deserves access to absolute peace and quality standard of living. To actualize this vision, we need your support and partnership. Join forces with us to improve rural infrastructure, enhance quality education.
My name was written down as chairman of Kolga, and this governor fought it out when he was senator.
Okay, so your personal grievance.
I don't know.
He prevented you from doing
I don't know.
assembly.
He has to say it.
Your name was written for chairman
He
of
has
Kolga.
to say it himself. I don't know.
When was the name?
Under Dixon's government.
Subsequently, he made you executive assistant.
Oprah Winfrey said, there is no racism when you operate in excellence. I know my job. I know what I do. I was lecturing in NG when he called me, so I want you to come back to your job. It's only you that can hold office. I came back 9 months. They didn't pay me. I wasn't paid for 9 months. I even went to meet this deputy governor today. I've worked for 9 months and not paid me. So forget about it. When Dixon stood behind this current governor, if they are bringing Senator Doediri as our governorship candidate, we'll wait for you at the pool. And they did what they said. And that's why your question of more people defecting, they might not defect, but they might be in the system to put the system down. They call me critic of his government because I'm pointing out things. Go check my page. Everything I point out, if he does those things, it will be for his credit, not for me. But his social media people, they don't like good things. They feel, and I told them when their own ship will be down, those same people will be the people insulting. Now check very well. I can count how many of them Dixon made social media SSs and essays. They're not insulting Dixon.
The people that leave the APC, they've been rumored to be attacked. Case in point is youth governor Joba Komoko. A lot of his followers online have claimed that there's a threat to arrest him and witch hunted by the administration for his leaving to NDC. Do you believe that the Oyedere's government of the APC can go as far as doing that? And if you believe so, do you think that it poses a threat to people like you that have left?
My case, they told me to my face I will suffer. If they can do that to me, not to talk of you governor that is in-house, lose. Anything is expected. But I want to also believe something. People act out of their own will and want to put the blame on the governor. Hey, we don't do it. Okay, now which one?
Leave it for me.
Leave it for me. I will handle it.
Hello there, a jolly good day to you. Thank you plenty for staying with us on Unfiltered 234, where we have conversations with people who are important. We have conversations get towards development in our society. And today we have somebody who is as important, a very important person, someone who recently defected. For the past few weeks, there's been that defection, going on in Nigeria's political space, of course, as we look forward to 2027 election. But yeah, I joined on this episode by someone who, needs no introduction practically. But yeah, his name is Dr. Apa Soye. It's good to have you. I also have Israel with me, and it's good to have you on the conversation.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, my name is Henry Muifla, and we're discussing development and politics in Bayelsa State and Nigeria. Well, let's start with developing our state, Bayelsa. There's been a number of projects, by the prosperity government of Senator Doediri. Let's start with asking you how these projects meet you. A number of projects, right? From the gas turbine to the 3 senatorial roads to the referral hospitals in Kayama, right? There's also a Kayama referral hospital. But how do these projects meet you?
Well, it's good news. Thank you once again. I appreciate the opportunity and your followership and members of the team. I really want to thank you for the privilege and opportunity. In Bayelsa State, to be sincere, after Henry Seraki Dixon left, there has been a gap in development, and that gap, it's something that I know those in government already know, because they were part of the government, that the restoration administration then was when they were in charge. So I know they know that gap is there. Now there is no new referral hospital or health center built by this administration, the prosperity administration in Kayama. It's still the one His Excellency Senator Seraki Dixon built. In fact, he equipped it. But if you go there, it's a moribund referral hospital today. I even posted about it some months ago, and when I did that post, the commissioner ran down to the place. But as I speak with you, it's good you ask me this question. I appreciate that seriously. It's like a prophet. Yesterday, one of my mother fell ill. In fact, I didn't even know that she was ill until when I wanted to travel back. That's yesterday. I wanted to leave Kayama for Yenegua. They now told me that your mama, she's not feeling well, she's not well. I said, oh, really? Bring her, put her in the vehicle, let's take her to my doctor in Yenegua. She was already about to follow me to Yenegua before. I thought it like, I didn't know hospitals. What about the referral? They said they've worked on. I said, nothing, no. So after you did that, your post, commissioner ran down to the place, checked the place, but nothing was done. And that place is a death trap. I said, so someone has said that, but there's a private clinic that the person is trying, that we should keep her there and observe her. If it is something beyond the person, then we'll move her to Yenegua. And reason because of my activities though, because if we move her to the hospital, they admit her, they hang around just to make sure I know what's happening, and there's nobody there to be buying her food and taking care of her, you know. But back in Kayama there, somebody, the kids that are there, you know, they will always take care of her. Yeah, caregivers kind of thing. They will be there to take care of her. So we had to move her to that private clinic. So if there was a functional health center or referral hospital, I can bet you she would have been there, and I know it would have been cheaper. You know, but now she's in a private hospital or clinic taking her treatment. So there is nothing that of course, in development, the governor knows. So
the Kayama Referral Hospital, you're saying is moribund?
It's moribund.
There are no staffers there. I mean, there's nothing going on there.
You see, the truth of the matter is, if there are staff, they need equipment to work. And if there are no equipment, you don't expect them to stay there, sitting there, doing nothing. Yeah, you can take your cameras there and see for yourself.
You're saying also, or are you saying to us on this podcast today, that in the whole of Kulukumupukuman local government area, there is no functional hospital that, you know, one could take other than private in race?
Well, the truth of the matter is, sometimes these things are well said when you go yourself. You know, because most time when we speak or when we write, they feel because we're not part of the government, so we're just critics to the government, you know. But I always tell them, when we speak from the point of facts. And there is nothing like such an hospital. If they have, they can put it online. Let's see. Yeah, I think the fact speaks for itself. Let them put it on. Let them go. So look at this hospital. The governor built it, equipped it, and it's working. People are using it in Kolga. I don't want to talk Kayama now. In Kolga, local government area. Then we can now have justice to what they had presented, and what we have said is wrong.
The governor is from Kulukumupukuman local government area, and in all of the local government area, there are no functional hospitals, public-owned functional hospitals that one who's ill could go to be tended.
It's very pathetic. I can tell you it's pathetic. For the I know of Priya Ganaba that did one that people are using. That's individual.
So it's a private hospital?
It's not kind of private, but it's a kind of something you brought from partnership from federal government.
Is it as part of the SSDC, South Development Commission?
No, I don't
before
think.
Then?
That's before then. That's before then. And I think when I asked him, he told me he had to do with his money because he made a promise.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Wow. That's what he did with his money. So I commend Priya Ganaba for that. But government under this prosperity administration, if they say I'm lying, the world is now a global village, according to Marshall McLuhan. Let them place it there. The world will see and justify what they have done, but nothing.
You are saying that the governor has not done enough development. I mentioned the 3 senatorial district road, Ibedi Road in Kulukumupukuman local government area as well, and also there is a mini stadium project that they have inaugurated, and they are about commissioning, constructing it. They've even started the construction of that mini stadium project. There's one at Ibogini, right? But there's also a mini stadium there. But you're saying the governor has not.
There's a 9-story secretariat still on.
You see, diversion of attention should not be the tactics of government. Don't divert people's attention to elephant projects. Do projects that should touch the ordinary man. Governance is about the ordinary man, the man in the streets, the man that is looking for 2 square meal, not 3. In Nigeria today, if you have 3 square meal, you are a middle class. If you have 1, you are above poverty. Some people just have half. They don't even care if they are having gari in morning and that's all they have for the day, and that's half. Now, to be sincere, all of the projects you have read out, let's look at them critically. Let's justify them. First of all, I want to commend the governor for continuing from where his predecessor stopped, especially when you talked about the senatorial roads. Yeah, other government can just come in and abandon these roads. So when I saw that he has done some of these roads, taking them to a very good milestone, I appreciated him for that, because that should be what governance. We shouldn't waste money. You know, you take the project from one person comes, like he might stop somewhere, another government can come and continue. But the credit goes to the initiator. Who initiated this project? It's not that person that Henry Serake.
Is he the one that initiated the 3 senatorial roads? Is that something that they're working on since?
Yes, they know. You see, everybody had the conception of the roads, but the person that said, I want to hit the ground running, is Henry Serake Dixon. We all know in this state.
So you're saying rather credit should go to Henry Serake Dixon?
Yes, because you see, just to conceptualize an idea is not the beginning of that idea. It's not the starting of that idea.
Well, little wonder they run on consolidating on Dixon.
That's why I commended the governor. That's why I said I commend him. Because if it were others, they might just say, it's Dixon's project. I don't want to continue from Dixon's project. And those projects will suffer. But today, I heard you can now drive to the Southern Nigeria headquarters, which is fantastic. Ekirimo, you can go smoothly to Ekirimo, which is fantastic. But who are we going to say began this thing that he started? It's Dixon. So the credit goes to Dixon, but we appreciate Doyediri for continuing on what his boss started.
Well, Doyediri also has other projects that, well,
let me come to one.
Okay.
Which he started, which is the Brass Road. Because I know they did some work under Governor Dixon, but they didn't hit the ground running like he did. They did survey and all of these things, but they didn't clear and all of these things. But he came and started it. And now he has also given it to federal governments and coming to take over the project, just like what they did in the road in River State from Ogoni to Bonny.
That's like the phase 2 of the project.
This one, is it the one for
the brass? The brass is like the phase 2. That's the one that's been given to the federal government to continue.
The phase 2. What do you mean by the phase 2?
That's the words of the governor. Phase 2.
No.
The first phase of it.
No.
The second phase.
No. That's just gimmicks. There's not like phase 1, phase 2. You see, when you say phase 1, you should tell us at what point is phase 1. So we know. At what point is phase 2? So we know. At what point is phase 3 and the finishing? So anybody can just say anything. Phase 1 is phase 1. So what's the meaning of phase 1?
So have you heard the governor say that?
Yeah, I've read it, but I don't accept that, because there's not like phase. Is phase 1 only clearing or dropping of sand? And at what point, where did you drop the sand to? Because if you say we drop sand, then it should be across the length of the road. That you've dropped sand in the whole road, you've cleared it, and graphically we know that this is phase 1. So he has done phase 1 is to clear survey, clear and drop sand and all of these things. So now phase 1 is done. Phase 2 is to now maybe drop their cement and all of this, their mixtures, then maybe asphalt, bridges and all of these things.
So the phase 1 they mean is they take the road asphalt, every other thing, complete to an extent. That's what they've done to the brass road. And they stop there, and then the federal government completes, continues another angle of it.
So have you
it's much like what they did with the Glory Drive. They built to a point, commission, and then wait, then they go to the next phase of the Glory Drive. There are several phases also in the Glory Drive.
Have you seen anywhere that there is asphalt in that brass road? Every time I see it online, I've not been there. Every time I see it online, that they post is sand and walking. I think they're walking on one or two bridges. That's all I've seen. Sand. So if it says phase 1 is putting asphalt, I've not seen asphalt there. That means they're still in phase 1. Let's now say they're still in phase 1. But in a milestone, whenever you're doing something by milestone, you tell us from here to here will be a milestone. That's what the government has not told us. That this is what we will see as phase 1. They will not appreciate governor that, the government that, they've done phase 1. But this one, they are handling everything. So for the brass road, I commend them also. I commend them where. So
a lot of commendations flying around from you to the governor. Perhaps it also would include that the governor purchased 2 new aircraft for the state. That's also consolidating on Dixon's International Cargo Airport dream. Yeah,
two aircraft or 1.
They said they wanted to purchase 2 aircraft, and they brought one of them.
So you have seen 1.
We saw one on social media, and many persons went to.
So where is the one? Where is that one today? Is that an aircraft? That's a resort carrier. I queried it. I went online, searched it out.
That's a French ATR.
It's ATR, but the ATR doesn't go above 16 to 17,000 feet from sea level.
So many will claim that the 72 series of the ATR and it is a more recent, so it's 2007 series. So they claim it's a faster and it's more maneuverable. So it's a win. Someone will say for the government.
You see, for me, I really wouldn't want to believe in the rhetorics they put out there, because they got other ones for 2010, 2017.
Yeah, the Bombardiers and the Airbuses.
They got other ones that are of the same listen. That one is even, the ATR is even old. But now for me, it's not about buying something that is like buying a Tokumbo. That's the best language to use for aircraft. It's buying a Tokumbo. And when you buy a Tokumbo will disappoint you. Even His Excellency and his cabinet will not fly in that plane. So why are you buying a plane that you will not fly?
A plane that they have assessed to know that it's functional and operational and in good condition.
Why is it not flying? Where is the plane?
And
where is the plane? That's the question.
So if you go to the Bayelsa International Airport and you're looking to book a flight, that's
you can't fly that plane. I've got, when I wanted to come from Abuja, I asked, that plane is not functional. It's not. In fact, where that plane is today is in the hangar.
So
we have retired that plane.
In layman terms, sir.
Yeah.
If I go there now, I won't fly the plane.
No.
You know go see and fly.
You know go see. I won't see and fly now. You can't see it. They know now that what they bought is not what is safety of carrying people. Oh. They know that plane, the history of that plane. People don't understand. The history of that plane is not from outside the country; it's within the country.
Scale, please.
I want to leave it there. If they say I'm wrong, we'll bring
so you mean they bought a plane that's been, it's not just second hand, it's been Nigerian used.
Yes, of course that plane is second hand. It's not even second hand, it's more like, if we want to start from the first owners. I know the first owners of that plane.
Oh wow.
The person that sold it to another person, up to the person that sold it, I've forgotten the name of the company in Abuja. It's like 2 brothers or so that sold it to them in Abuja. That plane was in Abuja.
So they bought it and rebranded.
But they have 5-star.
They brought it and rebranded the plane.
Yes, but they've not even rebranded it.
But they have 7-star Global. That's a reputable company that manages these things.
I don't want to talk about other organizations that I don't really know much about.
Okay. True.
Managing managing the company is different from what you are giving to the company. If I give this what bottled water we have now, I've opened it and I say manage it.
Okay.
You will not look at it, but you've opened the water. I say, yeah, but manage it. So it's your own idea on how to manage it. So you might be a good manager and decide to manage it. But look at the people managing Ebom Air. Okay, now the most recent one, Enugu Air. Enugu Air is functional, but Bayelsa Air came out first, or whatever they call it. I don't know what they call it, whether Prosperity Air, whatever they call it.
But the airline from Enugu Air, they use Bombardiers and Airbuses. Those are more.
Is Bayelsa not richer, my brother? Do we deserve second hand? Do we in this world that somebody like Davido will buy plane? That's one man.
A private jet.
And now own an airline in South Africa. This is a government that, if you want to talk about location, what comes into the state? 30 billion, 35, 40 billion. It's not like when Governor Dixon was there, when there was austerity, when there was COVID-19, when the world was in economic crunch. At that point, we knew things were difficult. The whole world was suffering it because everybody was at home. But yet, Dixon was able to manage through. But this time, they removed subsidy. The federal government removed subsidy and they are dividing this money to them. Brother, do you know what is 35 billion?
But the inflation is also chopping it now, right? The inflation before the removal of subsidy did not even get up to 20%. And now we've had an inflation that doubled.
You see,
then.
All of those things are rhetorics. All these things are rhetorics. What do we? When you say inflation, the mama for village don't know what to be inflation. Mama for village don't know what to be inflation. When you say inflation, people with the go school don't know what to be inflation. Primary school they don't know. So if our government is not saying inflation, inflation is in economic terms. Inflation in reality is 1 billion naira. What are you using it to do in a state? 2 billion. What are you using to do in a state?
Have you heard that our terrain is difficult to construct roads? It's much more difficult to construct roads here than it is elsewhere.
You see?
They say Bayelsa is more river in the river state, more deltaic than delta states.
Yes. But if our terrain is difficult, is the market difficult to go and buy plane? The Enugu will go and buy a clean plane, and Bayelsa will go and buy a Tokumbo. The market is difficult terrain.
You speak as though you're very certain that was Tokumbo. You're very certain.
What's that?
The plane they bought.
Do you want us to browse it?
Can we browse if it's Tokumbo or not Tokumbo?
No, you see, if you bring that...
Or they're not manufacturing that particular series again?
No. You see, let me tell you how to browse. If you bring the plane, the picture of that plane, you will see the series. Put it, type it in ChatGPT. It will give you the history. The series is that if you just call up
so
that
what are we
now,
looking out for? Are we looking out for? Is it that they're no longer doing that particular series?
No, it's a Tokumbo. I've told you it's a Tokumbo plane now.
And even
that's why it has not flown. It has not been flying.
Doctor, sir.
They've not flown it for since they brought it. It has not carried anybody. In fact, that day they brought it, I even had the AC went off. Yes, the day they brought it, we are praying.
So these are serious things. I don't know why I had to.
I tell you, I had the AC inside the plane. I thought they were sweating and they were praying that this thing should land.
Doctor, a lot of politicians on the other side now, being that you are on this side, they always claim say these people they need to talk when they deal with. Now only when they leave, now then they more vocal. They tend to be more vocal when they cross to the other party. Is he a
that's a very good point. You see, that's not some people don't. Some of us we are not. I'm not scared of anybody. We're not talking. We're not talking because we want to talk. You see, the difference between administration has to do with people. When Governor Dixon was there, Governor Dixon will not just approve something for you. You must come to a point of bringing your strong reasoning. Bible say, God say, bring your strong reasoning. Dixon want to see your strong reasoning before he approves something for you. Before you tell, okay. Now let me tell you what happened. People don't understand. I was in Dixon's government. I was SSA, a special advisor on NYC matters, and I was also a member of the student team. Do you know how the student, what do they call it now?
The management committee?
Yes, the student management committee came about under Dixon. People don't know.
Okay. I thought that was a DB creation.
Huh? No, I was a member
of the SMC.
Yes, I was having two portfolio but one pay. Do you understand? I was having two portfolio but one pay. Do you know how that thing came about? Dixon called us. Said, look, I can't pay bus due. All is coming 6 billion, and 6 billion is not even able to pay our state civil servants. Everything is going up to 4 billion, so there'll be no money and all of that. So we can't pay bus due. So, Your Excellency, if you can't pay bus due, it will not be too good because we have students. It's our culture, it's our tradition to pay bus due. So I can't pay bus due right now. So what are we going to do? Started brainstorming. So okay, set up a scholarship board. He did. He did.
Well, it seems you're in Dixon's, you're in the NDC, so we'll talk about all those words.
No, I'm trying to he asked me a critical question, which I needed to
please respond to it, please.
Because I said, when we are in this side, we don't talk. Why is it that when we are opposition? That's why I'm trying to come. I said, it's administration, it depends on people. I was also in this administration. We fought for this administration. We stood for this administration. So, he will call you, Dixon will call you, want to hear from you. And if your argument is superior, Dixon is going to hold on to that. That's how we argued Dixon. I said, okay, SMC should come on board. People should now manage students' activities and also work in consonance with the scholarship board so that they will benefit scholarship to the payment of their fees instead of having 20,000. 30,000 for so many persons, and the very poor ones that their parents can't pay school fees will be suffering. That's how the argument came about. So when Bosre fizzled out, he brought scholarship board and SMC. You see what Dixon did? But now this government has a lot of money. The day I told them that, look, I was advising them. I said, look, this is the best time to pay Bosre. He said, scholarship board is there. Ask them how many people have benefited from scholarship board. People there, is there money even with the scholarship board? Is there money? So let them tell us how many people since inception, since the administration, that had benefited from scholarship board.
So you are saying scholarship board is just a smoke screen?
Well, of course now they know now. They know. Do you know how many people went to abroad to study under Governor Dixon? You know that some of them they are your friends. Has this government sponsor anybody abroad with the money they receive? Now, how do you close your mouth? When I was in charge of NYC, I told Dixon, the camp that they are using today, it was argument. You see, not because I am working with Dixon, I can't tell him the truth. If I'm outside, I'm not working with you, I must tell you the truth too. But the other man, I told him truth inside, and the result is showing. You, I'm telling you truth outside, and you're opposing me. And you say I'm criticizing.
Is this the reason you fell out? I mean,
no. Fell out, no.
At one point, you had to.
I left because I was disenfranchised. And that's what they are doing again. They started the same method of things.
Inside of these
so
APC,
if anybody say it's because we're outside government, we're not talking to government, when we're in government, they don't know. Dixon is a man that will not approve anything for you. Must come with reasoning. You must tell him why.
Okay.
So when they make such statements, they should also ask, where are the results? They are inside. Where are the results? I had results when it was in my time. NYC. Alawi, the state Alawi that we usually pay 3,000, 2,000. We promoted it. We increased it to 10,000. Do you know why? I made the argument.
All right. Let me come in like this now. Do you think, because you've mentioned His Excellency Henry Seraka Dixon a lot, but do you think there are areas where Senator Doyidiri has outperformed? I mean, totally outperformed His Excellency Henry Seraka Dixon?
The answer is for you now. Is the answer not before you? Is Bayelsa any different from when Dixon left? Okay, I
just said different areas. I don't think totally. I just said areas.
Then I should know the areas. I don't know any.
Like his relentless efforts to give us 24 hours light.
Oh, you guys are just pushing me around. Why are you doing this now?
We're pushing
even the president is angry.
The president is angry. How do you know that?
Oh, so he's done to the
president.
He
came to commission.
To commission what? Yeah. Something that is not working. How do you commission something that is not working? And so let's say now your child takes you, say, Daddy, I got first. Only for you to sit in the classroom, waiting that they should call your son. They have called everybody and they now called your son as the last child. How would you feel? Say now I want to call the final person. The final person is Jennifer Okoro. She got the 31st out of 31st. But your child told you that I took first. You brought the president, deceived the president. You deceived the president. Mr. President was deceived. Mr. President was deceived.
And so you have it on good authority. Is not
Mr. President was deceived. And let's also go further. Do we have a gas turbine or a gas generated or generating generator?
Well, explain.
We have modern generators that use gas. If you have this your small generator, that usually use fuel. Now you can use your cooking gas if they convert it.
Yes, you can use CNG.
You can use your cooking gas to operate it without using fuel.
Yeah.
There are big generators today that uses gas. They are not gas turbines. They are not turbines. They are not turbine engines. And if that is a turbine, it will work. But if you are buying parts for a gas using generator, then this is what you will see.
So you're saying they are buying parts for a gas?
I've asked question. It's a question to them.
Okay.
We're listening. Do we have a gas turbine?
You're doubting that it's actually a gas turbine.
It's a question. Do we have a gas turbine? If they say we have a gas turbine, let's compare. Let's know where they bought it from.
There was a reason I asked.
We'll call the country. We'll call the company. We'll call them. Let them not hide it for freedom of information purpose. Let them.
Yeah, exactly. The act. Actually.
Let them bring it out. So let's investigate it. If it's a gas turbine or is the gas using generating sets.
Okay. Now, the reason I asked that question when I asked you about whether you think there are areas Diri has outperformed Dixon, and you did not quite respond. You said the answer is glaring, and you wanted me to point you to areas as well. Civil servants might disagree if you would answer that Diri, or Dixon rather, outperformed Diri in all angles and aspects, especially because many of them argue that, well, Dixon is no one who paid salary as prompt as Diri is. They say 24th, 25th of every month they receive salary. Then again, Diri is paying off backlog of arrests for pensioners, and that's something that many also blame Dixon for doing. So in this particular angle and aspect,
payment of salary. Now, one thing people should understand is this. I'm not here to speak for Dixon, but I'm only making reference because these are two administrations, like twin administration. One left, another came in. So we're still doing comparison. Maybe I'm just making reference to that. Now, if you talk about payment of salaries, in fact, this government, is doing more harm to civil servants than Diri's time, than Dixon's time. Under Dixon, there was austerity, there was poverty, there was economic crash in the world. And I started that there was COVID-19 and all of those things. And our oil, there was this fire thing everywhere. So we're not even having enough resources. They know, they were in the government, they all know. Most times Dixon will borrow money from banks to pay salary. Most times. In Dixon's time, most times they will go for allocation. They will go to collect allocation. There is no money to share. Have you forgotten that it was in Dixon's time Buhari was helping states to pay salary? Buhari was giving people money, states money, to help to pay salaries. How is that Dixon's fault? And not only that, do you know that Dixon did not collect that money? Dixon, that's how prudent Dixon is. He did not collect that money. Now come to this time that subsidy is gone, They're having billions.
Was it not during Dixon that we had the Paris Club refund?
Paris Club reform came towards the end of the administration, not the beginning. Find out. And it was not given in one tranche.
Yeah, even if it did, could he not have started the process to, for instance, pay off the backlog of arrears?
When you talk about back payment or backlog of arrears in pension is not paid like salary. I hope you know. That's why even this government is not paying pension like salary. They pay in badges. They took time to this committee that went and did scrutiny, those that have died and all of those things. They had to pick them one after the other. It takes time. It's not something that, even when they came in, they didn't start paying pension immediately. No, go and check your fact. I knew when they started paying pension because my elder sister is.
But they release money every month for that purpose.
That's what I'm saying. You said under Dixon, why were they not paying? Why was he not paying? I said there was no money. You now said Paris Club. I said Paris Club came towards the end of his administration. The end of his administration, there was no way he was going to pay it like salary. That's what I'm saying.
But did he start the process?
No, you can't even start the process that you have not verified. You need to verify these people now before you make payments. That's why I said I don't really know how much they did all of that. But his payment, I knew it was equal for him to pay pensioners. He was struggling to even pay salaries. He was struggling to pay salaries up to the point that he had to even do verification to drop workers in NDU because we are having too much of money they spent on the school activity. I know all of those things.
All right.
I know all of it. But the thing is, the fact, let me now bring it to today. So you understand. Let people understand today. Today, the money entering this government of prosperity administration, if an SSC in my time, because we were receiving 400,000 as SSC and 100,000 as running cost in the office. That's 500,000 for an SSC. If today an SSC is still receiving the same thing that under Dixon's tenure, Dixon was still paying them out of that meager allocation.
Hold on. During Dixon's, SSA salary was 400k plus running cost of 100,000 and 500k. Are you saying under Dewey's government they're still being paid 400k?
No, that was Dixon's first tenure. I'm coming. That's Dixon's first tenure. When Dixon came in that time, things were a little bit rosy. Dixon was paying it as he was doing it like religiously, and even bought cars for SSCs, PAMSECs, SAs, commissioners. But under this government that came in with so much money, when I mean so much money, go and check the allocation. Forget this story of inflation. What is inflation? Is you not buying something in the market? So what have you bought that the inflation is affecting your money? That's why I said those are economic terms. You can only say inflation when you are exchanging dollars to naira. It will affect you locally, bros. The money in your pocket. Now you go buy shingom, buy yam, buy everything naira to naira. Do you understand me? Inflation is coming from we exchanging dollars and lack of productivity. Any government that fails to engage in production will suffer because your naira is not being strengthened.
Well, that's a national matter.
No, it's a state matter too. Produce food in this state. Let's see if people not buy sheep. When I came in December, people were giving me plantain because everybody is resorted to farming. I didn't buy one, so my money was saved. So where's inflation there now? It's perfect. Listen, that's the thing. They always tell it's federal. It's not federal, sir. Tinubu is not saying states. You are the one to affect the people direct. Local government, you are the one to reach the people direct. So now you now remove states, you now remove local government, you say federal. What about the money now? So why didn't you remove the money? You would have said the money federal government is not giving them. So forget this language of inflation is when it comes to it. No, it's because lack of management of our resources. When people don't manage resources, they tend to call terms, use words.
Okay. If you imagine that the governor,
so this government is still paying.
The governor decided one day that I have made wide conversations, like he said, and I don't decide like this. Say I did go NDC. Will the state of the argument change? being that you will not be in the same party with him?
You see, maybe you don't also know my kind of person. Even when we're there, we're criticizing. Even now, of course, you know, he came to APC. I was in APC. I stopped criticizing publicly, but I was criticizing internally. I was asking questions to top government functionaries. I said, why do people do like this? Why do in Koga nothing is there? I said, can't you people? What is the major thing in Koga people need to do?
Let me bring this in now. You were in the PDP.
I was asking questions even in APC.
You were in the PDP. You left to the.
But I don't come public. In fact, I had to stop coming public because I had to listen to some people I respect and love in this administration. But I still ask them questions. These people are doing is not correct. So it doesn't mean I must always come public to say these things. Like now, you've given me this medium. This medium is still advising them. His Excellency, start to pay your appointees well. If your appointees eat, the ordinary man will eat. Bayelsa State is of two very important factors. Number one, civil service. Number two, political appointees. We don't have industries.
Okay, well, you were in the PDP.
Medium to make money.
Let me cut in. You were in the PDP and you
pay
left.
them 400. The SSAs, buy them cars. Buy them cars. You can do that.
But you claim that he has not done enough, especially the projects that touch
civil servants should be paid well.
If he has not done projects that
sorry, let me say something. I used to not see River State. At the end of every year, don't you see what Fabara does? So you question that, and that's one thing I wanted to say. You mean this is our small states? Governor no fee give us 100,000 or even 50,000 as Christmas package. Did you see that last year? With the billions.
No, true. They said some persons got.
Some. Who are the some?
The stories we had.
Yeah, but if you claim, if your claim is that he has not done project that touches the lives of people, should his focus be towards his SSAs rather than the skills acquisition that I know that he's organizing? He's rounding up to gear up.
Those are old things. Those are old things. You know, you don't do. Those are some of the projects His Excellency is doing in his name, in quotes, is for local government. Local government should handle those skill acquisition things, for God's sake. That shouldn't be the priority of government. If local government is handling skill acquisition, you will see the direct impact. Not when you are handling skill acquisition and people take these things to their houses and sell them because they need to eat. They need to eat. You know now, I've not eaten, so I should go and sow. So what? I've not eaten, you say I should take before he does anything. So that's why the human capacity development is more important than the physical infrastructure. If you don't satisfy a human being, whatever you are building will rot. People won't use it because they don't have the capacity, the joy of using that thing. And it's just like Maslow's law, Abraham Maslow's law, hierarchy of need. Man must eat first. Man must look for shelter first. You understand? So that's why people still hail Alemesiati today. When we moved from River State, Alemesiati made it possible for people to build houses, made it possible for people to eat food. It's very important. People are dying.
Doctor, you talked about your time at the APC, not to visit that.
Yeah.
There was a time in the APC that, and still a time where there's a concept of the old APC and the new APC, where there was APC persons, and then there's recent campees, including the governor now. A lot of people that are old, that consider themselves old APC, then claim that say the new APC just come muzzle us. As they come muzzle us, they hold us down, and we don't have space to breathe. And I think, and they came to control, and we have been there since. Were you a victim of that old new?
You want us to go into politics?
Yeah, we still play around the development when it comes around.
No, you want us to go into politics?
Yeah, it's unfiltered. We are talking about everything.
Okay. Now, old APC and new APC. Old APC brought in new APC. Factionalized old APC.
Okay.
Brought in new APC. Now, ordinarily, I felt by now they should be living together in harmony and having a good time in peace. But are they having peace? They're not having peace. There is no way you bring a force that is more than you and you feel you can carry that force. You can't carry it. That's what is happening in APC today. They thought by bringing a force to back their section of the force. When I say their section, of course, we all know that there is a Lopobri side of the APC and there is Time Presiva side of the APC. Before,
is it there is or there was?
There is still now. You can't push away Silva from APC. His support base in APC is still very strong. He is not here, but he has religious followers. There is still today. In fact, the day Silva comes into this state, you think is another hero that has arrived. So that faction is there, that's what I'm saying. So to get to your answer, now the Lopobri, they fraternized with the PDP government from the beginning. And we are working together and all of that, even during the election and everything, yeah? So now they had won, and now His Excellency says, I want to align with the center, and it's in the APC. But through the channel of the Lopobri faction into the APC. Now, Time Presiva is out of the way because of all of those lying talks everywhere about school, whatever it is, I don't know. So he's out of the way, he's not in the country. Now they've done their congresses, they brought in whoever they like. But is there peace? Even amongst them that were friends in the APC. They don't have peace. They have serious issues among themselves. So coming to take office was easy for the Prosperity Administration, the governor's angle of the PDP, because they're in charge. And if you know, in APC, the federal government said, or Tinubu and the APC said, the governors are in charge in their states. So if you like, be a minister, the governor is in charge. Your leader is the governor. So he's going to decide it as he wants. So that's what's happening. So the governor wants, he's not going to have a baseless party. He must have his own base. And his own base is what he's pursuing for. Because how can you be a governor and you don't have the structure? So, especially the party structure.
So if I'm getting anything from what you're saying now, you're saying that he came to meet two factions already and it's a third faction.
Yes.
So there are three factions in the APC.
No, it's not. It's not.
He was through the second faction.
Yeah, the second
came
faction.
Through the second
so
faction.
He wasn't coming as a faction.
Okay.
He was already taking sides with one faction that supported him during the election because they didn't support Time Presiva. They were with the governor during the election. So they were working together, fraternizing together.
Okay. So you consider yourself a victim of the smaller faction?
Yes, to an extent, because especially in my place, I was available to work with them, but they came, they never called me for any meeting. I was around December. All of what they did, they never called me. Until when I left in January or February, that they had wanted to conduct the elections, that selected whoever they want to select. They now told me, we have a meeting, that I should come for that meeting. My word, I should come for that meeting, and that is for the purpose of the Congress. They don't know I've already had the story, how they have picked everybody. So I didn't answer them until they called me. I said, you people started sharing things from December. You didn't call me, and I was in the village. You didn't call me, you didn't call my supporters. But in Congress, tomorrow is Congress, or I think 2 or 3 days to Congress, you're not calling me that there is a meeting in Yenegua, in Soso place. I should come for that meeting. If I'm not around, I can send somebody. I didn't answer them because it's like coming to endorse with what they have done. You understand? So there is no way I'm going to go into such a meeting to endorse whatever people have done. So whatever people have done is okay.
Okay. Did you leave the NDC because you felt the APC rather, because you felt the governor and those who were making the decisions would not favor your maybe political ambition? Do you have intentions of running for office again?
I left the APC because I was not seen as part of the APC. I was in the APC.
Sidelined.
But not seen as part of the APC.
So Diri placed you out of the APC.
So let me put it this way. There was, as they came in, they now had a new APC from what was APC.
So you are establishing that there's an old and new APC.
That is what they came with.
In the APC.
Yeah, that they are the new. In fact, they were telling us to our face that we are going to occupy all the offices.
Wow.
And you can do nothing. You understand? So of course I understand it's possible, because the governor needs the structure. But where I will not embrace is when I am a nobody to you. I can't stay where I'm classified as a nobody. at my level today in society. Even if I had not gotten to an extent, I've studied to an extent.
So their unwillingness to recognize you and know that you have capacity and also hear your ideas takes you out of it.
Not really recognition. I might not even be very big for them to recognize me. So I'm not even looking at why didn't you people recognize me? No. Why didn't you people recognize me? No. What I was looking was how you guys would have called everybody together.
One house,
okay. And not divided house. You came into the house and you said, I own this house. From today, those that are in this house don't speak. Don't say nothing. Whatever I say is final. No, I don't. That's authoritarian. And I don't strive in an authoritarian environment. That's why I use Dixon as an example. Dialogue. Let me prove myself. Reasoning. And that's where even development comes. Because by the time you are the only one deciding everything, that means everybody will sing your praise. And singing your praise, you might not see the areas you are going down.
So in the coming
days, why, because they didn't embrace everybody. They didn't embrace everybody. No. Do you know that the meeting they called, the first stakeholders meeting in Kolga, they didn't send to us. They didn't send meeting notice to us. Nobody did. So how do you stay in such a place? Do you want to strive within the party? With who? With the governor and his party? No, you're not going to.
So in the coming days, we should be seeing more disgruntled persons from the APC that are muzzled.
You see?
To move into the NDC.
Advice again. I always advise. Do you know why I advise this government? Because I've been in a government that he was a major stakeholder, that we saw the trend of followership, the trade, where they ate from. We're in that government, which is the restoration government. Betrayed. These are people that His Excellency Dixon was feeding facts. Betrayed him when he stood behind this current governor. When Dixon stood behind this current governor, they betrayed him to his face. To his face.
How did they betray him?
If you are bringing Senator Doediri as our governorship candidate, we'll wait for you at the pool. And they did what they said. They did what they said. Some of us, some people making noise in his government and behind him today, told us to go to the APC when the ships were down. I stood my ground. I'm a very funny character. I don't move with money. I told them, I said, we're going nowhere. It's time to build the PDP. Now we have failed, right? It's not time to jump ship. Let's stay and build the PDP. Some of them, they have already gotten uniform to go to inauguration. But I stood my ground and said, no. See, so when you look at it, that is the same mistake that gradually this administration is making again. Gradually. And that's why your question of more people defecting, they might not defect, but they might be in the system to pull the system down.
So you think what happened in...
some will defect, but some will be in the system to pull the system down. Because you can't...
So you're saying Diri should watch his back because there are snakes in...
He's my brother.
Do you really want him to watch his back, given that you're in the NDC now? Would you not favor
I've never wanted him to fail. They call me critic of his government because I'm pointing out things. Go check my page. everything I point out, if he does those things, it will be for his credit, not for me. But his social media people, they don't like good things. They feel, and I told them, when the ships will be down, no, well, that's for the past, not that Dixon. But when their own ship will be down, those same people will be the people insulting him. Now check very well. I can count how many of them Dixon made social media SSs and essays. They're not insulting Dixon. From Dixon's government. So an example of it should not fall on you if you are wise.
But I'm really concerned, Dr. Appa. You were Dewey's executive assistant at some point.
Yes.
I'm very worried. I'm concerned about that. So how it all fell apart and you had to leave. Is it that he was not at all listening to what you had to say? Is it that like that? It wasn't listening at all? Yes. So you had to leave such position and left for APGA and all of those?
Yes. When it comes to that aspect, what happened to me should not happen to any other person. It shouldn't happen. Do you know what happened to me?
You said you were disenfranchised, if that's what
I was disenfranchised, but not only that, humiliated, cast out.
Oh.
Cast out.
People would like to know, so they would be watchful also, right?
I was not interested in contesting for House of Assembly. I wasn't interested. Never made that move. Never. I was supporting somebody for 4 tenure. Even spoke to the person in New York. Go for 4 tenure. I'm supporting you. Do you know my reasons? I told 1 or 2 persons. I said, if you go for 4 tenure, now that the governor is there, new set of people will come, and stakeholders is going to nominate because it's his first tenure. So, but you have experience, so you are going to guide the house in favor of the governor. So we don't need a first tenure person from Kolga constituency 1, where the governor is from. So you go back and do the house arrangement for the governor. That's what I told them. So I wasn't interested. I was looking out for how the governor will succeed from day one. Now, in cause of all of that, my wife told me she needed to study abroad, that she wanted to do a master's. I'd stopped her from the first one. She wanted to study in Uniport. So I said, okay, that's fine, but know that I'm a politician. I'm not going to travel with you. If you agree, that's fine. She said, that's fine, that I'll be coming to see them, I'll be staying with them sometimes. I said, yeah, of course I'll do that. That's my kids and everything. So he studied, and it's 1 year. And you can't keep the children. Say, yes, the children will go with her. I said, okay, that's fine. We had that understanding. So I was in Lagos processing my tuberculosis test for myself, my wife and kids, when the chairman of the stakeholders forum in Kolga called me that fateful Wednesday, 11 p.m. I was in my hotel room. I saw his call. He said, His Excellency, you should come and pick up your phone. Now, with the mindset of whoever the governor calls will be favored. Now, the 4 tenure thing was there, and we've been pursuing that thing, pursuing it from the back door, front door, stakeholders like that. I don't want to call names, but they know themselves when they listen. So we were pursuing the 4 tenure thing. I was in Lagos preparing to take my family abroad, and I got that call. So we heard that in the mindset that anybody the governor called is going to be the person. So when I was called, I was, wow. You see me that the governor has favored. I'm surprised. You understand what I'm saying? I'm surprised. So I had to rush down. When I got there, it was already after 9. The person said I should go to government house, social lodge, go and pick up my form. I thought it was something that they paid for form for everybody. All I had that day on me was 400,000. Because I wasn't interested in those things. I wasn't even keeping money for those things. I had another project. Only for me to get there, they told me it's 1.2 million. And it's going to end that night. I pleaded, people wanted to send me money. Can I make transfer? He said, no, it has to be cash. My brother, where you want to go get 1.2 million cash for that night? We went to all the police station in this town. Did everything. If I tell you where that money came out from, you won't believe. But I won't want to say that to the public. But miraculously, that money came out. We bought the phone. I was so tired. I had to go to church that night. I thank God for the privilege to be called on. The following morning, I went to the office. Everybody, people were in the village shouting. Social media was agog. So I just I was taught by my father that when someone has done good, you go back and tell the person thank you. I said, before I take this form, do you know that I don't know the color of that form till today? Because it wasn't opened. I don't know what was written, how the color was. All I had was a brown envelope. I was so exhausted that I had to keep that envelope on my dining. It was on my dining table. So when I got the following morning, I got to the office. I told everybody in the office, hold on, let me go and tell His Excellency thank you. When I went to Government House, I went to see His Excellency to tell him thank you. His Excellency now called me in and called the former PDP secretary. He was the one that said His Excellency called me. So we went into the room. Immediately I prostrated on the floor. Said I thank His Excellency. I didn't do his own side. His own side is to kneel down, right? But I did Yoruba style to show the level of gratitude. My brother, I leave the rest for my memoir. When my memoir will be out, people will read the story.
So, well, he did not receive you. That's the...
My form was forcefully taken from me that day. So I didn't see the color of that form.
Said he did not want for you to be an assembly member.
I don't know. Of course, that is what it means.
And he had led you into doing that.
He led you into doing it. You paid for the form, and when you came, he...
Even my money to be given to me was argument. My form money was argument.
But your move to NDC, and you're a Kulokumo Pukuma person. What 5?
And ever since, let me put it on record, because people like this spilled all manner of lies that the governor gave me 20 million to settle me. I refused. The day I left the governor's small cubicle parlor, or whatever they call it, I left that place till today. I've not spoken to the governor. I've not heard from the governor.
So all the while till you were showing that you were not quite happy with the governor,
do you understand?
He still did not reach out to you.
Till today, who am I now that the governor will call me? Am I anybody? So it's understandable.
I think it's a pattern with the governor.
I don't know.
He doesn't quite reach out to people who not exactly happy with his decisions.
I don't know.
Or who he offends.
I don't know. That's his personal life. I don't want to talk about anybody's personal life. But I'm talking of my experience. So I did not receive a dime from the governor. I did not collect even the least 50 kobo from the governor. In fact, when I was in London, I was in the same hotel with him. He said we should go and greet him. I said no. Because if I go, people will say, you don't go collect billions. You know the way our people talk. So I had to avoid even meeting him. So out of rumors and lies, not that I respect him. And I always respect him. I respect his office. And I always do that. But that doesn't mean I won't speak. I must speak when I see something go wrong.
So you're using can you use this platform to address the rumor, debunk the rumor that the governor tried to reach out to you to offer you a certain amount and that never happened?
My name is Apa Swayo Kelvin. I'm a Christian who don't swear. But I use this platform, this very renowned platform, to call on His Excellency, the Governor of Bayelsa State. If ever anyone was asked to call me for any amount of negotiation, of course I wouldn't have accepted, number one. But on your question, no one single person, no, that's even sorry. No one single person, even sorry, it don't happen like this. Take it in faith, good faith. Take it in good faith. It don't happen like this now. Do you know that my name was written down as chairman of Kolga? Chairman Kolga, and this governor fought it out. when he was senator.
Okay, so he has a personal grievance.
I don't know.
With you.
I don't know.
He prevented you from doing
I
the
don't know.
assembly.
He has to say
Your name was written for chairman of
He has
Koga.
to say it himself. I don't know.
When was the name written for chairman of Koga?
Sorry?
When was the name written for
Under
chairman?
Dixon's government. The second tenure.
But
My name was written as the chairman. Because they had written the names that should go and pick the form. So in Koga, it was Swoyapa's name.
That was when he was a senator. He fought.
Yes.
But subsequently, he made you executive assistant.
When you know your job.
Was that something he was influenced to
Oprah Winfrey said, there is no racism when you operate in excellence. I know my job. I know what I do. So His Excellency called me. Can I also say this? There are things you want me to say. Well,
so we can allow you to say what you want to say.
You know that I served under this government. They didn't pay me for 9 months till today. As executive assistant to governor, when he asked, I was in NDU lecturing. I was lecturing in NDU when he called me. So I want you to come back to your job. It's only you that can hold the office. I came back 9 months. They didn't pay me.
And you worked judiciously for 9
months without pay under this Idris government, the first tenure. I wasn't paid for 9 months. I even went to meet this deputy governor today. Today, I am my former boss. Say, I've worked for 9 months, they've not paid me. Say, forget about it. So when people talk, ask them if they gave me one project. That's why you see, when they talk, I look at them. I said, do you know what you're saying? One project, including the NYSC project, was not given to me. That I initiated. That they are taking credit today. I initiated the movement of the camp from the temporary place to the permanent place under Dixon. And the fencing was an issue. Dixon had already given Dixon a proposal for the fencing before he left, but he didn't approve it. When they came, I told the governor said I should go and bring the proposal. I brought it. They took that project and gave to another person. I did not do one project in my office, under his administration. So when people say things, they should get their facts right.
Previous Sunday, this Sunday,
yes,
I just fast. A big news happened in NDC. Peter Obi joined, Kwankwaso joined, and a lot of people were concerned. The concern is that he get us Peter Obi is in own politics. In politics now, you come because you love me, and you go back because you love me, and we are yet to catch up with that kind of politics. Bayelsa, you have to give us, empower us as we come. Maybe shape any name you use, column. You empower us more, come, empower us more, go. And his own politics is politics of I know they give shishi. Bringing that in, just hoping that he might be. Won't that kind of politics affect the normal Bayelsa thinking kind of politics? Because our politics sometimes, the needs of our politics, the shape of our politics, it will not affect us.
You see, one thing people don't understand is we have a two system in Nigeria currently. Nigerian politics has a two system now. The old system and the new system. Excuse me. Now, the old system is what we have just said. I can tell you people are coming out of the old system. Why do you think Peter Obi has this kind of followership? It's the new system. Have you ever heard in the history of this country that a man that did not pay shishi came out third upon the way they rigged? If they had kept it transparent, clean, he won the election. In my own unit, Peter Obi won. No shishi, no agent. In fact, the Labour Party agent went and collected money from the PDP agents. In my unit, everybody paid down and paid back.
But did he later win what, 5?
The word, no, he didn't win the word.
Okay.
So all I'm trying to say is this: A new system is being baited.
Wonderful.
A new ideology is being baited. Don't take it for granted. When an ideology is a movement, it starts like this. Before you know, people will reject your money.
Welcome to Global View on Naija Live Television, reaching you from Bielsa's capital city, Yenagoa. My name is Barbie Mparu. Let's check out the headlines. President Tinubu warns criminals against banditry. Education Commissioner inspects EFO's school project. G7 leaders reaffirm support for Ukraine. A quick reminder for our viewers and partners that Naija Live TV is officially open for business. If you are looking to boost your brand through paid adverts or sponsorships, we are ready to partner with you. You can contact us on our studio line on 081-293-40000. For physical consultation, visit our head office at number 122 Mbiama Yenagoa Road, Amarate Yenagoa, Bielsa State. And don't forget to stay connected. Follow us on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and X at Naija Live TV. Or visit our website on www.naijalivetv.com. Details of the news shortly. Glad you're still with us. Bielsa State Government has inaugurated the Governing Council of Bielsa State Polytechnic at Leibiri as part of ongoing efforts to strengthen governance across state-owned tertiary institutions. The council, inaugurated on behalf of Governor Doye Diri by the Commissioner for Education, Dr. Gentle Emela, is chaired by the retired Deputy Inspector of Police, Mike Perewari Odogu Zwokumo. Speaking during the inauguration at the Education House in Yenagoa, Dr. Emela charged members of the council to discharge their responsibilities with integrity, diligence, fairness, and objectivity, stressing that the institution's growth would depend largely on the quality of leadership provided by the council. The Commissioner reaffirmed the commitment of the Prosperity Administration to building an inclusive, technology-driven and globally competitive education system, urging the Council to align with government's vision for the institution. Responding on behalf of the Council, Chairman Mike Zwokumo thanked Governor Diri for the confidence reposed in them and pledged the Council's commitment to advancing the administration's educational goals. The Rector of the Polytechnic, Dr. Sore, also expressed appreciation to the Governor for his continued support for the education sector and expressed confidence that the new council would provide the strategic direction needed to move the institution to greater heights. Bielsa State Commissioner for Education, Dr. Gentle Emela, has paid a working visit to the Air Officer Commanding Mobility Command, Yenagoa Air Vice Marshal M.N. Onyebashi, as part of efforts to strengthen collaboration in the education system. During the visit, Dr. Emela inspected the ongoing Air Force Nursery and Primary School project at Opolo in Yenagoa, being undertaken by the Bielsa State Government. The Commissioner said the project was receiving finishing touches and would soon be ready for commissioning and takeoff, noting that it would contribute significantly to the educational development of children in the state. He reaffirmed the commitment of the Prosperity Administration to speedy completion of the facility despite challenges encountered during implementation. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has warned criminal elements across the country that they will have no hiding place following the killing of a notorious bandit leader in Kogi State by Nigerian troops. The president gave the warning while commending the Air the armed forces and other security agencies for what he described as a decisive operation that led to the elimination of Ibrahim Bastuji, a feared bandit kingpin. President Tinubu described the development as a major setback for criminal networks responsible for attacks, kidnappings, and other violent crimes in Kogi and neighboring states. In a statement by his special advisor on information and strategy, Bayo Onanuga, the president said Bastuji's activities had caused immense suffering for affected communities. He expressed confidence that the operation would help restore public confidence and bring its relief to residents who had lived under the threat of banditry and violence. The Senate has suspended its ongoing legislative recess and summoned lawmakers for an emergency plenary session to deliberate on pressing issues, particularly the rise in insecurity across the country. According to a notice by the clerk of the Senate, Emmanuel Odo, senators are to reconvene at the National Assembly complex in Abuja on June 23. The notice is issued on the directive of Senate President Godswill Akpabio, stated that the emergency sitting became necessary due to matters of urgent national importance requiring immediate legislative attention. Away from Nigeria to foreign news. Leaders of the Group of 7 Nations have reaffirmed their support for Ukraine, including its territorial integrity, and agreed to increase sanctions on Russia. The commitment was contained in a joint statement issued at the end of the G7 summit held in Evian-les-Bains, France. The leaders said the measures are intended to strengthen pressure on Moscow while supporting ongoing efforts to achieve a peaceful resolution to the conflict. The statement highlighted the united position among 6 G7 members despite previous differences over approaches to ending the war in Ukraine. And that concludes the news on Naija Live Television. My name is Babi Paru. Thank you for watching.
They did it last time, but they are giving back. They are growing. People think they are not growing. When it crossed over to NDC, over 11 point something million people tried to register. No way, the thing crashed. You see, people don't understand what's happening. It's a movement. P2B is a movement. Now look at ADC. If you say there was a power block, why is ADC now suffering what they're suffering? Everybody is attacking one man. Oh, you want to shine in the man's glory? No, don't do that. If you have power, don't talk about the man. Focus on your cause. Everybody had left their cause and now they're talking P2B, P2B, P2B. And why would people play politics like that? Why should I be talking of personality? So you see, understanding what you have said is correct. There are people who want to collect money. But inside of our people that are collecting money, there are some that are saying,
waking up.
Yes, that we can't continue like this. After you pay us 10,000 naira, we now suffer for 4 years. How long are we going to continue like this? So that consciousness is gradually entering people. You understand what I'm saying? They are gradually waking up to the reality that look, we're in charge of, the people are in charge of government, and they want to take government and not take the peanut on the day of election and suffer for the rest of
but
their
doctor, is the
tenure.
average Bayelsa person that is used to this kind of politics where we come on that song, we go with something. Is the average Bayelsa man, Bayelsa woman ready to shape in their mind to know that if I come out because I love and I want to change things, situation in my state? Do you think they are ready for that new kind of politics?
Yeah, they are ready.
That should be.
Yeah,
actually.
they are ready. You know why? P2B took second in Bayelsa State. Not actually.
We did not need to give shishi.
We did not even, doesn't even have agents. Peter Obi had no. It's now that he's going to have structure.
What do you think?
Because of former paper, I know. The former paper, the national leader of NDC, will give him structure.
So you think Peter Obi would win this? I mean, the NDC would win this town, this state.
Bayelsa State. Under which is it this one or the governorship?
The NDC, the presidency, the governorship.
Let's
talk about the 2027.
Not the governorship yet.
Let's answer that one first.
This National Assembly. National Assembly.
You think the NDC would win?
Of course, now. You know now. I don't need to tell you. NDC is going to sweep.
Why is that?
They are going to sweep in. You see, for me, one thing I've observed about two persons in this state that have become governor. Teme Presiva, His Excellency Senator Henry Seraki Dixon. They want the youths to grow. You see, you can't be pursuing things like you are the only hero. At a point in time, the baton must be released to the next generation. People don't know why I crossed over to APC. I crossed over to APC because of the kind of heart Teme Presiva has for the youths. He said, we are the future leaders and you are still holding on to power. Where am I going to lead now? Is it by becoming a Facebook expert? Where would you want to take me to? Is it by becoming like, look at what people are doing, fantastic. How many studios have you opened for people like this? You pay them 150, 120 in Nigeria today? No, sir. No, sir. So if you look at these two persons, they want to build the next generation. So that next generation they want to build. By the time you will see our candidates, do you know that when I was in APC, when I contested the election under Abga, all the candidates ever filed were young people. All young people. I was the senior. In fact, in my place, my younger brother that when I was in office that was doing student union thing was the flag bearer.
So it beats me to ask this question.
And that is what NDC is about to do.
Now you're doing campaigns with a Bayelsa state that the average person knows to come out and get some kind of inducement in the guise of mobilization. And the other party on the other side might be doing the same thing, speaking the language that the average Bayelsa knows, and you are not speaking that language. How do you think
ceremony?
If you want to call it ceremony, if you want to call it mobilization, when the other party is doing that and might be actively doing that because it's a language they know that the people will understand, and you will not do it, saying that. So,
have you heard of the concept that money fails? There's a concept called money field. It started from Egypt. When Pharaoh thought he had all the money and everything, there was so much hunger in the land that, just like Zimbabwe, they have 1 million naira notes.
Hyperinflation.
Hyper. Yeah. Now I don't use economy when we are talking these things. Let the ordinary man understand. You understand what I'm saying? Now I have been involved in an election where money failed. When we were supporting a candidate under Labour Party, then money failed. It was in my ward. If not on my ward, that candidate would have failed. I coordinated that election that brought that candidate. I coordinated it from start to finish. I knew how money failed in the hand of those that were in government. That time was Teme Presiva that was in government. The people were paying money up to the ton. Then 15,000 naira. You should know what 15,000 naira is then. Well, but yet the people rejected their money and voted our candidates. Money failed. You see, I want you to understand something. I said there's a new ideology coming into the space of politics in our country, and it's being driven by a man the people love, the youths love. Don't take it for granted. When you have such a youth movement, it will leave the old ones. Because at the point the old ones will retire, so the new ones will now run with this vision. So it will come to a time Nigerians will not accept money to vote. They want to vote who they want to vote. It's an ideology.
But we need
ideology is very difficult to kill.
We need that ideology in 2027, according to
yes.
the NDC would want to.
Yes.
So
let's now see how it will operate. The last time, you see, the first time of doing it teaches you a better way of doing it. The second time, the last time, it was only P2B that drove the process. But now, people don't understand. Everybody has said happy to be. You can't continue. Nigeria is too big for you to continue like this. You need some of these old folks to teach you, because you can't push. In as much as we want the old one to hand over power to us, you can't push them away. They will be there to guide you. Because I've always said experience is not something sold in the market that any man will see on the tray to buy. So definitely they will guide you. They will tell you, this is my experience. This is what I've known. This is how to go about this. I have contested an election before and I have an experience. But if you have not contested, you might not have that experience going. So you need to get my experience to know what the area you need to close, the area you need to open. So what I'm saying is, NDC want to operate the new ideology. And this new ideology we want to operate, we're not just going to operate it, but we're operating on the basis of stakeholders, including those opposition in ADC, everybody. We want to see how everybody come together. Once we have, let's first of all look at how can we make Nigeria better. So if in our states they say no, we'll collect money before we vote, that's fine. It's a normal thing. But what is the new way of doing things? And how many people can do it the new way? So at the end of the day, you might just see that Bayelsa State, for if you're talking of presidential election in Bayelsa State, before you say we win the day, before you know we win the day, because if we took second when our former people wasn't there and there was no NDC, now the former people is there and there is NDC, I can tell you we win Bayelsa State. Presidential election, we win Bayelsa State.
I want to believe that you have.
Then Senate reps, I would say NDC will sweep all.
But that's also hinged on the structure you have, right? And of course, all of the agents and the supporters you have, grassroots supporters you have.
Yeah, but let me say this.
Yourself being one who has a lot of local support.
Yeah, anybody buying from under APC in Bayelsa State should be careful, because they have an issue in court.
Why so?
Yeah, they have an issue in court for their leadership. I had it.
You said the APC or the PDP?
Yeah, APC. Someone took them to court that he was disenfranchised, and that's the same situation in PDP issue. You can't disenfranchise somebody. When they wanted to buy for the national contest in PDP, they disenfranchised, and that's why the court said no. That's why PDP is where it is today, because they refused to sell form for the man, even though it came late. The court said no, we would allow him to participate. Now you have disenfranchised someone, and the person has taken them to court in Abuja. They're in court. So if that court case comes, it could be Zamfara River State case in Bayelsa APC.
Okay, well,
that is ongoing in Bayelsa.
It's ongoing in Abuja. It's ongoing. They know now. They know. The leadership know that they took the chairman of the APC in Bayelsa City Court.
You what that? You what that?
Sorry?
That's the national chairman, you said?
No, not the national.
The
state. I'm talking about state.
Chairman.
That's what happened in Zamfara. That's what happened in River State.
So in the coming days, we're expecting to see this blow up.
They know. They know. They are just keeping it like it's not relevant. But I'm only saying be very careful. Because you might win your election somewhere else, another person come and take it free.
Well, yourself, you mentioned a lot about elections. Do you have intention of running again?
Well, I'm still doing my consultation. My people want me to contest, but election is about consultation, right?
But you think without the governor's support, you would still clinch your constituency seats in the assembly if that's what you're running for?
I need the governor's prayer. That's his support.
You need his prayer. Yeah. If he's not given the prayer,
he should pray for his children. That was what I expected the last time, even as much as he came out dirty. That was the first time the governor was going around campaigning.
But if the governor
saying even if Sawyer win, he's going to carry basket to fetch water.
If the governor prays, if he prays but still do not give you his support, do you think that you can best his team?
His prayer is better.
He prays, but he does not give you the support.
The spiritual
can you best
physical.
Can you best his team?
The spiritual rose the physical. His prayer is better. Well, you should know that we're his children. He might have favorites. That doesn't matter. Yeah, we're his children. I'm going to win the election. I'm still going to be loyal to him. Yes, I'm still going to give him respect. Yes. I'm still going to say, so I come here. I'm his representative. I will come there. Isn't it? Yes. So that doesn't mean because I'm on this other side. You know, in a family, you have this person supporting Chelsea, another person supporting Arsenal. You understand? So when victory comes, the father will look at it. I had in the club, but I'm not too much.
Football person.
Yeah, Premier League or football. I'm not that too into football. I like wrestling more.
Okay.
Wrestling thing is my own thing, you know. So there is this family that the father, they he has 2 children. One plays with Arsenal, then one plays with Man U also. I don't know the 2 clubs, you know. So who would the father support at that point in time? But the father is an Arsenal fan. You see, you can't support, you must love one more than the other. So it's understandable if the governor say, I love this person more. But can you please allow your 2 children to go into a free contest? Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm not fighting you, you are the governor. Yeah, anybody that win is your child.
I'd like to commend the wisdom with which you've answered that question. It's it's very wise.
You know, you don't need to come out so low for assembly. No, we will respect you. We will love you. So be there. Say you, oh yeah, go. I'm supporting you. You must win soil. Go win soil. But not you coming out like I'm not fighting governor. You know, I felt so bad. That when I saw that, those things during that time I contested, those things weakened me because I wasn't expecting the governor to go that way. I was expecting the governor to say they are my kids. If I even call me, says, well, you know, agree. I tell you, no contest, you know, agree. Oh, now they contest, but I love this person. I don't bless this person. There's something I love about. Sorry, I have to say this. When he was chairman of Kolga, I wanted to contest for councillor. He called me under the bridge. He said, call him. Say, so why? You are my essay. Why you not tell me say you desire to be a councillor? I've already, he said, I still remember the statement. It's just like Jacob and Esau. Isaac said, I'd already blessed Jacob. I'd already blessed in blessed memory college. That's this our brother will call college. I'd already blessed college, but I still bless you. Go. Take this money. He gave me money for drink, 50,000. Say go drink with your people. You have done well. That's what I expected the governor to do. Say, course welcome. Okay, you and Palmer they go election. No, Palmer is my candidate, but well, since you say no agree, you want to contest, no problem. Or go. Anyone will win is fine. But not to come out say you go carry basket. If you win, you will take basket. You will take basket. Go fetch water from river. No. Those kind of things create enmity for life, and politics shouldn't be enmity for life. It should be about interest. So when you have interest in somebody, it's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. Do you understand? But that interest should not go about killing this other person or animosity. You know, making this other person look like a demon or something. No, I still respect you as my governor. I don't need to come to the public to say, yeah, this is what governor is doing, this is what governor is doing. No, but I still talk to people that this area governor do well, this area governor do well. Like I've told you people that the governor had done well to carry on the project his predecessor started. There are some people that will leave those projects. Look at that tower now. That tower hotel is now a monument in our state. But Jonathan started it, but they couldn't because of litigation here and there and all of those things. Look at the road the governor is doing from this other side to complete. Yes, he didn't start it, but the completion matters. You share the credit with whoever that started it. So all those are things. I drove on those roads. So why should I say the governor has not done well when it comes to those things? He has done well.
Well, there are stories we heard about the Tower Hotel that it was
when
defective.
it comes to those repairs, sorry?
Yeah, that the Tower Hotel you mentioned.
Yeah.
There are stories we had that it was defective. The building, the structure was defective. That's why they could not.
There is nothing that cannot be amended, sir. There is nothing that cannot be amended. Nothing. The only thing that cannot be, most times cannot be fixed, is human body. But structure like that, they will amend it. It just payment. I heard they're still under payment issues and all of this litigation and all of those things. You know, I just use that as an example. Like, what I'm saying is, where the governor has done well, I give him credit for that. Yeah. But where he has not done well, I point it out. That doesn't mean I am condemning the governor. I'm not saying it's just like someone, draft. If you are playing draft, or you're a footballer, you're in the pitch, or the football pitch, you might not know how to tackle. But the person outside is moving his leg. If you play like this, if you play like,
they are seeing better how you can.
So I am now outside your government.
Okay.
I'm seeing clearer. By His Excellency, why don't you give scholarship to organs? Why don't you give scholarship to member brass? Why don't you give scholarship? Why don't you build the next generation? Why don't you send them? Like some of us, we have links abroad. That all you need is just your scholarship letterhead, and people will just move out of this country and start studying.
Well, there are many persons that would also say, you want to say something before I get to some other part.
They've been rumor that the rumor is sitting on the backdrop of the people that leave the APC. They've been rumored to be attacked by the governor. Case in point is the youth governor, a lot of his followers online have claimed that there's a threat to arrest him and witch hunted by the administration for his leaving to NDC. Do you believe that the government of the government of the APC can go as far as doing that? And if you believe so, do you think that it poses a threat to people like you that have left, and as it stands as a deterrent for those who want to leave? As a protective measure.
In my case, they told me to my face I will suffer. That I will suffer. I will not buy fuel to drive. I will sell my cars. I will not buy fuel for generator. My children, I will not be able to pay their fees. You know, some people, they make themselves demigod. They feel they are God that control the destiny of others. You understand what I'm saying? So in my case, they came to my face. So if they can do that to me, not to talk of you, governor, that is in-house, close. So anything is expected. But I want to also believe something. Most times people act out of their own will and want to put the blame on the governor. Most times they want to act in eye service. Like, we don't do them. We don't do them. Okay, now we do them. Now we do them.
Leave them for me.
Leave them for me. I go handle them. You see, the governor, I know, is a peaceful governor, which everybody has always commended him for. Yeah, he should maintain that peace, because the hunter must be hunted. The hunter must be hunted. You see, the Bible says, don't be afraid of the man that can kill your flesh, but be afraid of the man that can kill both your flesh and your soul. You can only kill the flesh of a man, you can't kill the soul. So, but you now, because you have killed this man, God will now kill you and kill your soul.
Okay, what I'm getting from your explanation is that it might not be Joba Komoko's ordeal might not be directly from the governor, but some
busybody people,
overzealous members of his
those around him just want to make sure they make him happy, or think that this person, they just say, are you sure this person is not a stumbling block to His Excellency? So let's do like this.
You're entering campaign. I can give it to them, so they must show working.
No, show working.
The reason why they want to show working, that they are capable of doing this kind of things.
Don't encourage that through your speech. You know why? You are a media person. You are the ears of the people. when you say show working.
No, I'm speaking on their. If they have to come and speak now.
Yeah, I know you're trying to do the devil's advocate, but don't do that now, because what I'm saying is why you shouldn't do that is the governor might not know, and I understand.
But it's everyone on the media. He should have at least told certain persons to stand down,
Yeah, so what I should expect from you is such people should desist from such. Yeah, that thinks such. Yeah, because of the disposition of the governor. You understand? Our state should not be thrown into crisis that cannot be controlled. You understand what I'm saying?
Moving in on Dover, I think
it should end its tenure peacefully. You get the point? Your tenure is just a year and some months. Why don't you end the tenure peacefully than going to fight this person? Where we all left somewhere. He was somewhere else before he left, so somebody must leave.
Do you think that he has seen this and his silence about the fact it's everywhere on the social media? His silence about it, isn't it okay in it?
Let's not say he has seen it.
Okay.
Because that will be an innuendo. Yeah, let's not say he has seen it. Let's believe that he has not seen it, and let's believe that if he knows about it, he will rebuke them. Because that is his cousin, that's his younger brother. Why do you want to attack the younger brother before he left?
Basically, to make him see that I can do things to you.
That's what I'm saying. What would that be? Why would such a thing be a credit for anybody to boast or pride about? You understand what I'm saying? That shouldn't be so. For me, anybody that is thinking of attacking youth governor is only being a busybody, because the man has not come to insult the governor. Even if the man does, the governorship seat is for insult and for praise. That's why some people are singing your praises. Some people are saying no.
For insult or for criticism.
That's criticism. Most time comes with insult. You understand? An insult is not only when somebody says you are stupid, you're big.
So some of the advice
could be indirect.
Some of the advice you have left for the governor and the prosperity government, many persons that will say, yourself, how have you been doing? I mean, in your own little capacity, you mentioned scholarships and all of those. Have you done any of these things you are asking the governor to do? At least lead by example, since you're the one suggesting these things. Like, I mean, if you had a foundation, what have you been doing with such foundation?
You see, I'm one person that don't like blowing my trumpet. I just believe that whatever you are doing, it should be done secretly. People should be the one to say it. My page, my foundation page, I just decided to post again because I thought, if you post there now, are you sure you're not telling the world what you are doing? So just leave it. Scholarship. If I tell you how many people I pay school fees for, you won't believe. There are some that are in NYC camp right now. Even today, I had to send them money. Who's in camp? I had to send them money because camp. I've been to camp most times. You have something. I know it's trouble, but you still have to sustain them. My manager will be going to law school. He'll be going to law school next year. It's under my scholarship. I trained him. When I was doing my master's in Uniport, he was always following me. I said, you don't see school environment. Now you have your WAEC right, you have to go and write your exam, and I want you to study law. I was the one that told him, because all of my life my father was a magistrate. He wanted me to study law, and I'd never applied for any other course when I was writing exam, only law. But they now gave me admission through mass communication. Through mass communication. So they told me after my clearance, they will fix me in law, but they didn't inform me until the deadline passed. So I got stuck in mass communication. So that's how I studied, from mass communication to development studies to communication and development studies in my PhD. So if it's scholarship, in fact, someone even called me as I landed the country. Someone that I also encourage, that one of these Obolobos. I say, hey, if you want to follow me, you must go to school. You can't follow me and not go to school. You can't be around me and be doing hey you. No, I'm not interested. What I'm interested in is your education. When Timia Library opened his library, the Soyinka Library in Opokuma, Our student union president, and I went to meet his wife of blessed memory, wonderful queen of Bayelsa State, Alaire Alaibe. Do you know what she told me? She said, Swoyo, I don't need a physical award from you. The award I want is you to be the award. That's developed to the point that you are an award to society. That stick to my brain till tomorrow. She's gone, but that word is still in me. I don't even think her husband knows this thing I'm saying. You know, so for me, scholarship, training of young ones. That's why during the flood, usually in Bayelsa State, they close down schools, right? Why are you going to close down schools for 2-3 months? This brain goes to sleep when you don't read. And in our society, because of hunger, mama, papa will take their children to farm. And they'll be farming that period. Or they'll just stay at home doing nothing, messing around. So I and my team, we came up together. I said, look, let's organize a lesson for these people. So in my constituency, we started that last year. So when all other local government students were at home, my constituency, they were still going to school. We had to organize lesson for them. I paid for them, bought books for them. You see? So for scholarship is something, it's part of me. I can't stop it. Because the people that said, I can't pay my children's school fees, that planned that and mentioned it to me, God said, my son, you won't see shame. Took me out of that pain, out of that situation. And my children now, wherever they are not paying fees. So if God has helped me, there are some people here that can't afford the fees. I should be able to now use that money that I would have used to pay my own children's fee. Because in the UK, your children go to school free. You don't pay a dime. So if I have that money, why should I eat it alone? Let me use it to do scholarship. And that's what I'm doing. Let me tell you, sir, if I had one House of Assembly that time till now, the least person I would have sponsored to study abroad is 3. The least.
As an assembly member?
As assembly member.
Would you be doing this with your personal funds or part
with
of the
my personal fund, personal resources, personal connection, personal idea.
So you'll be using your salary, which, how much does it amount to again, to send people, the list of 3 persons to UK or US?
You see, when you don't know the road, it's as difficult as you not passing the road. You see, the road is here. You can't see it. It's not like the children of Israel. The road to the promised land is straight. But God said, if I give it to them straight, they'll think it's by their effort. So let me take them around this place for 40 years and test their faith. And that's why most of them died in the wilderness. The road to these things are simple, man. That's why the governor should consult people like us. It's simple. It's simple. When you enter bus in the UK, you won't hear a Bayelsa man or a Rivers man. It's Yoruba, Igbo. Where are they coming from? Who is taking them there to school? Who is taking them there to school? What is the way forward? You see, so these things are simple. Until I landed that country, I never knew it was that simple.
But in lieu of sending people to the Yankee or the UK to school, how about bringing those persons here and having them teach the students here?
So I'll come to that. So for my foundation, that's what we do, and it's going to be for a lifetime. And we'll be doing it face by face. We'll be doing it as God blesses us. We'll do it. Then we also take care of the aged people in our society, our mothers, our aged fathers. If that is my own, that's my passion. You see the difference? With that mega allocation coming to the state, Dixon was paying those parents. Those are things I would say. Dixon was paying our parents. Why is this government with this huge amount of money not being able to pay our parents, even though it's 10,000 to buy paracetamol? My foundation does that. Then with other things, we fumigate, we do fumigation whenever the flood comes and leave. We fumigate the schools, fumigate the environment, all of that. You understand? Yeah, to get this mosquito and all of these snakes, all these things out of our communities. We do all of that. We even bought chemicals for all these farmers to take care of their farm and all of this. Most times when we have this idea and we share it, before you know, they will go and jack it onto it. So I focus on we share books. This last time we had to, since I jacked that one, we have to go and share books in our schools. We also give money for petty traders. Direct. I don't have to know you. You don't have to support me. When I see that you are selling fish under the bridge, I say, that mama with that woman selling fish under the bridge, put her. I saw that woman selling akara, put her. Because if 50,000, just imagine a woman is frying akara with 20,000 naira. Right. She will eat from there. Do you understand? So if you had 50,000 now, she won't eat from there again. Her business will scale up. You get the point? So all of those things we do by God's grace, as God is helping us. Now to your question on sending people abroad or not sending people abroad and bringing the teachers here. Nigeria used to do that when Nigeria was good. Stella marries all of those schools in Port Harcourt those days when we were still under Old River State. Yeah, you see Indians coming to teach. My elder brother, they were taught under such environments. The whites coming to teach us here. But today it's not possible, sir. It's not possible. It's more expensive to bring one teacher than to train 10 students abroad.
How's that?
That's it. Now, to bring a teacher here, you're going to be paying him monthly. So let's say you're paying that teacher equivalent of 5 million, which is equivalent of 5 million today would be around maybe 2,005 pounds, 2,005 pounds or 2,007 or so pounds. Yeah, because as a lecturer in abroad, you are being paid nothing less than 4,000 to 5,000 pounds. Which government is going to pay that? Calculate it. That's almost 8 million to 10 million. Now, to train a student in abroad for the full section, 16,000 pounds to 18,000 pounds. 2 years. So 2 years, you train a student for 18,000 pounds. Then 2 years, you'll be paying a lecturer for 2,500. No lecturer is going to accept that, sorry. Because that's for care workers.
That's for 5,000 pounds.
For years. So let's just bring it down to 3,005. Yeah, you're going to pay a lecturer 3,005 pounds every month for 2 years. How much is that, sir? Can you equate it to 18,000 pounds for 2 years? I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
The students going over that way.
The student gets there. The student works. The student makes money for himself. And if the student want to live there, you live there.
Doesn't that?
So you see that
as brain drain, losing us.
Brain drain. I totally support that. That's why people like us can't live in abroad. Because how can I live in abroad with every little thing?
But then again, right?
Brain drain, I agree. But train the people, write an agreement with them, and bring them back. So the school.
What's the kind of knowledge that?
That's what he has said. Sorry, it's very important.
Alrighty.
Why people don't plan it well? If I'm with government today, if they ask me, so you come and run it today, your parents will sign. Nigeria immigration will sign. UK immigration will sign. The school will sign. So after your studies, they are not going to give you visa further. So you come back home. Then the government must make already available provision. Not after the people are come back, they are not using their brain. That's why our ministries are unproductive. If I'm governor, every ministry, you must bring nothing less than 100 million from your ministry every month.
And in the end, that weight will still fall on the people because they will have to look.
No, sir. Production does not fall on the people. Production employs the people. You are throwing waste. Go to our street, waste are flying everywhere. Do you know that you should pay for that? For throwing waste after chewing gum, you throw it on the floor. You should pay for that.
All right.
You are weeing by the roadside. You should pay for that.
I think
why can't government make available spots where people can wee? If you see you wee outside, you pay. Do you know that these drivers driving carelessly should be paying money? Well, you see, when you want to settle society, you must take certain steps. Do you understand what I'm saying? You don't need to put a burden on the people. The law breakers pay for those that are not breaking law. Their senses will be correct. Society will align, fall in place. But ministry will prefer government to give them money to pack dirty. So how much are you generating? And what is the medium of payment on all of those things? Which ministry is giving government money and from what source? So when you say people will pay, no sir. Ministry of Agri today, what is their productive rate? Don't go and buy rice outside, sir. We are paramabri.
Well, they recently also did some bags of rice and also showcased. The Ministry of Agri, the state Ministry
rice
of Agri.
That they opened in their factory and bagged. Why are we doing this now?
They said these are Bayelsa.
No, from where? Who produced it? Where are the farmers?
There's a technocrat who is at the helm of affairs of the state ministry.
No, we are not talking on one person, sir. When people are farming, you will know now. When people go to farm, won't you know? They will tell you we are rice farmers. Tomorrow come here, you will see harvest.
And there's also been a release of grants. Is it 16 million or something?
When would they give? You gave it to politicians. When would you give? No, you give it to politicians. They are poor, they are broke. They will use some to buy cars, use some to build hotel, filling station. Then they will now give some to their boys.
That's like the most popular business around here, hotels and filling
yes, because nobody wants to produce. Government doesn't want to produce, doesn't want to encourage production.
Well, let's end on a political note. The NDC, I mean, you believe in the NDC, that's why you moved into the NDC. If you had to give NDC an advice so they don't implode, like you suggest that APC will soon implode, if you were to give the NDC an advice, so they don't implode, especially because they need to win their 24 assembly seats and also win the presidency, the National Assembly seats. What would that advice be?
The advice will go two ways. Hold on to God, pray. Power comes to God. God said, He has said it once, twice, we all had it, that power comes from God. Power doesn't come from man. Even if you say Adolf Hitler, that'll be one. Have faith in God. If you're a Muslim, have faith in God. If you're a Christian, have faith in God. If you are a Buddhist, have faith in God. Juju priest, have faith in God. Everybody have faith in your God.
Do you think there are areas where a potential controversy or crisis might erupt from the NDC?
No. NDC is so solid that there are no egos to fight. There are no egos.
Did you hear that there talks that Goodluck Jonathan is consulting, wants to consult? He broke just this afternoon. Goodluck, he has started, he says he's going to consult whether he wants to, run for office. But many persons were already suggesting that he should, there's an German party or a German founded party, the NDC, that hey, he should go into the NDC. Because, I mean, if he wants to run, where is he going to run under? He's not going to run under the APC. There's a president there already. He's going to run either under the PDP or, well, the NDC. That's popular.
Now, Jonathan coming to contest the election is not it's not going to be something that is going to trigger any panic in NDC if he wants to use the platform, because Jonathan and P2B, they are friends, and NDC has already zoned presidency to the south.
And Jonathan is from the south.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is they are not going to have issues.
So there's going to be a popularity contest.
I think they will have understanding.
Okay.
Yeah, I think they will have understanding. There will be common understanding.
Okay.
So it will not implode because the national leader of NDC is a stable Democrat. Is I call him the Nostradamus of politics in Nigeria. So he's gonna paddle the boat rightly, straightly, and it will anchor on a successful note.
All right, let's have you drop your final thoughts, as we draw the curtain on this program.
My final note on all areas,
on all issues.
My final note is Bayelsa should remain peaceful. Bayelsa should remain peaceful. And they should all come out to embrace NDC because it's our own. We've been shouting, hey, PDP is his own party. Hey, this one is this. The NDC is now the main his own party. So every other person that have crossed over to any other party, come back home, come back to the main Izon party, which is the NDC, and support the NDC to win all our elections. And NDC is open to receive as many that want to come without acrimony or without bias. So for me, I want to invite Bayelsans to embrace NDC fully. Then I also want to commend your program. The opportunity and privilege is really a frank talk, because usually people televise such program, but you never did. So for me, I appreciate the frank talk. I appreciate the Naija television,
Naija Live TV,
Naija Live television,
unfiltered.
Unfiltered. Okay, yes, it's unfiltered. Yeah, the unfiltered program. I want to commend you guys, Henry and my brother. Commend you guys for what you are doing and all of the leadership and staff of this program. Thank you very much.
Thank you plenty.
Thank you.
Dr. Swayo. It's really been a delight doing this, and hopefully we would rub minds pretty soon again. Maybe before you know, when you do your consultations and decide. Before then, But yeah, thank you guys. It's been Unfiltered 234. It's like he said, my name is Henry. I've had Dr. Swayo and Israel on today's conversation. Yeah, Israel with a Z. Yeah, we'll bring you very interesting conversations some other time. But for now, it's bye. First Secretary to the Governor of Bayelsa State. He's
home of peace, yo. We are for the peace. All for peace.
Dear esteemed community leaders and people of Bayelsa State, the Doiduri-led prosperity government is committed to transforming our rural communities into thriving hubs of development. We believe that every community deserves access to absolute peace and quality standard of living. To actualize this vision, we need your support and partnership. Join forces with us to improve rural infrastructure, enhance quality education, boost healthcare, and foster economic growth. Together, we can create opportunities for youth empowerment and employment, promote cultural heritage, and ensure food security and strengthen community social services. How you can support: participate in community engagement forums and collaborate with local government authorities and the Ministry of Community Development. Come, let's build a prosperous Bayelsa together.
Let there be peace, all for peace.
Courtesy, Honorable Alfred Belamonte Watson, Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Community Development. The impacts of climate change are upon us, necessitating adaptation and resilient building. In Bayelsa State, the recent annual rainy season has brought severe consequences, including excessive flash floods and river flooding, causing untold hardship for residents. However, under the leadership of His Excellency, Senator Doiduri, the prosperity government has taken proactive measures to mitigate these effects. The establishment of the Directorate of Floods and Erosion Control, along with the strengthening of other related agencies such as the Bayelsa State Emergency Management Agency, demonstrates a commitment to reducing the impact of floods. To further enhance resilience, major blocks, canals, river outlets, and drainage systems are being cleared, and higher grounds have been identified in all 8 local government areas to provide safe havens during floods. While the government is dedicated to ensuring the well-being of Bayelsans, residents also have a crucial role to play by cooperating with government agencies, staying alert to flood warnings, maintaining a clean environment, clearing blocked drainages, and reporting challenges to relevant authorities for prompt action. Through collective efforts, we can bolster our resilience and effectively combat the challenges posed by climate change. Stay safe. Courtesy, Office of the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Environment, Honorable A.B. Ben Olulu.
Every ripple starts with a single drop. In Bayelsa, that drop is the Education Development Trust Fund Board (EDTF). From the moment a child sits down to a nutritious meal to the day a scientist steps into a brand new laboratory, EDTF is there, turning challenges into opportunities. 5,000 meals served daily in our model boarding secondary schools, biological sciences laboratory equipment delivered to Naija Delta University, 1,000 teachers and school leaders trained with the British Council, special education teachers graduating from Ignatius Ajuru University under EDTF, scholarship research grants fueling innovation in our state-owned tertiary institutions, TVET, science labs, water facilities, culinary kitchens, and clinical labs springing up across Bielsa, vocational scaffolding trainings, and a computer-based testing center at UAT Tororua. These are not just projects, they are ripples that spread across classrooms, communities, and the entire state. But a ripple grows stronger when more hands join the water. So whether you're an organization, or a corporate partner, or an individual who believes in education, you can be part of this ripple. Support EDTF and help us expand Ripple. Donate, partner, or volunteer today. Together, let's transform our educational landscape. EDTF, building futures and putting smiles on faces.
It's on. Yes, so Ijo Youth Council Worldwide (IYC) Resurgence Mission 2026 don't come o. Now tested leader, a seasoned administrator, and strong voice for Ijo Nation. Barrister Aibakro Igbeta, PhD, former legal advisor of the Ijo Youth Council Worldwide, former SA Media and Publicity to MD CEO of NDDC, former SA on Youth Affairs to Deputy Governor of Bielsa State, and Naimi currently Secretary General Bielsa State Center for Youth Development. In vision, they very clear: unity for the council and protection of Ijo people rights for all Naija Delta. The support for Tantisa Security Initiative and make government put better money for Naija Delta agencies, plus opportunity for all Ijo youths for inside job matter and development. Yes, so time is for us to select the correct secretary. We go pilot the affairs of the Ijo Youth Council Worldwide (IYC) 2026. Oh yeah, we make you vote Barrister Aibakro Igbeta, PhD, for Secretary General Ijo Youth Council Worldwide. Vote wisely. Ado Alua Onua.
One of the problems we have in Nigeria is that it's difficult to have solid metals for creative engineering. So what you basically have in this country are tubes for building of houses and erection of structures and all that. But when you come to real metals that you can carve to engine block, metal that you can carve to a shaft or gear, there is nowhere to get in this country. So a country that does not have a shop for metals to cut can never develop. If we had shops where you can go and buy all kinds of grades of metals, it would be easier for the young to get the metals and come to a place like us, and then we will carve it for them, cut, bend, and then do all that. This country will develop. But we don't have. We have to look at China or any of those countries to bring those things to us. So that is the story of Nigeria.
Z10 for high-tech precision engineering. A technology and heavy-duty industry. Original spares for automotive, locomotive, aviation, marine and agriculture. Research and development for automotive engines and electric cars. Heavy-duty off-road equipment. Reverse engineering. Technological development. Academy for innovators and impressionable minds.
Bielsa State,
Dear esteemed community leaders and people of Bayelsa State, the Doyiduri-led prosperity government is committed to transforming our rural communities into thriving hubs of development. We believe that every community deserves access to absolute peace and quality standard of living. To actualize this vision, we need your support and partnership. Join forces with us to improve rural infrastructure, enhance quality education, boost healthcare, and foster economic growth. Together, we can create opportunities for youth empowerment and employment, promote cultural heritage, and ensure food security and strengthen community social services. How you can support: participate in community engagement forums and collaborate with local government authorities and the Ministry of Community Development. Come, let's build a prosperous Bayelsa together.
Let there be peace, all not for peace.
Courtesy, Honorable Alfred Belamonte Watson, Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Community Development. The impacts of climate change are upon us, necessitating adaptation and resilient building. In Bayelsa State, the recent annual rainy season has brought severe consequences, including excessive flash floods and river flooding, causing untold hardship for residents. However, under the leadership of His Excellency Senator Doyiduri, the prosperity government has taken proactive measures to mitigate these effects. The establishment of the Directorate of Floods and Erosion Control, along with the strengthening of other related agencies such as the Bayelsa State Emergency Management Agency, demonstrates a commitment to reducing the impact of floods. To further enhance resilience, major blocks, canals, river outlets, and drainage systems are being cleared, and higher grounds have been identified in all 8 local government areas to provide safe havens during floods. While the government is dedicated to ensuring the well-being of Bayelsans, residents also have a crucial role to play by cooperating with government agencies, staying alert to flood warnings, maintaining a clean environment, clearing blocked drainages, and reporting challenges to relevant authorities for prompt action. Through collective efforts, we can bolster our resilience and effectively combat the challenges posed by climate change. Stay safe. Courtesy, Office of the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Environment, Honorable A.B. Ben Olulu.
Every ripple starts with a single drop. In Bayelsa, that drop is the Education Development Trust Fund Board (EDTF). From the moment a child sits down to a nutritious meal to the day a scientist steps into a brand new laboratory, EDTF is there, turning challenges into opportunities. 5,000 meals served daily in our model boarding secondary schools. Biological sciences laboratory equipment delivered to Niger Delta University. 1,000 teachers and school leaders trained with the British Council. Special education teachers graduating from Ignatius Ajuru University under EDTF. Scholarship research grants fueling innovation in our state-owned tertiary institutions. TVET, science labs, water facilities, culinary kitchens, and clinical labs springing up across Bayelsa. Vocational scaffolding trainings and a computer-based testing center at UAT Tororua. These are not just projects, they are ripples that spread across classrooms, communities, and the entire state. But a ripple grows stronger when more hands join the water. So whether you're an organization, or a corporate partner, or an individual who believes in education, you can be part of this ripple. Support EDTF and help us expand Ripple. Donate, partner, or volunteer today. Together, let's transform our educational landscape. EDTF, building futures and putting smiles on faces.
Zone. Yes, so Ijo Youth Council Worldwide, IYC, Resurgence Mission 2026. Don't come on. Now tested leader, a seasoned administrator, and strong voice for Ijo Nation. Barrister Ayibakure Igbeta, PhD, former legal advisor of the Ijo Youth Council Worldwide, former SA Media and Publicity to MD CEO of NDDC, former SA on Youth Affairs to Deputy Governor of Bayelsa
Hello
State.
guys, thank you for joining us on this episode of Unfiltered 234, where we bring you conversations with people who matter, conversations that matter. Today, guys, let's discuss politics and development. More development, less politics anyways. We're joined today by the Chief Press Secretary to the Governor of Bayelsa State, His Excellency Senator Doidori. He is Daniel Alabra. It's good to have you. Welcome to the program.
Well, thank you so much, Henry Ahamefula.
And that's very correct.
And Israel, thank you for having me on your set. This is my first time being on this set. But what does Unfiltered 234 mean?
Unfiltered 234 is like Unfiltered Naija. So it expands beyond Bayelsa State, where we bring conversations, real conversations, honest conversations. We bring it unfiltered. We don't try to filter it. So you can see as it is.
As it is and how you feel.
Okay, so no holds barred.
No matter whose ox is good.
God, you say it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's like he said, I'm Henry Ahamefla, and
I'm Israel.
Yeah. Let's start this conversation with a statement that has rather gained notoriety around town in recent times. Someone said, after Henry Seraki Dixon's administration, there's been a gap in development. Well, how does this meet you?
Well, I find that very strange. But let me lay a background so that you can understand where I'm coming from. I have enormous respect for the former governor of the state because I give him a lot of credit for the foundation he laid, during his 8 years in office. Well, maybe you don't know, I also worked with him. He appointed me as special advisor on public affairs, and he graciously gave me that appointment, and I'm still very appreciative of that opportunity, and I owe him a lot of respect for making it possible for me to even come back to Bayelsa, because some of us we were like professionals in the diaspora. I am one of those who practiced my profession. In the media, I was a senior media executive in this country, but it was Senator Henry Seraki Dixon that invited me to join his government, and that made me come back to Bayelsa. Before then, I used to come, but I didn't know that I would come back to Bayelsa to come and stay here and work. So I just needed to make give that
you're
background,
grateful.
so that
Grateful to him.
now the other thing, why I have laid that background is for you to also understand that the comparison you are making, or you said somebody has made, it tells you that yes, I've worked with the other man and I'm working with the current person. So I think I'm in a better position to even give a better judgment. But I really do not like to compare both governments. I believe that everybody that is in position of leadership, particularly when you are governor of a state, you have opportunity to play your own role. The former governor has played his own role. He did quite a lot of things in this state, and I don't like it when people say the man just wastes 8 years, he not do anything. It's not possible. It's not possible for you to say that somebody will be in office as governor for 8 years, even if not 4 years, that the man not do anything. That is what you see. A lot of our people are very quick to dismiss, our people in leadership positions. I don't belong to that school, and I don't subscribe to it. The former governor has done his bit. The current governor is doing his bit. And I believe that at the appropriate time, whoever did better whoever performed better will be judged by Bayelsans, not those of us who have had the privilege of working with two of them. You know, it will be too extreme to do that.
You show disloyalty, you mean?
Well, not necessarily disloyalty, but it will be too disrespectful to do that. You understand? And I believe that when we get to that bridge, we will cross it. I mean, the current man is still in office. My boss, the current governor of the state, is still in office. He still has maybe less than 2 years, almost 2 years shy of him leaving office. So let him finish his tenure. Then the jury, who will now be Bayelsans, they will now be able to give their own account. But I don't think it is the proper thing to try to begin to say this man didn't do this man did do, except you want to look at specifics. Then we can look at what that man did, the previous person did, and what the current person is doing.
Well, how much has the governor consolidated on his predecessor's project? And there are also many who would say that, around the infrastructure, it seems as though most of the projects we are seeing being inaugurated and commissioned today are all from the Dixon administration.
Well, I really do not think that is the case. You understand? Yes, the former governor laid foundation, particularly in terms of infrastructure. There are projects that he started or he continued that he didn't finish, and this governor came in and he continued those projects. And I'm going to give you some of them. For instance, look at the Yenagoa Oporoma Okubie Road. The former governor took it from the Ekoli Bridge just by Swale. After former president, when he was governor, he built the Ekoli Bridge. Then up to a point around Ayama or so, when Dixon came in, Dixon took over that project, and the project ended at Igebiri, somewhere around Igebiri. But when this current governor came in, he said that, look, projects that were started by previous administrations, the resources of the state had been spent in either starting or developing those projects. If they are not finished, this government will continue. Of course, mind you, this government is an offshoot of the former government, even though they do not bear the same tax. The former government was restoration government. This is a prosperity government. But we all know the genesis. The current governor was, supported by the former. The current governor was supported by the former governor, and but the rest is now history. A lot of things happened along the line.
We'll get to that. Yeah.
So, but coming to the issue of infrastructure, this governor continued that project. Today, it took it from Igebiri, and today we know where that project has gotten to. That project has reached Oporoma. There's a bridge, the longest bridge, perhaps maybe in the south-south, 630 meters, was built by this government across River Non. But before that, this government had also built another bridge across the Silver River, before you get to Ayama, not Ayama.
When you cross Igebiri,
you have Igebiri, you have what's it called?
Before you get to Angama.
No, the bridge before Oporoma. You understand? So the 630-meter bridge. Now today, as we speak, that project was continued. So the state did not lose money in terms of abandoning that project. I'll give you another example. You go to Bayelsa West. The Sagbama Ikerimo Road, Dixon also did it up to a point. and this government came in. In fact, the road got to Ikeremo but was not completed. There was sand, what's it called? There was a stone base and all of that. But the bridges, there are 7 bridges on that road. This government came and did the 7 bridges. Before then, you know, the road was opened up till Ikeremo, but it was this government that came and ensured that that road was completed, and there were a lot of work. The former company that built it, they didn't finish it very well, and that's just the truth. I have to say it. But when this government came in, this government built the bridges on that. We took up that project 42.2 kilometers from Tororua, and that road today you can drive, like, you know, according to the Minister of Petroleum, he said you can drive to Ikeremo with your eyes, with your 2 eyes closed, because of how smooth and beautiful that road is. So those who are talking about him, you know, this government maybe completing projects started by they are not wrong, but it will not. That does not mean that this government, you know, has not done anything. You know, what this government has done is to save the resources of the state. But going further, this government has also built its own projects. Too many, too numerous. I can count for you if you want me. But I can give you a typical example. For instance, this government started the Nembe to Brass Road. As we speak, that road is 21 kilometers. The whole 21 kilometers has been sandfilled. Now, there are 10 bridges on that road. I'm talking about the first phase now, because there are 2 phases. The first phase, the state government is handling the first phase. Then the federal government is handling phase 2.
So the first phase is currently ongoing?
Currently ongoing.
I thought they were almost completing the first phase.
No. It's ongoing. It's going. Okay. That project won't finish until next year.
Okay, so is it until after the first phase is done before we'd have the second phase?
No. Both phases are going on simultaneously.
Okay, it's already started.
Yes, the federal government has awarded the contract. The contractor is working from Brass down towards Nembe, while we are working from Nembe towards Brass. You understand? Okay. So that was the initiative of this government. Started from this crash. And I mean, even the bridge project we are talking about, the road to Oporoma, those are projects that this government built from this crash. Now, we have also seen the new Inagua City. Beautiful initiative by the former government. But the former government, yes, apportioned the land, delineated it, if you want to, for want of a better word. But this government made New Inagua City a reality. So I speak from the point of information, because I was part of that previous government, and I know what this one has done. Today, we have a new city that by the time that city becomes a reality fully, Bayelsans, Nigerians will appreciate what, you know, the previous government started and what this government has been able to do.
What's the status of the new university? We having people already?
Yes, we have. Yes, it's been built up, but already we have we have the commissioners' quarters.
Except the commissioners.
And we have there are people who are almost finishing their own buildings. People are building there already. You understand? You have the commissioners' quarters and you have the legislators' quarters. They are already built. Beautiful structures. You just need to go to the university to see the roads. And I will be surprised if none of you has been to that place. Well, mind you, the road 1 linking the airport road was commissioned when the president visited on April 10. And everybody who has seen that road, and that is the way all the roads in that city is. All the roads, they are dual carriage. They are, I mean, well done, with drainage, you know, beautiful roads, you know. So now, let's talk about the turbine now, the electricity. That was not an initiative of the previous government. This government started it. It's on record that in 1 year we were able to build the turbine. Before now, for you to be able to build that kind of turbine, it will take you at least 3 years. But because this governor, Senator Doediri, is passionate about ending the scourge of poor power supply in this state, he had to ensure that that project was fast-tracked and finished in record time. Now we are no more talking about whether there is power or there is no power. You know, when the president inaugurated that project on April 10, a lot of people, instead of us to celebrate, you know, a lot of Bayansans were sad because they felt that would have been the day that we would have told PHEDC bye-bye. But that expectation was not met. But along the line, you know, we've been working on it. The experts, both local and foreign experts, have been working on that project. The what is it called? The turbine, the power plant itself was already complete. So the installation was complete. So that was why the president could commission it. What was remaining were technical aspects, you know, and it took maybe another month, 1 month or so, because as we speak now, there's power in Bayelsa. 24-hour power supply. I'm not going to say.
Can we see that categorically still? I mean,
I'm saying it on yourself. Anybody who wants to dispute me, I will say, okay, go to Opolo, go to parts of Elebele, go to even now parts of.
You know why I said that is because you said there is power in Bayelsa. You could have said there is power in Opolo, in Elebele, and certain parts of Bayelsa.
Are those places not part of Yenagua or Bayelsa?
And even then,
you generalize to say there's power in Bayelsa.
There's power in Bayelsa.
And even then, some will claim it's not 24 hours.
In Opolo, I stay in Opolo, for instance.
Okay, do you have light in your place?
Well, I had light for 3 hours from around 12.
Okay. It's a test run. Let me also clarify that.
Good.
But the truth of the matter is that I've also seen comments by people on social media, particularly Facebook, where they have said that for 48 hours the light has not blinked.
Okay. They
also live in Opolo. You understand? I've seen comments. Somebody wrote, even this morning, I saw somebody who wrote that they've had light in Okutukutu, you know, non-stop. So, you know, the thing is getting to all areas in Yenagua gradually, and I'm going to tell you why it's like that.
Okay.
Now, you know, the plant. Let me use the word line right hand. Yeah, the plant is still using the existing network of PHEDC. Unfortunately, some of their lines, wires, cables, and the rest, they are really, really old. So this turbine we have is an electronically controlled turbine. It's an e-turbine. So it's not your usual type of power infrastructure. If there is any issue, trips off, then they go and detect, they correct it. So that is why it's going to take a while. But I want to assure Bayelsans, speaking through this medium now, that 24-hour power supply is possible in Bayelsa, and this government has shown that it has the capacity to do it.
All right, CPS, would you blame those who are rather skeptical or maybe would even doubt what you say now? Because they say the president came, and typical, what we know about commissioning is that if, for instance, you're commissioning a road, you commission and then you go into the road, use the road. You know, If you're commissioning a health facility, you go in and then you do something. When the diagnostic center was commissioned, the former president Obasanjo went into the diagnostic center and did some diagnosis, So many had expected that when the gas turbine is commissioned, the president would also perhaps go there and then see if it's possible to use the lights and charge his phone.
Okay.
Typically.
Okay. Yes, I have no quarrel with that expectation. Yes, and what I've always explained each time I'm asked that question is, I tell people that yes, there was a communication gap, there was information gap. Maybe the Bayelsa Electricity Company should have told Bayelsans, look, this is the process. This facility is ready to run, but the technical aspect, it is still going to take a while. We need to put that in place, but it will not stop.
He did say that. All this came about, you mean?
It was later.
He did say that.
You understand?
He said it on the very day of the commission.
Okay. So at that time, not many persons even heard it. So, and the reaction was now more or less negative. Instead of people jubilating, celebrating, because they didn't get, to feel the
do you think this whole thing could actually rile the president up? Because someone was suggesting that the president is angry.
Who told them president is angry?
Someone was suggesting that.
Did they discuss that with the president? You think the president wasn't aware of the situation? The plant was already installed. Everybody could see it. Unless somebody has ocular problems. By that I mean maybe you have problems with your vision or your eyes. That's when you cannot see the plant, the turbines. They are there. You understand? But today, I think what we should be celebrating is that the turbine is not a monument. You understand?
It's not a white elephant.
It's not a white elephant. So it is there and it's now functional. So I at this stage I always appeal and I tell people that look, let that not be an issue. Keep faith with this government. This government has promised everything. This government has promised, it has done. Before then we also had the other issue with the aircraft. November 26 last year, that aircraft had its inaugural flight and flew into Bayelsa Airport from Abuja for the first time, and a lot of people were happy. That now we will not have to go to Port Harcourt anymore
to fly
to fly out of this our axis, this area, So, but along the line, the expectation too, was kind of affected because people thought that the flight will commence almost immediately. But, by December, people thought that during the Christmas, people were calling me, when are we going to book this flight now? When are we going to book this flight? I said, anytime from now, But you see, aviation is perhaps the most regulated sector in the whole world.
True.
You cannot cut corners because lives are always involved. So there is always a process. For you buy an aircraft, it doesn't mean that because you bought it's not like a car. You just buy it today, you register it, then you start driving. Even before registering it, you can even drive it. Aircraft is not like that. You have to meet operational standards, and there are bodies that regulate that. In Nigeria, you have the NCAA. You also have, FAN and others. But the NCAA is the body in charge of, regulating air operations, flight operations, the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority. So that process was what delayed the operationalization of that aircraft. You cannot, there was nothing we could do. We had to wait. But the good thing is that the operators of the aircraft, Pioneer Airline, they are in partnership with the Bayelsa State government. It's a private airline owned by a Bayelsan, but it is not owned by Bayelsa State government.
Okay.
So there's that partnership with the Bayelsa State government to operate aircraft bought, acquired with Bayelsa State governments, with Bayelsa's money. There are 2 aircraft. One came in November. The other one will come in anytime from now. Maybe within a few days, or let me say in a few weeks, the other one will come in. But the good thing is that, sorry?
Both of the same specifications.
I have not seen that one, so I will not be able to give you.
Speaking about specifications, a lot of industry professionals might believe that, being that we are in a dispensation of, you know, newer planes, better planes, they were thinking the government will opt for brands like the Airbus, the Bombardiers, you know, the Boeings. But
the
they rather
CROJs.
so they rather choose the ATRO, you know, ATRO 72 as though they are, you know.
Yes, but let me tell you, you see, the ATRO is not an old aircraft. The type we bought was, they started manufacturing the aircraft in 2010 or 2015. So, you know, aircraft, the lifespan of an aircraft actually depends on the engine. That's one. But 2, the aircraft is not like the car, where maybe after 10 years or so, you know, for as long as you are servicing that aircraft, it could last you 25, 30, maybe 50 years. The engine is what is important. But importantly, let me say that the ATRO 72-600 that we bought is not, anybody can Google it. The information I am offering now, I'm giving now, you could check it. It is not an old aircraft.
No, they talk now.
You understand?
It's
now,
another second hand.
No, which second hand? The other day, I watched a clip of somebody who was talking about that the person said, I know the person who used this they bought this aircraft from, and I laughed. I said, that is just somebody just grandstanding ignorantly, you know, on a platform, you know. Maybe online, let me say an online platform. But that is not the truth. There was also another ridiculous comment about the people who were sweating in the aircraft. If you have entered any aircraft in Nigeria, if that aircraft is on and they had not put on the air system, the AC, you will sweat by the time they put it on. But the truth of the matter is that was not, that comment was very, very wrong, was not correct at all. I was in the aircraft.
Okay, so what
I flew in that aircraft.
At some point, before they put on the AC system, there was heat.
You see, I'm not even saying that is the case. I'm just telling you generally. I've flown aircraft where you sweat, even while they will tell you that when you go up air, after a while the thing will.
Much like it is in vehicles.
You understand? And so, but for somebody to now say people were praying, they were struggling as if I was in the aircraft. So I'm not saying what somebody else told me. I experienced it firsthand.
Confirm
so
that from start to end.
Yes, and the flight, everybody. I could even mention names of persons in that aircraft, apart from the governor and maybe the minister. There are ordinary Nigerians, ordinary Bayelsans that were in that aircraft. Okay. You understand? So when people talk, well, they have their reasons for saying that, because you want to make this government, because you are against this government, so you need to say negative things about the government. But that is not a reality. It's not the reality. In any case, I'm not joining issues with anybody, because some of those comments, I just find them ridiculous. They are just beer parlor talk. You know, you want to excite people.
Are you saying with verity that the aircraft was not bought second-hand?
Well, what I can tell you is that it is not the body of an aircraft that determines whether it is new or old. Yes, it's possible. If an aircraft is new, you will see it. What determines the capacity, the functionality of an aircraft is the engine. So, but you look at the body of an aircraft, or you look at the seats, or maybe some of them are disused, they are old. You now say, oh, this is an old aircraft. That is not how you rate an aircraft. So it is ignorant talk. People who are ignorant that will now look at, the aircraft not new now, then go buy Tokumbo aircraft. The truth of the matter is that the aircraft we bought, there were factors for buying that kind of aircraft. One, our environment, the Niger Delta environment. That kind of aircraft, because according to the airline operating that aircraft, that kind of aircraft is suitable for our environment. You understand? Two, you also have to consider the economics of the business. That ATRO is a low fuel consuming aircraft. If you buy a Bombardier, or you buy an Airbus, or you buy a Boeing, maybe 737, or any of those aircraft, Challenger or whatever, you are going to spend like 5 times operating that aircraft for a distance of 1 hour, maybe from Bayelsa to Abuja or Lagos, which is like 1 hour. What you are going to spend on fueling and maintenance of that aircraft for that 1 hour journey will be 5 times what you are going to spend.
But this also means some persons say stalled time, in getting to Abuja. If you're supposed to get to Abuja in 45 minutes, you'll not be getting to Abuja in 1 hour.
No, that is not true. It depends. It is the aircraft. I'm not a pioneer staff. I'm not an aviation expert or an aviation personnel. But I can tell you that it depends on the airline's policy. You can decide that, look, this is how many hours. If go and look at the different airlines when you book a flight, there are some airlines you book, they will tell you will see there 50 minutes. For instance, ValueJet, I fly ValueJet a lot. You will see they will tell you or Arik or that they will tell you 1 hour 10 minutes or 1 hour 20 minutes. But sometimes it's not always up to that.
The ATR 72 with other aircraft.
It's not a slow aircraft, but it's not a slow aircraft, but it's an aircraft that is more easily than other aircraft. That is the basic. That is actually the basic.
Let's talk about the business
difference.
of all this. Yeah, let's talk about the business of all this. United Airlines has used airports. Ibom Air has used our airports. Now we are handing over our aircraft to Pioneer Air. First of all, what are we gaining in all of this? What's the profit of Bayelsa in all of this? Second of, can Pioneer Air really do this and make proper money from this? Why did we have United Air and Ibom Air stop, flying our airports?
Okay, I will tell you why. United Airlines still flies our airport. They've not stopped. It's just that they only have a flight every week, one flight to Lagos and one flight to Abuja every week on Mondays. Ibom Air came, yes, but it had to do with patronage. It is not government that will patronize the aircraft. Government will patronize, but you needed Bayelsans to patronize and make but what the government did is to make the route, there's something called route development. We partnered with United to get that done. And initially, I think you had flights like 2 or 3 times in a week. And the government had to be paying for seats, that were not booked.
Booked, yes. That's for United now.
For United.
Okay.
So at some point, the operational cost or the cost of those unbooked seats started getting very high. And the government looked at it and said, can we sustain this? Is it sustainable? Why don't we consider getting our own aircraft and starting something that will be of benefit to us? If I'm a businessman, I think that is a good investment decision. The only thing government didn't do, and that is where the Pioneer Air, that's where the Pioneer Air comes in. What the government didn't do is for the government to now begin to operate the flight directly. You understand? We did not want to go into direct operation of the aircraft because there is the philosophy globally that government is not a good businessman. government has no business in business. Okay. So we needed to explore the opportunity of private sector partnership. That was how Pioneer Air came in. And Pioneer Air, since it's a home-based, more or less, airline, you know, when the NCA, last week Wednesday, NCA presented the AOC, that's the Air Operator Certificate, to Pioneer. You know, that was what gave them the authority now to operate the flight. You know, a lot of people, even the minister of aviation, he, in his post on Facebook, he described Pioneer Air as Bayelsa State owned. That was not really correct. You understand? Even but is owned by, or is managed by Bayelsa, but it's not owned by Bayelsa, by the Bayelsa State government. So people need to know that. Okay, well, we're only in partnership with them. They are going to use the aircraft that we purchase to make money for our state. So we are creating an alternative source of income.
Saying now, is Bayelsa State looking towards getting a Bayelsa Air? Because you said the government has explored public-private partnership. That's
a good question, and I'm going to explain to you. Yes, the process of Bayelsa Air is ongoing, and by the time we get the necessary license, like the ATL and the AOC, Bayelsa Air will now begin to operate our aircraft. So the process is ongoing, and it's not. In fact, I said that it took only 4.5 months for Pioneer Air to get the AOC. That is a process that normally takes at least 2 years, 18 months, 2 years, or 3 years. So many airlines, they already have the ATL, that's the license to operate, but they are yet to get the AOC. Their planes are just there. But because we do not want to leave our own plane grounded, gathering smoke and dust and other things, we said, okay, let us kickstart this process with Pioneer Airline, and eventually we are going to have our own airline.
Do you have concerns that Pioneer Air may just meet the same problem that Ibom Air had? Especially because many would say there are not many Bayelsans flying out.
But that's not really true. I'm a frequent flyer. I'm a frequent traveler.
But there are not many Bayelsans.
When you go to the Port Harcourt airport, you meet a lot of Bayelsans, you know, who travel. We travel from here to Port Harcourt to board flights.
They say that
this
because
could rest on the fact that Ibom Air stopped operations because their seats were not fully booked.
Yes, because
the government
at that time there were 2 airlines. There were 2 airlines, and the route, we were just developing that route at that time. Look, the awareness
gained much more popularity.
Yes, the awareness has grown now. A lot of people want to fly, even though we know that the cost of flying is quite high. But I tell you, the advantage in flying by Pioneer Air, you know, according to the managing director of Pioneer Air, is that Pioneer Air will offer the best airfares in Nigeria. Lagos, Yenagua, Lagos, Yenagua, Abuja. You know, I bought flight tickets for 300,000, for 400,000, for 150,000, for 200. It depended on when you book the flight. If you are in a hurry and needed to travel urgently, of course, airline, it is like that everywhere. But when you book your flight early enough, there is the possibility. There's always the, you know, tendency for you to have your flight maybe at rock bottom price. So I believe that Pioneer Air will not suffer that, because the awareness to fly, a lot of Bayelsans are also eager to fly. Moreover, if they consider the fare, you know, to be reasonable, then the patronage will also be there.
Mr. CPS, now that you're here, it's good that we address everything around the plane and about the plane. When the plane came, there was this social media rancor about the registration number and certain aspects and certain things written on the plane. First, the registration. The registration was 5N, is 5N
SDD.
Yes, that's on one end. And there was another writing on it too that was just everywhere, this sample written on it. So a lot of persons now started thinking, I've been a governor personal project.
Okay. Yeah, I also read that and I saw that. I have videos of the aircraft at that time, but when you go to see the aircraft now, none of those things is there. As I speak to you, the only inscription you have on that aircraft, you have the 5N SDD, which is not anything that is our business. It's a NCAA numbering.
Choose the number.
No, you could give them number. Okay. You understand? Okay. Now, then the other thing you see is the Bayelsa logo, the coat of arms. That's you know. Then you see proudly sponsored or proudly supported by the Bayelsa state government. The other thing you see there is just the Pioneer logo. Even the name Pioneer is no more on the aircraft. All those sample, all those things, all those things are out of it. You understand? Because the day of inauguration of that inaugural flight, the governor, in fact, expressed his feelings about all those inscriptions, and he directed that they should be taken off the aircraft. That has been complied with. The only thing that we have not been able to do is to get it changed to Bayelsa Air, because that process you cannot do it by word of mouth. It's not by giving an order or a directive. You must go through a process, and that process is ongoing. Sorry?
The registration number is like the plate number of the plane. It cannot be changed. Still 5N.
Yes, they've given you. That's already what they have given to you. So, just to clarify your point, your question, the aircraft does not belong to the governor. It's only a registration number. So, let nobody entertain any fear that when the governor leaves office tomorrow, we'll come see say now the aircraft will change to the governor. No, it's just a registration number.
Let me take us back a little to the gas turbine which we passed. The PhD infrastructure. We are still using this infrastructure. We now own a gas turbine. How do we intend to play around all of this, knowing that, I mean, if PhD is to maybe at last leave the state, they probably want to go with the infrastructure. Are we somehow settling PhD for using the
Where would they go with the infrastructure to?
The bad infrastructure, or one settlement for the
Well, let me tell you. There are things that are impossible to do, and there is no point belaboring the point about them. It is not possible for us to build our infrastructure. It is not possible at this stage. You understand? Because those electricity lines, the cables, the poles, and everything you see, I do not think even our yearly budget will be enough.
To solve those on.
Yes. So, in any case, since the infrastructure is already there, utilize it until such a time that you will have the capacity to be able to do that. We could not be building a new turbine, a power plant, and you're also talking about building the supporting infrastructure. I mean, there are still other projects in the states to be handled.
But you're saying that these infrastructure typically, the fact they have problems, it's why some parts of Bayelsa are yet to get them.
They will be rectified as we move on. You understand? Even if we have to rectify, it's better than you trying to build new. It's not as if we did not build. There are areas we erected poles and the wires and all of that. There were areas, but it's not something we can do for the whole state. And that is a fact.
It can't be like, say, you turn on gen before you check wiring for house. Like, these things, weren't they part of the planning process of the whole project management process?
Yes.
We have checked for all these things before the operations.
We did sure of those things. We knew, let me put it this way, we know about them before we started this process. So it is not as if we not plan for them. We plan for it because we know so and so it be. But the most important thing, you know, go get the power plant first before you go begin to think of all those ones. Okay. You have to put the power plant, because okay, if you want go correct wire, you want go put new wire and power plant when go supply the light no day. What thing will be the essence of doing it? You understand? So it is better you have the plant installed, check how you go run with the thing when they on ground. Where there are issues, you correct. Where there are no issues, you move on.
Okay, so the value chain of the coming down to the supply value chain now, gas is needed. How we could pay for this thing? Are we using the metering system or
even meters? Even meters, we are getting there. Where part of the arrangement for building this plant is for us to also have a metering factory, a metering plant in Bayelsa. We are getting there, but you see, even if we have to now place order for meters, because metering is an integral part of this whole process.
But for the first 1 year, we'll be running.
Yes, well, we're using the existing infrastructure, the billing system, and the rest. But those details will be worked out, between the Bayelsa Electricity Company and the Port Harcourt Electricity Company. But the good thing is that the power that we are generating is not going to the national grid, where they will now give us a percentage. The power we generate, we are using our power here. In fact, what we are even supplying now is not even up to the installed 60 megawatts capacity. Say before now, the power when EDC they give Bayelsa, now only like 24, 25%. 24-25 megawatts. That's what we get. And that's why you see electricity today very bad. I know they live for government house. Myself, I they follow suffer, waiting every other person they suffer for this light. Okay. So I know what it mean. If I tell you how much I spend buying fuel daily, it's only now I just say, okay, I don't tire for this thing. I can't gather money, save money. I go buy lithium battery, because I get inverter. So the thing now don't help me manage my power this thing better than before. But I tell you, what about people when not get money to do that? They suffer a lot. And the governor is somebody who is very concerned. In fact, in 2024, when we had that problem at Igbogene all the way to around Okogwe, where they go vandalize the power lines, where for like 4-5 months there was no light in the whole of Bayelsa. That was the turning point for the governor. The governor just feel that why will I be spending state money to go fix something belong to federal government? It better we will get our own. And like on Sunday, the governor now also disclosed waiting cost some delay. This project will have started earlier when he went into discussion with Access Bank and the later about Wigwe. So, like I said, the man no die for that December 2024.
Okay.
Maybe this project will have started since that 2024.
So he was a critical stakeholder in all of this. How about Wigwe?
He started the discussion with him, but when the man died now, the man had to now begin to look for other alternatives until we now got the Jampo group that came in. And
so we'll be paying estimated billing.
I'm not in a position to give you that information. It is the what is it called?
MD of the
Bayelsa Electricity Company will give you all those information. Well, but all I know is that yes, somebody will look at it that since we never get our own meter and we are using the existing meter, this thing. Well, for people who not get meters, they go to do estimated billing. But if you get meter, you do it. Now you they vend them now. Now you they put money. Now as your power reach, now you go put to take use. And now you know how you go take use your electricity. They use your electricity for your house to know how you go take manage how you go to recharge your meter.
Here's something that the Bayelsa Electricity Company MD has given. It says some 11.4 million standard cubic feet of gas will be needed for the gas turbine quarterly every 3 months, and the implication of that, it runs into billions of naira. Now, he also has this fear whether Bayelsans can really pay. And we're talking about 24-hour power supply. Can Bayelsans really pay for this price, especially when we're doing estimated billings now? Does the government have any plan to maybe subsidize this gas turbine? We're also hearing talks from some quarters that for the first 1 month to be free, light will be free.
No, but I'm not sure anybody has made that pronouncement.
I heard that.
The governor has not said that.
Okay.
So I cannot say what the governor didn't say.
So the governor has not said that for the first 1 month, light will be free?
The governor hasn't said that. The truth of the matter is that power is not free anywhere. You understand? So, and you just quoted figures of the gas, what it the quantum of gas that will be utilized quarterly and what it translates to in terms of dollars. It means that if you want to enjoy 24-hour electricity, you have to pay for it. I think that Bayelsa should not be afraid. It is worse for us to pay for darkness, like we have been doing, than for us to pay when we have light. And you will be shocked or you'll be surprised that it might not be as high as what you used to pay. That's the only way to answer your question. I cannot tell you specifics.
So there is currently no plans of any subsidizing?
Well,
any subsidy?
Subsidy? No, I don't think there's plan to subsidize anything. You understand? There's no, even the federal government don't come out. They have increased tariff, you know, through the Electricity Regulatory Agency and the rest. They've been increasing tariff. So we are not running the power, what is it called? The power plant is not a, how do I put it now? It wasn't installed to render free service.
Now the thing is this, for the first 1 year or so, where before we start going into meter proper, it means that the the management of the gas turbine would have to cut some persons slack who have yet to pay their bills.
Well, we have a regulatory agency. They will have to enforce that. There will be enforcement. You understand? Otherwise, the essence of setting up the plant will be different.
It would be hard for us to calm down and carefully install meters before we now go ahead and start operating this gas turbine. Let's say we are not looking.
Are you ready to wait? Is anybody ready to wait for that?
If the governor wants to start a project and says we're giving the 2-year timeline, time frame, 3 years time frame. I mean, people know that it's 3 years we're looking to do this, and all of that.
So you keep it dormant for 3 years.
No, that's when you start the process of procuring the plants and all of its parts, and also the infrastructure, checking the infrastructure.
Okay, I see your point. I see your point, but I do not think at this stage that is what is feasible. In me, I like to move with the reality. You understand? Why they not commission? Why they not finish this plan? Make we sure say light good day before they commission them. The thing has been commissioned. People are still crying and bellyaching over commissioning. Meanwhile, we are moving towards how to get this plant running. Now the plant has started running. Some people are to shame not even congratulate the governor anymore, because they don't write so many things. Even some people are still living in denial. They are even saying that like people in the area
but there's only like 2%. Maybe that's even a wrong figure. 1% of Bayelsans that has this like. Is that 1% correct?
Yes,
you might. It's something that's spread only around
No, that's why I said. That's why I said the thing is coming up incrementally. It will get to everywhere. Because the capacity of that plant can serve, I mean, maybe 70 to 80 or 90% of Bayelsa.
Of Bayelsa, not Yenagoa.
Not only Yenagoa. The plant was not built for only Yenagoa. Yes, this thing will get to parts of Southern Ijo, around Yenagoa. It will get to Ogbia. It will get to Sagbama. It will get to Ekeremo. It will get to Kolokuma or Pokuma. You understand? It will get to even Nembe. So it's not that it's going to be gradual. You don't put all the load on a plant immediately, on a power plant immediately. You understand? Now, the moment the thing starts running effectively, like I said, what is going on is a test run. The moment it starts running effectively, you see they will begin to increase the load on it, and more areas will experience the
but
power supply.
Do you have any information on the timeline as to when?
No, I cannot. I don't have that information. You understand? Only the Bayelsa Electricity Company can give you, and the people working on the plant, they can tell you when. But they are working very fast, because the governor said on Sunday, 2 days ago, that by Sunday or Monday, the connection will get to Panshia, and it will by Monday. In fact, even from Sunday, some people reported that they had light in Panshia. You understand? That they had light in Panshia. Yesterday, other people confirmed, and this thing has been ongoing You know, but I'm waiting. I know some of those persons who wrote all kinds of things, criticized, abused, insulted the governor because of this light. Now, some of them I've not seen them write anything. Some of them have even started enjoying the light. They are not even saying anything. They are making it look like, oh, it's our right now. It's our right. No.
So I think many persons don't quite know if it's the gas turbine or it's PhD light.
We get light for this state.
So PhD don't
light now. In fact, I went to a meeting before coming here, and there was light when I got there. So I asked the host of that our meeting. I said, Chief, this thing, is it PhD light or Bayelsa gas turbine? I say, if you like saying a gas turbine, no, say people are saying it's gas. You know the show. So you understand? Yes, but the thing with the information will now percolate to continue.
Whatever light Bayelsa State has now, it's not PhD.
Well, I cannot completely say that, but I know that for you to know the one supplied by the gas turbine, that one stays longer.
Okay.
The PhD.
So I'm not sure if it was
if I was still like 4 hours, I was saying,
I think 3 hours now.
This one will be cast turbine.
See, in my area, they stole our cables.
Okay.
So for more than a month now, going to like 2 months, I've not had light in my house.
Okay.
So I want to imagine what I spend buying fuel. You understand? So
you could be running on inverter.
So and now light came to my area, the area I live, but my axis.
No light.
Now there is no light in my street and in that my area.
Okay. As much as we would want to stay on the light conversation, let's shift a bit and maybe even go back in time to projects. You know, when I started, I talked about consolidation, and that's what one beautiful thing with the Doyedo administration, of course, consolidating, especially on infrastructural projects. But there are those who think there are also projects that the government has not paid attention to, and one would wonder why that is. One of those projects would be the fish farm, the fish village in Igbogene. You're here today at Yenigwe, rather. Yenigwe, Igbogene. Many persons will say Igbogene, but I think Yenigwe.
When last did you go to that place?
Yeah, well, that's why.
When last have you heard about it?
Since you're here now, I'd like you to tell us what the status of that place is.
That place has started running.
Has started bringing out fish.
Fish, as I speak to you. You understand? That place has been revived. That place was dead. And what actually affected that place was kind of agreement that was entered into by the previous government. The agreement had issues. You understand?
With the Aquasys company?
I don't know the name of the company. I can't even remember. But we have been able to untie all of those problems. And now the Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy has taken over. You know, it was formerly under the Ministry of Agriculture, but it's now under the Ministry of, because there's an aquaculture village. So as I speak to you, I need to take you people there for you to see, confirm what I'm saying. So, I mean,
when you say it started producing fish, it means that we would have enough, fish around here, and
yes,
we would also see fish that's been produced from it, because it's not a small.
You go there today, you will see what is it called, the point and kill. What do we call it? The catfish.
Catfish.
That place is producing catfish as we speak. At least in the last, I think about 2 weeks ago. Actually, it's very recent. So let me be very frank with you. You know, that place was they've been working there, trying to put all the dilapidated facilities in place. So I think it was late last month or early this month that.
So in the coming days, we are expecting to see the price of catfish in the market with you.
Oh yes, that is even, those things are they produce very, very fast. So you'll be surprised that maybe in another 1 month or 2.
So, well, government is the one managing this.
Yes, of course.
Regardless of the fact that we sometimes are not good businessmen.
Yes, but at least let us start the process. Why we now look for,
private hand.
Yes, private people.
Okay, if we go to Bayelsa West in Ebedebri, there is the cassava production.
Cassava plant is running as I speak to you.
Is it running? Was it commissioned? When was it commissioned? Because I know that sometime.
Well,
the pre-commissioning visit.
But this government didn't commission it. We have
No,
not.
we had already go for pre-commissioning visits.
That's what I'm saying, but it has not been commissioned.
So how is it operational?
Now, the truth of the matter, the previous government, more or less, they didn't fully complete it. You understand? I think that place has the capacity to handle like 60 or 64 metric tons.
60 metric tons.
Yes, of cassava, you know, daily.
Daily, yes.
You understand? So, but as I speak to you, this government has completed the process. In fact, they have a challenge now that they do not have enough cassava supply.
That's the challenge that they've had since.
Yes, so
now.
So they now go to source for. They are even trying to develop a farm, a cassava farm, where, you know, apart from the off-takers within the state, not enough. We now scout for off-takers, you know, from around Bayelsa, maybe Rivers, Delta, maybe around Agbaro, Ugeli, all of those areas. But that plant is functional.
The Ebedebiri cassava processing plant is functional.
Yes.
And it's producing starch.
Yes.
Daily.
Yes.
That's what you're telling us now.
I'm telling you that place is functional. You can also go and check if you want. I can take you people there, because I spoke with not just a management person. I spoke with a staff who works there, just maybe like 2 weeks ago. So I mean, and I do not think that he was just telling me story.
You mentioned
I've heard it before from somebody else before he confirmed it.
Yeah, one of the problems you have mentioned is the fact that they don't quite have enough cassavas, you know, to make starch from. Yeah, how is the government looking to beat this? Then again, one of the ways the government.
But that one has. We are into an arrangement with a private concern.
With the private.
Yes, there's a consultant handling it.
Okay.
So it's not direct government control.
Okay, you mean the plant itself?
Yes,
run by private company.
Yes, the government went into partnership with somebody.
Okay, so they are the one that's handling all of
yes, all of that. So they will be able to give you that information, not me.
Okay, that's good to know. But at least it makes sense, and it's also pleasing to the ear to hear that if you go to Ebedebiri, the cassava processing plant is up and it's running. But the private firm, you had mentioned that we should probably go to them for information. But the governor had also at some point talked about civil servants going into farming. As a matter of fact, even giving 2 days inside of a week for civil servants to go to farm. And one would think that, for instance, a private firm could be sourcing cassava from civil servants and Bayelsans who are farming. I don't even know if that is functional. Do you have a farm? I like to. Actually, last year I moved the idea of having a farm.
Do you have a farm?
I have a farm.
Okay, good.
Good thing that Israel has one.
Now you have a farm.
I've never bought planting. I've not bought planting in 4 years.
Okay. Did anybody compel you to get the farm?
No.
Nobody even directed you before you got the farm. The governor gave a directive: civil servants should own farms. The people who are still waiting, some of them were even saying that the governor has to give us land now. Let him come and give us land to farm. See, the government, when you farm, like you now, for instance, me, I have a farm, even though I'm not running at full capacity, you know, but nobody told me to develop the farm. But you now, you say you've not bought plantain for years. Yeah. Do you know what that does for your home economy? It's for your own good when you have a farm. Now, when you have excess, you now sell. You can make more. You can make some money.
Does that directive still subsist? Because
till tomorrow,
are not going.
The governor has taken back the directive now. So it's up to civil servants that want to utilize whatever space they have. You understand? So, I mean, it is what the governor tried to do was to encourage people to develop means of alternative income. You understand? Apart from the farm helping you to solve some of your home needs, you could have excess that you can also sell and make money.
No, the idea simply is if we have more persons who are engaging in farming, would have more products.
Yes, the issue of food security. For instance, the Minister of Agriculture is focusing on increasing rice cultivation. You understand? Seedlings, grants, and everything they give to farmers in this state. We've also trained young Bayelsans in soilless farming and, you know, other types of farming in Nasarawa State. There are CSS farms, in integrated farming in Nasarawa, and also in Ogun State. Young Bayelsans, women and young young men have also been trained. So the question is, some of them, they even got money to start up their farms. Why are they not developing their farms? So sometimes government creates the environment. It is now left for you to take advantage of that opportunity. You know, government cannot provide everything for you. There's nowhere in the world where the government provides everything for you. But government will provide the basics, and it will also provide the enabling environment. So as a businessman or as an individual, you take advantage of that, of the opportunities that the government has created for you to be able to better your life. So the issue of food security is not only until the Ministry of Agriculture grows rice. For instance, we have local farmers in Bayelsa that are doing very well.
Does the government have a database?
Without government, even these are not government farms.
Is there a database of those? Because I know that the governor releases some 11 billion naira. You know better the figure. Some 11 million naira monthly to farmers.
200 million.
200 million naira monthly.
Yes.
To farmers as grant.
Yes.
That's still ongoing.
It's just that one started, I think, towards the end of last year. But before now, what we had was grant to MSMEs, small and medium scale enterprises. In the 105 wards, initially we started from 200,000 naira, then it was raised to 400,000. You know, for in every political ward, we had 2 persons, later 4 persons. That one was Ministry of Trade and
Was it not the
Industries.
NGK program?
No, it's different. This is state government, I'm telling you now.
But NGK has also had something like that.
Yes, NGK has had, but
immediately after the COVID-19 and all of this.
Yes, you know.
Is it not the same thing?
NGK
is it a partnership?
Not well.
I know that the state government
they gave grants, but I think after some time they started asking that those monies be repaid. That's what I heard about it.
Yeah,
but that of the state government was different. You know, so the government tried to support our local entrepreneurs, even those very small scale people who run small businesses
now for
in our
villages.
villages.
This 200 million naira grant that they release, governor releases monthly for agriculture. Who are those who benefit from this? Do we have a database of farmers that would typically get this?
Yes. This
is the Commissioner for Agriculture has the data base. I don't have that information, and like I don't give information I don't have, and I don't speculate.
What step does the government take to ensure that?
But what I'm telling you is something that is happening even now.
This is not just about the farming alone. It cuts across even skill acquisition. What steps does the government take to ensure that a lot of this money sent out, a lot of these trainings result in direct increase in output? For
skill acquisition, you know, just trying to be conservative. This government has trained close to 10,000 persons in skill acquisition, and I believe you heard of the Doyediri skill acquisition program run by, you know, the office of yes, you know. Now, that is a program that has been very, very successful. You know, I think we are having the 4th or 5th batch that will be going for training anytime from now. But the good thing about that program is that after each batch of training, the beneficiaries are given, what do you call it? The starter packs.
Are you aware they sell the starter packs too?
Yeah,
that is where I always tell people that is not the fault of government. Government has empowered you. You decided to now turn that empowerment to short-time pleasure.
Are we targeting the right person?
The right person.
The people who really need the skill and empowerment.
It is people who offer themselves.
Our siblings and
no, it is people who offer themselves that you would. I tell you, when this current one, when they started this program, I beckoned to some of my persons in my community and in my family, my extended family. I said, look, this opportunity is there. People should take advantage of it. The response was poor.
Someone who
you understand?
Studied.
But I want to tell you this. But there are people who see those kind of opportunities and they take it. There are people today who have started their own businesses after those trainings. Some have done catering. When they get their starter packs, they start. Some is fashion designing. just like
we
like
get
that.
to see testimonials. People who, after taking the starter packs, will come and tell us it is as a
No,
result of this.
but Henry, there are
acquisition.
testimonials. So many of them are bound in this state of people who went through this trip.
You don't go to a barbing salon and the person barbing you say government trained me, or you go make a cake and the caterer tells you, see, now government trained me.
Or a tailor.
Well, maybe you have not seen.
10,000 of
Maybe
them.
you have not seen. Me, I've
You've
seen.
trained 10,000 of
And
them,
I'm telling you that
just see
I
them.
know persons who have undergone those training, and today they are fending for themselves. But I mean, there's a general malaise, if you ask me, in our state. A lot of persons see government as a place where, when government is doing anything, now free gift, we could just go take our own. So once they collect whatever is given to them, they move on with their life. They are waiting for another set that will be done again. But this program, the current one done by Mrs. Charity Kens Godwin, they monitor every person who had gone through the program. So it's difficult for you to come after you have gone before. Previously, maybe they were not monitoring them.
But do they extend the monitoring to ensuring that these persons don't sell?
Those who have set up, they also monitor. But she will be she's in a position to give you the specifics, the details. But the little that I know about it is what I'm telling you.
Could we be much more careful when we're doing this empowerment to ensure that we're targeting the right persons?
Let it not be that the government is just wasting money.
Yeah. So
I see your point. I see your point. But that shouldn't stop government from doing what it's supposed to do. If people don't take advantage of it, and others take advantage and they better their lives, who will have the regret?
Okay.
It's not government.
Let's also piggyback a little bit and talk about the Bayelsa Diagnostic Center, the Bayelsa Specialist Hospital. These are secondary healthcare facilities. Primary healthcare facilities in Bayelsa is not exactly where it ought to be. Many would argue that. We could start mentioning names of PHCs in town. It's not where it has to be. But then the governor is making efforts. There is the Proma Referral Center. That's a second health facility also. But when many persons won't know, now the Bayelsa Diagnostic Center and the Bayelsa Specialist Hospital, what will happen to them? It's barely functional. At the Bayelsa Diagnostic Center, you won't even see anything. Now we hear stories of a hemodialysis center that's around the Bayelsa Diagnostic Center. Was it converted to a hemodialysis center?
No, the diagnostic center is different from the hemodialysis center. The hemodialysis center was built from the scratch. Apart from the fact that yes, the building was already there, but every facility you see there was, you know.
So what happened to the diagnostic center?
Honestly, I will not be able to tell you. You understand? But I know that there were issues, and at some point, contractor issues now, because it was also given out to the contractor, and there were issues. But honestly, as I speak to you, I do not think that place is functioning at full capacity.
Is it functioning at any capacity at all?
At all? I cannot. I do not know. I must be frank.
But at this point now, I'm concerned because you might likely share the same sentiments with the Bayelsa Specialist Hospital.
If the Bayelsa Specialist Hospital is functional, I've been treated there. I've been admitted in that place before.
Is it functional as, for instance, you go to any other secondary health facility around town?
It depends on what you are looking for. I go to that. That is where I do my medical. Apart from maybe outside the state, if I'm going to, I have appointment with any doctor outside here. My doctors are at the Bayelsa Specialist Hospital. I go to them whenever I need medical. I need medical service, or I need to do any check. I go.
People say there seems to be a problem with handing over government built infrastructure and any of the programs or projects we have to private hand for management, a business, for instance. The Ebedibiri, there was a problem private because of the contractor.
But now we are. But I told you that place is much better.
But then there is also that pattern. Ebedibiri is there, the aquaculture village is there, and also diagnosis. A number of them. It seems as though there is a pattern of neglect or contractual problems. What could be the cause of all of this? Why does government
why don't you also look at the ones that are functional?
No, there are those that are functional.
So the truth of the matter is that when a facility has issues, the best thing to do is to address those issues. But let us not use it to generalize as if there's a total collapse. There's no total collapse. For instance, the issue of primary health care. We might not be where we are supposed to be, but we are not where we were. And I tell you,
how so?
Look, recently, Bayelsa State won the UNICEF award in healthcare development, and it's in primary healthcare. We got $400,000 coming second in the South from UNICEF.
What exactly have we been doing in the primary healthcare sector?
So if the primary healthcare, this is not a local, it's not a local award now. If we were not doing anything at all, there's no way we will have been deserving of that kind of award.
I'm curious now. Is it the drones that you use to deliver medication and drugs?
It's not only the drones, but you know of the drones.
Yeah.
And in Nigeria today, there are only 3 states or so that have that kind of facility. And we started it. You understand? The partnership we have today with what's their name now? You see, that facility, anybody who comes to Bayelsa and sees that facility, they always give this government, thumbs up, because the ability to reach far communities that are easily not reachable, particularly where there are no roads, you have to go by boat. The time to get to those places with medical supplies, you know that facility and the operation, the operation it renders has been able to, close that gap very seriously. So those are things that are functional. But we always want to say, this one no dey work, because of say this one no dey work. Now we say nothing else dey work. That is where I don't. For instance, today I've been able to do something here. The areas that are working, I tell the ones that are not working. And I'll tell you what I know, and I'll say, yes, I agree with you. But let us strike a balance. This one, it will work, and we do it well. This one, it know the work, we will improve. But to say that healthcare, the other day somebody posted was it a video? Maybe something happened to the person. They now said that. Healthcare in Bayelsa is dead.
It happened in Zero Koloberi.
I don't know what happened. You see, yes, there could be issues with funding. You get it? Yeah. Which is something that, yes, it's a normal thing. Because there are too many competing requirements, competing needs. Every facility will not have the same kind of funding. Those are things that, yes, we could admit. But to say that we can't do anything, no now.
But is this not too much on us? We go put more funds for Bayelsa Specialist Hospital, the 500-bed hospital, also the hemodialysis center. Is it not too much? Can we not just focus on a few that would...
It doesn't work like that. Okay, are you not surprised that today we have five higher institutions?
That many would also say are struggling.
State-owned.
Many would also say are struggling.
Some people will tell you that this small state, only NDU is enough now. Even when they are setting up NDU, they say, why they won't set up university? How many Bayelsans they go school? But today we have NDU. We have Bayelsa Medical University. We have University of Africa. Not be so. We have College of Bishop. We have Polytechnic. We even have a private university. Is it not the case? So, look, the world is growing. Sometimes you need to do these things to meet with current realities. You might not get everything 100%, but keep doing the best you can. At some point, the way government works, at some point, another government could come in, and you see that the focus will shift, and you see those places that were not getting enough funding begin to get enough funding. Because government is a very large enterprise. It's a very big elephant. You understand? So sometimes you might not be able to service all of the competing needs, but let it be that you at least you are doing something.
Okay, let's talk around tourism a little. The government of Doideri, the Assured Prosperity Administration of Governor Doideri, his position on, or disposition on tourism. Peace Park is an area that before now, I mean, did a lot of bubble. But while there are parts of it that meets the eye properly, well, there are other parts that many would say is an eyesore. Well, recently we heard of the University Park, and we're not quite certain if that's a government-owned thing or a private thing, but maybe we'll have you...
It's privately owned. Government went into a partnership with somebody. So the University Park is an initiative of government in partnership with a private.
Is it a 50-50 thing or 30-50?
I do not know the details of this thing, but I can tell you that there's a relationship between the Ministry of Tourism and that park. But mind you, Peace Park died a long time. What the pleasure part of it died a very long time. It's this government that has revived it.
So why it died? I know it was functional during Silver's time.
That's what I'm saying now. But after Silver's time, was there any Peace Park?
Okay.
Other than what the celebration you do at the Cenotaph. That's the only thing that was happening there. Until now, we have been able to create, revived the tourism part of it. So people should be looking at what the government has done in trying to bring back that place. Not looking at where it was. You understand? So, I mean, there are so many things that this government has tried to revive that were more or less no more functional. This park is one of it. And let me tell you another thing about tourism. Maybe you don't know. This government has acquired what's it called, ferries and cruise boats.
Okay.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy. As I speak to you, we have acquired boats. Very soon, you see, when they asked those shanties at Osbo Lake to be evacuated, and so that was the reason. Because so that place,
they don't quite have any other plans to build something on that. Is it just the ferry and the shanty?
No, that place will be used as a base for the cruise, the ferry services. Let me put it that way.
Okay.
You understand? Very soon, all of the ferries have not arrived, but some have already arrived. So the government is serious about at least starting something in tourism, and in the next few months you will see that fructify.
The last time we had ferries there, we saw one ferry and a seaplane, and a couple of weeks.
No, that one is that's old story now. Old story. That was previous government. Seaplane is previous government. So that plane only came one day and we didn't see it again. I was one of those who celebrate. I found that at the end of the day, it didn't work out the way we thought it would.
That's
and I really don't want to dwell on that.
Okay, well, I was going to say that Henry Umbuku was also the person who brought that plane that time, but let's leave that. I actually want to talk to the Okbo Lake. People had, used that place as some form of relaxation. I go there oftentimes, for relaxation. And those shanties, they made the place kind of lively. And if we talk about tourist attraction, I mean, for instance, now if you remove the University Park, this is debatable ways. Many persons will still prefer that Oxbow Lake location over the University Park, but debatable, yeah.
But they don't offer the same kind of
no, they don't.
Pleasure.
They don't. But I mean, many persons of adults, yeah. But the Oxbow Lake provided a kind of comfort. I'm sure you visited there.
Yes, I used to go there to eat
several times. Yeah. So
but I knew that it will not last long, because from the beginning they knew that it was not a permanent.
So when we are doing these ferries, is there a plan to set up something of that nature around there again?
There's a plan. There's a plan to build a proper infrastructure there that will serve the purpose of tourism and what's it called? The marine, the ministry's what is it called, their own vision and the plan. So there is a plan to build a structure there. Government is not out to inflict pain on people. I know there are a lot of emotions that people, they came up with a lot of emotions, and government needed to provide an alternative place when the place was being demolished. But honestly, if government tells you that we are going to use this place the next few years, you could use that place for 10 years. But when government is ready to use it, government will not look at your emotion anymore.
Knowing that this is source of loot for a lot of persons there, was there anything provided for them?
Well, I do not think it's
any package, any incentive.
I do not really know. But what I know is that they were informed and they were given enough notice to move. When they give you quick notice for your house, when the time reach, you go move now. If you don't move, they'll go get court bailiff to come out you.
Right.
So,
let's discuss politics before we call this conversation a wrap. A little of politics. We've talked a lot about development, yeah. So on the political front, let's start with the governor being in APC and his predecessor, one who supported him, backed him so much, to come as governor. Being in the NDC, having his own party, the EC, and of late there have been talks when the governor defected, the Senator Henry Siraki Dixon also did not quite.
He criticized him.
Yeah, he criticized him clearly.
Okay.
And the governor did not quite respond. But there's a way the governor responds, just subtle response. And also when the senator would say things, the governor also responds in certain. So, I just wanted to ask: is all well between the governor and he'd like to call his leader?
Let me ask you a question. With the question you have asked. The former governor criticized the current governor for leaving PDP. Is the former governor in PDP now? Why didn't he remain in PDP?
But he left the PDP.
No, he shouldn't have left, because his anger was because the current governor left. He expected him to stay to salvage the party. So why did he leave? He should have waited to salvage it now.
He's a senator. There is not much he can do as a senator.
No, that's not, because he's a former governor.
A former
Isn't
governor.
it? Yes, he is a former governors or governors have influence in this country, whether former or serving. Now, he should have salvaged PDP. Look, people should give kudos to this governor for seeing what they didn't see. He saw what was coming to PDP, and he had to leave. At the time he left, people felt, he was leaving a party that brought him into office. Today, how many governors does the PDP have? They don't have one. The PDP does not have one governor.
Even the last person holding
Governor Day and Bala Mohammed, they've now moved to APM, and they are doing one kind of rainbow coalition with PDP. We don't understand.
The Turaki-led faction of PDP.
Anyway, but the wicked faction has disowned them. So the point I'm making is this: politics is often deeper than what people see. Sometimes when people take decision, don't jump to criticize them. Has the governor not been proved right today? I mean Governor Diri. He has been proved right today.
Well,
the former governor has gone to has started his own party, more or less. If the current governor had waited for the former governor until he had an alternative platform, what would have happened to all his followers? All the people who believe in him, who want to contest election, you want to leave them in the lodge with what has happened, what we have seen in PDP, where today people who bought form in one faction, they are not sure whether their names will be on the INEC list. This current governor saw that, he foresaw it, and he avoided that. He's not contesting election again. Though that is why some people say, but he's not contesting election again now. Why is he leaving the party? What they have forgotten is that this man has people who believe in him. He has people whose political future is tied to him. But if he had left them in the lodge that PDP eventually became, what would have happened to some of them
political
today?
Parties, why did he choose the APC? One that he had, contested again and also criticized some of their party manifesto, but being
the answer is simple. Politics in Nigeria is very fluid. There is no ideological politics in Nigeria. Parties are just vehicles to contest election and get into office. So that is why you somebody that is PDP in the morning is APC at night, or APC at this day he is in another party.
So saying he went to a party without ideology.
Ooh. Generally, Nigerian politics, there is no ideology. Anybody telling you that we are going to come up with ideology, we are forming an ideological party, they are just saying that one. The reality, okay, look at Obi. How many parties has Obi changed between 2023 and now? Even if we say Obi is an ideological politician, an ideological politician, somebody who believes is a politician of conviction, and you believe that where I am, no, come rain, come shine, I will be there. But politicians move from one party to the other based on current realities. It's not because of they believe in that party ideologically. It's not like what we have in the American system. Other parties that even you and I don't know, but we only know of the Democrats and the Republicans. And some people will remain Democrats for life. Some other persons will remain Republicans for life. But mind you, during the last election of Trump, we saw people who are Republicans. They didn't support him. Some of them even left the party and moved to Democratic Party for the first time in the history, or at least for a long time in American history, political history. We've not seen that kind of thing. So it tells you that politics is dynamic and it's something that evolves very fast. In Nigeria, it's just that we have taken politics to another level, and sometimes it looks like a joke. The way politicians, you see somebody who was there to the legislature on the platform of one party and is defecting, and the constitution says that if you defect, you lose your seat, but they remain there. Nothing has happened. How many politicians or legislators have you seen that their seats, you know, have been struck down on the grounds that they defected? It's very, very, those things don't happen, even though we know that they are it is a constitutional to leave your party, particularly if you are a legislator. For governors, the executive, you know, it's not the same. And you know, when the governor moved and he didn't announce his platform initially, there was a lot of hoopla, a lot of controversy. A lot of people said all kinds of things, that he will lose his seat, blah, 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 and the rest. But at the end of the day, those kind of arguments had no foundation in the Constitution.
How will you describe the relationship between the governor of Bayelsa State and his predecessor?
The truth of the matter is that they are in different political parties now. They are not in the same party. So I do not know what else somebody else wants to know.
No, the
quarreling. They are not fighting.
But there are subtle jabs that they would often take against it.
It is political jabs, and you should expect it. More will even come. Even as I'm talking now, there are people who will even take what I'm saying now and misconstrue it to say that I'm attacking the former governor. But I'm telling you the reality. You understand? You know, I started this conversation by saying that I have enormous respect for the former governor, the role he has played in getting me to come to work in Bayelsa. But look, it doesn't mean that if the former governor does anything that I do not consider politically right, I will accept it. I will say that, look, I do not consider this politically right. For instance, I did not agree with him when he criticized the governor for moving from PDP to APC. I felt that he wasn't right, and the grounds for which he was doing it, he didn't even have all of the picture, you know, to criticize the governor. Mind you, the governor even consulted him, discussed the move with him before he went to APC. And the question I asked, what did you tell him? Why didn't you tell him not to go? You left him to take a decision. The man took a decision. Then you got angry. But today you are not in that same party that the man left. So who is more foresighted now? So this is some of the things that we also have to look at. I'm not criticizing him, but I'm telling him a reality. I'm saying this is a reality.
The genesis of their non-alignment?
Except you know something else that I don't know.
I was only asking if that's the genesis of the non-alignment, that him moving into the APC and Dixon not being supportive of
that's the only thing I know. That's the only thing I know, majorly. You understand? Yes, there could have been other things that, but politically they have disagreed politically, and I think it is normal. You understand? Somebody like me, I didn't even know I would be in APC today, but I'm in APC, and that is my reality. I've learned an saying that you should learn the wisdom of compromise, for it is better to bend than to break.
You're in the APC because your leader is in the APC.
Of course.
By
virtue of circumstances, I'm in APC today, and that is my reality. But in any case, I couldn't have stayed in PDP, because I, at some point, saw PDP was a sinking ship, and it was sinking very fast. So if I don't leave this ship, I will crash with it.
Oh, the former governor is gaining ground.
Or capsize with it.
Yeah, the former governor is gaining ground nationally. He has the NDC, and the NDC that hosts the likes of Peter because several other big names, you know, and well, they're a major force, many would say. But do you also believe or still believe in the former governor's capacity, especially because in Bayelsa State he's going to front candidates against the APC candidates? Do you fear that it's possible?
Look, as I sit here speak to you, as I sit here speaking to you, I don't have any fear, because you don't know what I know.
We want to know what you know.
Yeah, well, I cannot tell you everything, but I want to tell you that yes, NDC is gaining ground. There's nothing wrong with that. It's politics, particularly with the matters we see. You understand? But what is the reality on ground? You will know the reality on ground when it comes to election. So it's a question of when you get to that bridge.
Governor much more popular than the former governor.
Whether is more popular?
He's not running for election, but I mean his influence could actually help.
It depends on what you mean by being popular. The other former governor was governor. He is now governor. So they are not in a popularity contest.
The popularity I mean is not in the sense of who knows who more, who is much more liked, who has more influence.
No, but I would be the wrong person to say that. You understand?
Typically, you would favor the.
No, not necessarily so. Because I've worked with the former governor and I've worked with this one. Okay. And I said at the onset that to be able to make that comparison properly, it should be by essence, not us.
But you're certain anyways that you go into an election, APC.
I am certain that APC will win Bayelsa at whatever level. We will win Bayelsa. So I'm not saying it because, you know, I like the sound of my voice, and I want people will disagree with me, and it's fine. They can disagree with me. It's normal.
Someone was on our set the other day and said that APC Bayelsa has a problem in court. Someone took APC Bayelsa to court, particularly the chairman, and that whoever is buying forms in the APC should be careful.
I saw it. Well, I do not know what he was referring. Maybe because of the case of Godsidi or somebody who went to court. Maybe he said he wanted to buy form and all of those stuff, blah blah blah. Well, that is not an issue that has any ground as far as I'm concerned.
In the coming days, are you seeing people leaving your party too?
Yes, I'm seeing people leaving, and people will also join APC.
And people staying in your party and still playing anti-party.
It's possible. It's politics. Anti-party didn't start with this current in this 2026 going to 2027. Anti-party has been there since advent of democracy in Nigeria, and since 1999 up to now. So it's not going to be new. We all know that anti-party is normal. There are persons who will come and tell you that we are with you, but really they are not with you. There are persons.
The governor is someone, sorry for taking words, I'm stopping you abruptly after. The governor is one who loves unity. I mean, I admire that quality in him. The 2019 gubernatorial candidate of the APC, he works with him in such a way that is rather just admirable. David Learn, and also someone like Hennekin Obri. They've also been at different parts, but then they also are working together. But sometimes I'm rather concerned or befuddled when certain persons who are even close to the governor fall out to the governor, and somehow there is no way for the governor, I mean, to just call them together. One of them is the APC person, I'm not quite certain that one was close to the governor, but I know that the governor could also do something like trying to call all persons together. I mean, I'll call names. The first one is the APC problem that you said is not a problem. I mean, the governor could bring everybody together, all warring factions, and settle. That's one. Second of, Dobara Kumoko is rumored to be the cousin of the governor.
APC does not have faction.
Let me land. Okay, no, not the faction. The person who is contesting in court that he bought from and then he was somehow.
I told you that is not an issue as far as I'm concerned.
Well, there is also Dobara Kumoko. There is Soyo Apa, who is the executive assistant, former executive assistant to the governor, and somehow they fell out. And Dobara Kumoko also, I don't know how they fell out, but since then, I mean,
I don't like to discuss personalities, but let me tell you. You see, I ask you a question. Dobra is my brother, he's my younger brother from Agbere. His mom is from Agbere. So what I'm going to say is not as if I'm going to be speaking about somebody I don't know. Now, he's called youth governor because of he has following. There are a lot of youths that follow him. But I want to ask you a question. Did all of the persons following Dobra follow him to MDC?
Well, when they go, we see the crowd of supporters.
You will see the crowd now, the same crowd. Today, somebody's defecting in to APC, you will see that same crowd.
Are there people who you know that are followers of the brother that did not go with him?
Well, I cannot count all his followers, but I'm just telling you. The point is this. Didn't mean that APC became empty because Dobra left.
Okay.
In any case, was Dobra really an APC member? That's the question you need to ask yourself. So you could say that he has following among the youth because by virtue of what he does, he empowers people. Good, you understand? He does some things that are quite admirable. But politically, it's not possible for you to have everybody follow you. And it has not left APC empty in any way.
So you're saying that his exit did not deal any kind of blow to the APC?
No, not at all. And let me also tell you, he is from Sampo. His father is from Sampo. And that's why they call him the governor's brother. Because he's from the same community with the governor.
He's not a cousin to the governor?
He's maybe more or less a nephew.
Okay.
You understand? So, but let me tell you, what is Dobra's political weight in Sampo? Where the governor is from? Is it not your locality that you are going to play your politics? You understand? Won't you go home to play his politics? So
where has it gone?
Where you have the governor?
Where has it gone out of the followers that call him youth governor?
It's Yenagua now.
Oh, right.
It's Yenagua, but not back home. The governor still controls the power levers in not only Sampo, but in the whole of his local government.
So he's lost by leaving?
He did not look at, he did not consider his move properly. But I'm telling you the reality now. In Yenagua here, and there are a lot of other big political names here that have followers. I could give you, I know you know some of them. So it's not as if that because Dobra left or Dobra decided to join NDC. Was he an APC member? If he was, where was he? Was he in Sampo or in Yenagua? If it's in Sampo, then forget it. Because there will be, nothing has changed. The governor is the person that is in charge of Sampo and Kolokuma Bokuma. So, I mean, he could make all the ethics be good for people who want the fancy. But when it comes to the brass tacks, when it comes to the reality on the ground, you will know that the person who calls the shot is still the governor.
Okay, I had left. We want to
go ahead. You want to say something? Ask your questions.
Okay,
I think it's more or less the same thing. You understand? He was an executive assistant to the governor. He had his reason for leaving. I hear maybe because he got aggrieved because of House of Assembly and all of those kind of stuff. But those are not issues. The governor is not somebody that tomorrow you expect him to be exchanging words with somebody like Soyo Apa. Soyo Apa is I don't want to denigrate him, but I mean I don't think it's something I really want to talk about because it's a non-issue. I must be frank with you.
Okay.
Yes. Why?
Unity of the APC.
Yeah.
There are many persons who are saying since the governor moved into APC, they are rather being divided because, well, before the governor moved into the
really?
there was the silver camp right, of the APC.
Is there a silver camp again today?
Well, I mentioned there was. You will now tell us if there is a silver camp.
Okay.
Well, there was a camp of APC and also a camp from Heineken Lekwobury.
Yes.
Right? David Leon also had a something like, but then basically the silver and the Heineken Lekwobury camp. Now, members of the silver camp are complaining that it seems as though the governor is not favoring them, and they are old members. They are old members of the APC, and so there's been that is it dichotomy now.
Yeah, I understand your point.
Old
you see,
and new APC.
Yes,
and governor is one I know. I don't know if that my knowledge is still working well for me now, but I know that. Like I mentioned, 2019, David Leon, they're working together.
Yes. Well, you see, when you look at the number of persons that the governor has been able to integrate into the system, particularly into his own political structure, you cannot help but give it to him. The man is a unifier. See, one thing I tell people, I will address the issue of unity and those complaints. You know, one thing you must give to this governor is the fact that Bayelsa is very peaceful, and I always qualify that by saying it didn't have it was happenstance. It was not a mistake that Bayelsa is this peaceful.
Is it because we have many Yahoo boys who are no longer carrying?
No, those are just very pedestrian talk. You understand? You see, the Yahoo boys, now then they carry the gun. Now then the people when they rob people for keke. Now then the people when they commit all the crimes
many
before.
of them are young boys. Then
that's what I'm saying. They find an alternative way of making ends meet. You understand? Except you have evidence, concrete evidence now to say that now the same Yahoo boys now then they commit the crime. You had criminals. You had political talks. But look at, we have had from 2019 or 2023 till now. Okay, after the 2019, we saw how the 2023 election people were killed. But in 2023, did you find that in this state? That was the first election we had in this state.
Under Governor Deering?
Yes, I mean the national election first, before his own election, that he didn't have killings. We only had one incident in Brass where some overzealous supporters of a candidate now, took the life of somebody. But apart from that isolated case, from 2023 up to now,
I also had one in Obia that saw the killing of someone.
But those are isolated cases. But that was not the case. So this state, one of the biggest achievements of this administration is the ability to create a very peaceful environment. And security under this government has also been top-notch. This government does not favor criminals. Zero tolerance for crime and criminality. You do not have any political cover if you commit crime under Governor Diri. So the bad boys, all of them know where their own brigade end. If you can go cross one place, now sorry be your name as a talker. So that is why today you see that this state, politically, by now you see that this state will have been very, very charged when you, even with the coming of all these, the political parties that is beginning to attract people and the rest. By now you will have been seeing all kinds of conflict. But every day you hear the governor, he will preach love. He will preach peace.
But within the APC, there's no Cold War between the camps and...
I do not think so. But complaints, yes. Like you said, some people are complaining that they have not been integrated into the system. These things take time. The governor joined the APC in November 2 last year. Even after the formal declaration before when he made the pronouncement on October 15, 2025. That thing was formalized on November 4 or November 3 last year. Now, between that time and now, it's even still less than 6 months or about 6 months. It will take time. But the major players in APC, they now all work together.
The major players, Joshua McIver is also a major player, but the governor allowed him defect to another.
He wanted to defect. Are you going to stop him? The governor will not stop you from defecting. If you feel that you are no more comfortable.
If you know someone is a major player, you'd also want to talk.
But there are persons that wanted to
Is that
defy
a
the
political
governor.
miscalculation to allow for Joshua McIver?
No, I'm coming. There are persons who have also tried to defect that the governor they have spoken to, and they've also remained.
Did he try talking to Joshua McIver?
Well,
or he was not just.
I'm not privy to that information. And like I said here, it's like I laid a ground rule. I will not say what I don't know. And I don't like to be, because I want to be politically correct, then I will say what I do not know. But I know that McIver was a key player in APC. He was running mate to former Governor Silva in 2023. So he's a major player, and he has followings too. He has following. So I will not just wave it away. No. But the other day, he was in government house.
Well, how does the governor intend to win Southern Niger?
How does he intend to win Southern Niger?
How
did he win it before? Joshua McIver was on the ballot in 2023. Didn't APC lose in Southern Niger? So, I mean, sometimes it's not only one person. It's not only one person that calls the shots. That everybody will. In Southern Niger, do you know how many political leaders you have in Southern? David Lion is a key political figure in Southern Niger. Is David Lion not in APC?
So the
SSG is a key political figure in Southern Niger, isn't it? Is it not in APC? There are key political figures from Southern Niger that are still in the party. I can give you names, but let us not take. I don't want to. I mean, reduce it to mentioning of names.
From the primaries, Senate and House of Reps primaries conducted. Many persons believe, particularly Julius Bokaro, you know him. He's a good friend of yours.
He has left the APC now. So
he's left the APC.
So let him leave our party alone. Now then they before they don't give space for us. Make them leave us alone. I read his posts. He's my good friend. So I read his posts. In fact, yesterday he wrote that the APC has those problems. I only replied him to say that, Julius, leave this party now. You don't come out. Leave them for us when they. But but the truth of the matter is that people are free to express their views. It's based on perception. It is based on his perception. Your perception might be right, and might be wrong. Perception is not always correct.
Do you not think many persons are aggrieved? From your own perception, there are many persons who are aggrieved from the primary.
What is their purpose for being aggrieved? Everybody agreed. It's either you have consensus or you have direct primary. In Bayelsa East, yesterday, all other senatorial districts got their candidates through consensus, wasn't it? But Bayelsa East, they had to do voting because there was no agreement on consensus, and this issue of zoning became very strong. So people could be aggrieved for one reason or the other. But there are persons who could be aggrieved and remain where they are. There are persons who could be aggrieved and move. But let me tell you, if you are a contestant and you are aggrieved, sorry, you cannot move to another party.
By the constitutional amendments.
That's what the new electoral act says. So let them be aggrieved, but there are political ways of resolving those. There are machineries within the party to resolve those grievances.
Do you see the governor throwing his weight behind Senator Heniken Lopobri, being that election? He did it for the upcoming Guba election? And has he declared? Should he declare? Being that he once fought for a second term bid.
But it's not only him that will declare. Now there are 1,001 persons that will be interested in the governorship. So why would you single out the Senator Lopobri? Why will you single him out? The truth of the matter is that we have not even gotten to that stage. When we get to that stage, these things are based on speculation. People speculate a lot. You understand? The man has not said he's even contesting governorship. Yes. But people are looking at body language. Then you want to second guess the governor or even second guess him with body language. It's wrong.
We've seen him on billboards,
Billboard that is contesting governorship. Do you know that the man is his minister? For you to be able to declare your intention, you have to resign first. He has not resigned. He's still a minister of the federal.
Time for the governorship is not yet here, so he can be resigning.
That's what I'm saying. So why are we second guessing him? Some people have also mentioned other names. none of these persons that most of them that they've mentioned, they've not even made their intention known, because they are either they are holding one appointive or elective office. So let us wait. See, the machinery of the party will handle those issues. It's not about the governor, and that's one thing I want some people to also understand. The governor has his own opinion, his own choice carries a lot of weight, but the governor is somebody who does not act alone. He cannot impose anybody on the party. At the end of the day, whosoever will emerge as APC candidate, whether for Senate, House of Reps, or governorship, will be through the machinery of the party. So let everybody let people not begin to zero in on the governor as if he's the one who will just say, this is the man I want to, everybody go and work for him. You cannot do anything. No. That the governor doesn't operate like that. Okay. He's not that kind of person. And that is why you see the party is peaceful, the state is peaceful, because of his own style of leadership.
Do you think that zoning, especially for who becomes governor, is important to maintain sanity and also maintain that inclusivity in the polity? Bayelsa West is done there. Before then, Bayelsa East did, although their term is not exactly complete, many would say. But now Bayelsa Central is doing and would complete their 8 year by
okay. Maybe I will use the opportunity to also address an issue of what somebody said about
yeah, but just to complete.
You see, let me say that this thing has to do with individual opinions. As we speak, the party has not discussed where the governorship will be zoned to, but people are already conjecturing. Now, let us look at it the way it is. Bayelsa Central, that is with Alamese, Bayelsa Central, occupied that position for like 5 years. Unfortunately, he left in 2005. Dr. Goodluck Jonathan came in, and he did from 2005, December 2005. He was there until 2007, May 2007. So maybe like a year and a half, maybe like 18 months or so. He left. He's from Bayelsa East. After which former Governor Silva came in, he did 5 years. So maybe collectively about 7 years.
7 years, yeah.
He did about 7 years, 6.5 years or 7 years. Then former Governor Dixon came in, he did 8 years. He's from Bayelsa East. Former Governor Silva, also Bayelsa East. So Bayelsa East, Jonathan and Silva, they did less than 8 years. Alamese Central did 5 years. Dixon came and he did 8 years. Now, West. The current governor, Bayelsa Central,
is doing 8 years.
8 years. So altogether, Central will be doing like 13 years by the time he completes. We'll be doing 13 years. Now, people have argued that Bayelsa East has produced 2 governors. Regardless of the number of years, they have produced 2 governors. Isn't it? Central has also produced 2 governors. Only Governor Dixon has governed this state.
From Bayelsa West.
From Bayelsa West. So Bayelsa West still has not met the number of, what's it called? Governors. So without even looking at it cumulatively now, number of years spent, that argument is also there.
Do you not think that falls flat on its face?
How? How?
Number of persons governed. Should it not be number of years spent in power?
Okay, now
to make impact.
Okay, I'm coming. That argument is also germane. I'm not against
because
those.
The governor, the former governor could have decided to do 4 years and also have someone from another person from Bayelsa West do 4 years. But he decided to do 2 of them.
Yes. Now, what I'm telling you now,
you mustn't do 8 years.
Before you and your viewers, or your listeners, whether your listeners or your viewers now, I'm putting before you the 2 arguments. One argument is that every other zone has done years than Bayelsa East. So it is fair, proper, and just for Bayelsa East to be the first right of refusal, giving better consideration. Bayelsa East now. Good argument. I have nothing against it. But you cannot also discountenance. You cannot also say the argument of persons who argue that Bayelsa West has only produced one governor, while other zones. So, but to sum this up, I will also tell you again that when it gets to that time, this issue will be resolved based on the political exigencies of that moment. This matter will be resolved. But it's not for me to begin to say, the governor will favor this person like you asked, or will favor that person. No. Those issues will come up when we get to that bridge. Okay. We will cross it.
We've done 2 hours on the program already.
I was even thinking it's more than that.
Yeah, we've done maybe a little over 2 hours. Yeah, but let's have you wrap up on your thoughts on the podcast. And one little issue there, the INC.
Let me just say that the issue of the Bayelsa West. Some people will say I'm bringing it up because I'm from Bayelsa West. Right. You understand? I'm from Bayelsa West. I'm from Sagbama local government. But I'm telling you that I am somebody who is pragmatic.
Oh, there's also the reason, the Enekin Lekwebre reason.
Why? What is the Enekin Lekwebre reason?
If it decides to run. The governor.
See, anybody that becomes governor of Bayelsa, will favor anybody that they want to favor. So let nobody. Is it everybody from Kolokuma or Pukuma that is in this government? So when people say that, oh, because you are from that area, you want to favor this man. No, it does not hold water. That is my own thinking. I have worked with somebody from Bayelsa West. When I'm working with somebody from Bayelsa Central, from Kolokuma or Pukuma, and if you ask me, I can tell you the difference having worked with 2 persons from different local governments, different perception, different ideological outlook, different way of doing things, mannerisms and idiosyncrasies.
Would you want to share? Because you said
no. The truth, if I do that, I will make. And I said I don't want to make any comparison. Alrighty. But it has enriched my worldview, and that is the most important thing for me.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
Let's. The governor recently talked about the INC and the fact that they were using his name to hold an inauguration. After which we saw that inauguration hold elsewhere in Warri and not at the Ijo House. What's the governor's position on the INC leadership as has been inaugurated in Warri? Does the governor recognize the INC leadership led by Ibadiwe? Because, well, this leadership had the Benjamin Okoba, and also it had members of the Eleco all there.
Anyway, to answer your question, you also have to know the background of the governor. The governor is a product of the INC. He was the pioneer organizing secretary, national organizing secretary of the INC. You understand? Even the former governor, 2 of them were in the same executive. The former governor was legal advisor, while he was
organizing secretary.
They started their advocacy, their activism, the dual nationalism thing, even from the INC. So the governor can never be against the INC. The governor can never support any fractionalization of the INC. So as it is today, he had a position and he had to advise. Because some persons felt that, the governor should have taken a position even before that election. Question mark now. You see, but because he is a product of the INC, the governor does not want any situation that will create division. And he said, look, I'm not interfering. I do not have any choice. He said it publicly at the INC function, that I have no candidate, no preferred candidate. And the man needed to keep to his word. But there were persons who were pushing him to back one person or the other. The man said, no, I won't do that. Do you know that people are blaming him for what has happened today? That if the governor had put down his feet, by now, thing wouldn't have happened. But he would have made the man go against what he said he didn't want to do. But in any case, it has happened. I think what we should be talking about is the way forward. It's not whether he's backing Igbadiwe or not backing him. Those are no issues.
Not quite whether he's backing, whether
You see,
he recognizes.
Whether he recognizes INC or you see what I think we should be looking at is what is, and I'm going to tell you the way forward. I would rather want to dwell on the way forward than to begin to look what he is. He's supporting Igbadiwe's led.
Recognizes.
That's what I'm saying. Now, whether he recognizes the Igbadiwe, is there another INC?
There is one. So
there is no other INC.
Okay.
The INC is still one.
Because there are those who are contesting Igbadiwe's election in court.
The matter is in court.
If the governor is one of those who think those who are contesting should go ahead, I'm not certain that Igbadiwe.
The governor will not stop anybody who has gone to court.
So he's rather still indifferent.
Yes, the point is this. He has stated his position. And his position was that because there are litigation issues, there are contending issues before this election, why don't you wait? And that was the agreement, really. They were supposed to wait. But somehow, some persons felt that, no, we are not going to take directive from anybody, including the CITRE, which is recognized by the INC Constitution. That's the Council of Ijaw Traditional Rulers. Look, I do not want to dwell on all of those pre-election issues, but somehow some stakeholders were misled into allowing that election. Mind you, that election was shifted. It was supposed to be held earlier, then they shifted it. And the second time, that minute, some things happened. Even the CITRE chairman, who is chairman of the Bayelsa State Traditional Rulers Council, he also cancelled against having that election, but his counsel was ignored. Now, the governor had to speak out when he saw the advertisement that was being done for the inauguration. Nobody told him that they were going to do inauguration. But what he saw, he now started hearing jingles, of the inauguration, and he had to say, no, hold on, gentlemen, I didn't give you my backing, so you did not consult me before coming out with these jingles. And I feel that was not proper. He felt it was not proper. He had to say, look, why don't you people, it was an advice he gave. He didn't, I've seen how people say, he has ordered INC. Governor does not have any right to order INC. The man did not order anybody. The man advised them to shelve, that's the word, shelve the inauguration until these issues are addressed. Well, for Okaba and those who are pro Okaba, they felt that, there will be a lacuna, it will create a vacuum. But that is not true. Constitutionally, INC cannot have a vacuum because there is a CITRE, which is like the balancing act. The CITRE is the buffer. If there's any issue, the CITRE is always there. So the CITRE could have set up a body to midwife this process until those issues are resolved. And that was where the governor's advice tilted towards. But unfortunately, the advice was ignored. The election has been done. Why some people feel that, well, for doing it outside Bayelsa, and particularly outside the Ijaw House, the optics was not really good. Some feel that there was no constitutional infraction. There is no provision in the INC Constitution.
But why would they choose to do it outside of Bayelsa? Did the governor somehow?
No, but when you see the governor has already cancelled you not to do it. So and the governor is governor of Bayelsa. Will you come and defy the governor in Bayelsa?
But if the Ijaw House were free,
there are persons who will be zealous, who want to implement that directive, the advice of the governor, and there could be crisis.
But what does it matter? What does it matter if you're defying the governor in Delta State and defying the governor in Bayelsa State? You're still defying the governor general of the
but you're not doing it
under his jurisdiction.
Exactly. That is the difference, and it matters a lot. But now I said we should be looking at the way forward. What is the way forward? The Ijaw leaders are already consulting. I believe that any time from now we are going to see the moves made to be able to resolve this issue. You understand? And because we want a situation whereby it will be win-win for everybody. He will not like a situation where the INC is split. He will not want that to be a legacy under his tenure. So I believe that reason will prevail at the end of the day. Ijaw leaders will handle, and before that is done, I don't think I will like to second guess them. I will advise people to just wait. Let them see this pan out. But knowing the governor as a man of peace, somebody who is well known as a pacifist, he will not begin to, he will not want anything that will affect that we enjoy in the Ijaw nation.
All right.
Even if it involves upholding the elections and the present president, as it were.
Igbadi waste tenure, is it not 5 years? Will you stay more than 5 years, even if, assuming without conceding that tomorrow everybody say, okay, let us sheath our sword and let us allow you. It's 5 years now. He will come and go now. Okapa don't do it, he will not come out. Now, so what does he? He does not look. He does not. It's not a personality conflict. The governor does not have any personality conflict. But he was only trying to uphold the integrity of the INC because some persons were aggrieved. He wanted those grievances, those contending issues to be resolved. That was his. It's not because it's Igbadi. No, I don't think that is
a lot of people believe that the process that brought in Igbadi is an infraction of constitution. So upholding Igbadi at all.
The courts will decide all of that. What if the courts? Well, I don't want to be preempt the court. I don't want to preempt the court. The court could come up with any kind of decision tomorrow, and everybody will be bound by the decision. Sure. So I don't want to prejudice whatever the court will do.
Righty. Thank you so much, the Chief Press Secretary to the Governor. It's been a lengthy conversation, and even while we are pushed to go, it seems as though you want to continue having the conversation. But I think we bust this point, and thank you really for coming on unfiltered to help us unpack all of these issues and also share your insights on them, as well as the Governor's position on certain critical state issues. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, and I want to thank you too for having me on your platform. I believe that we've been able to look at some of the issues, particularly topical issues about our state, whether political or developmental. But I'm happy that, you gave me the platform to be able to speak to some of those issues. I believe it will be better for our state at the end of the day. This current governor continues to deserve the support of Bayelsans, because without their support, he would not have achieved all that he has done. And it is to the credit of our state today that we have a governor that thinks about the state and wants to see that Bayelsa moves from point A to point B, and is going to leave a legacy that every one of us as Bayelsans will be proud of.
Absolutely, we hope for that, and we continue praying that that's exactly what we hold when he's through with his tenure. My name is Henry. We've been discussing state development and also politics with the Chief Press Secretary to the Governor, Bayelsa State, Daniel Labra, and also we've had my good friend and co-host, Israel. We'll bring you some other conversation, some other time, interesting conversation too. For now, bye-bye.
Secretary General Bayelsa State Center for Youth Development. In vision, they very clear. Unity for the council and protection of Ijaw people rights for all Naija Delta. The support for Transition Security Initiative and make government put better money for Naija Delta agencies. Plus opportunity for all Ijaw youths for inside job matter and development. Yes, so time is for us to select the correct secretary. We go pilot the affairs of Ijaw Youth Council Worldwide IYC 2026. Oh yeah, we make you vote Barrister Ibakro Igbeta PhD for Secretary General Ijaw Youth Council Worldwide. Vote wisely. Ado Alua. On Noah.
One of the problems we have in Nigeria is that it's difficult to have solid metals for creative engineering. So what you basically have in this country are tubes for building of houses and erection of structures and all that. But when you come to real metals that you can carve to engine block, metal that you can carve to a shaft or gear, there is nowhere to get in this country. So a country that does not have a shop for metals to cut can never develop. If we had shops where you can go and buy all kinds of grades of metals, it will be easier for the young to get the metals and come to a place like us, and then we will carve it for them, cut, bend, and then do all that. This country will develop, but we don't have. We have to look at China or any of those countries to bring those things to us. So that is the story of Nigeria.
Z10 for high-tech precision engineering. A technology and heavy-duty industry. Original spares for automotive, locomotive, aviation, marine and agriculture. Research and development for automotive engines and electric cars. Heavy-duty off-road equipment. Reverse engineering. Technological development. Academy for innovators and impressionable minds.
We are for the peace.
Dear esteemed community leaders and people of Bayelsa State, the Doiduri-led Prosperity Government is committed to transforming our rural communities into thriving hubs of development. We believe that every community deserves access to absolute peace and quality standard of living. To actualize this vision, we need your support and partnership. Join forces with us to improve rural infrastructure, enhance quality education, boost healthcare, and foster economic growth. Together, we can create opportunities for youth empowerment and employment, promote cultural heritage, and ensure food security and strengthen community social services. How you can support? Participate in community engagement forums and collaborate with local government authorities and the Ministry of Community Development. Come, let's build a prosperous Bayelsa together.
Let there be peace, all not for peace.
Courtesy, Honorable Alfred Belamonte Watson, Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Community Development. The impacts of climate change are upon us, necessitating adaptation and resilient building. In Bayelsa State, the recent annual rainy season has brought severe consequences, including excessive flash floods and river flooding, causing untold hardship for residents. However, under the leadership of His Excellency, Senator Doyeduri, the Prosperity Government has taken proactive measures to mitigate these effects. The establishment of the Directorate of Floods and Erosion Control, along with the strengthening of other related agencies such as the Bayelsa State Emergency Management Agency, demonstrates a commitment to reducing the impact of floods. To further enhance resilience, major blocks, canals, river outlets, and drainage systems are being cleared, and higher grounds have been identified in all 8 local government areas to provide safe havens during floods. While the government is dedicated to ensuring the well-being of Bayelsans, residents also have a crucial role to play by cooperating with government agencies, staying alert to flood warnings, maintaining a clean environment, clearing blocked drainages, and reporting challenges to relevant authorities for prompt action. Through collective efforts, we can bolster our resilience and effectively combat the challenges posed by climate change. Stay safe. Courtesy, Office of the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Environment, Honorable A.B. Ben Olulu.
Every ripple starts with a single drop. In Bayelsa, that drop is the Education Development Trust Fund Board (EDTF). From the moment a child sits down to a nutritious meal to the day a scientist steps into a brand new laboratory, EDTF is there, turning challenges into opportunities. 5,000 meals served daily in our model boarding secondary schools. Biological sciences laboratory equipment delivered to Naija Delta University. 1,000 teachers and school leaders trained with the British Council. Special education teachers graduating from Ignatius Ajuru University under EDTF. Scholarship research grants fueling innovation in our state-owned tertiary institutions. TVET, science labs, water facilities, culinary kitchens, and clinical labs springing up across Bayelsa. Vocational scaffolding trainings and a computer-based testing center at UAT Tororua. These are not just projects, they are ripples that spread across classrooms, communities, and the entire state. But a ripple grows stronger when more hands join the water. So whether you're an organization, or a corporate partner, or an individual who believes in education, you can be part of this ripple. Support EDTF and help us expand Ripple. Donate, partner, or volunteer today. Together, let's transform our educational landscape. EDTF, building futures and putting smiles on faces.
It's on. Yes, so Ijo Youth Council Worldwide (IYC) Resurgence Mission 2026 don't come o. Now tested leader, a seasoned administrator, and strong voice for Ijo Nation. Barrister Naija PhD, former legal advisor of the Ijo Youth Council Worldwide, former SA Media and Publicity to MD CEO of NDDC, former SA on Youth Affairs to Deputy Governor of Bayelsa State, and Naimi currently Secretary General Bayelsa State Center for Youth Development. In vision, they very clear: unity for the council and protection of Ijo people rights for all Naija Delta. The support for Tantisa Security Initiative and make government put better money for Naija Delta agencies, plus opportunity for all Ijo youths for inside job matter and development. Yes, so time is for us to select the correct secretary wey go pilot the affairs of the Ijo Youth Council Worldwide (IYC) 2026. Oh yeah, make we quick vote Barrister Naija PhD for Secretary General Ijo Youth Council Worldwide. Vote wisely. Ado Alua Onua.
One of the problems we have in Nigeria is that it's difficult to have solid metals for creative engineering. So what you basically have in this country are tubes for building of houses and erection of structures and all that. But when you come to real metals that you can carve to engine block, metal that you can carve to a shaft or gear, there is nowhere to get in this country. So a country that does not have a shop for metals to cut can never develop. If we had shops where you can go and buy all kinds of grades of metals, it would be easier for the young to get the metals and come to a place like us, and then we will carve it for them, cut, bend, and then do all that. This country will develop. But we don't have. We have to look at China or any of those countries to bring those things to us. So that is the story of Nigeria.
Z10 for high-tech precision engineering. A technology and heavy-duty industry. Original spares for automotive, locomotive, aviation, marine and agriculture. Research and development for automotive engines and electric cars. Heavy-duty off-road equipment. Reverse engineering. Technological development. Academy for innovators and impressionable minds.
Bayelsa State, home of peace, yo. We are for the peace.
Dear esteemed community leaders and people of Bayelsa State, the Doyiduri-led prosperity government is committed to transforming our rural communities into thriving hubs of development. We believe that every community deserves access to absolute peace and quality standard of living. To actualize this vision, we need your support and partnership. Join forces with us to improve rural infrastructure, enhance quality education, boost healthcare, and foster economic growth. Together, we can create opportunities for youth empowerment and employment, promote cultural heritage, and ensure food security and strengthen community social services. How you can support: participate in community engagement forums and collaborate with local government authorities and the Ministry of Community Development. Come, let's build a prosperous Bayelsa together.
Let there be peace, all for peace.
Courtesy Honorable Alfred Belamonte Watson, Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Community Development. The impacts of climate change are upon us, necessitating adaptation and resilient building. In Bayelsa State, the recent annual rainy season has brought severe consequences, including excessive flash floods and river flooding, causing untold hardship for residents. However, under the leadership of His Excellency, Senator Doyiduri, the prosperity government has taken proactive measures to mitigate these effects. The establishment of the Directorate of Floods and Erosion Control, along with the strengthening of other related agencies such as the Bayelsa State Emergency Management Agency, demonstrates a commitment to reducing the impact of floods. To further enhance resilience, major blocks, canals, river outlets, and drainage systems are being cleared, and higher grounds have been identified in all 8 local government areas to provide safe havens during floods. While the government is dedicated to ensuring the well-being of Bayelsans, residents also have a crucial role to play by cooperating with government agencies, staying alert to flood warnings, maintaining a clean environment, clearing blocked drainages, and reporting challenges to relevant authorities for prompt action. Through collective efforts, we can bolster our resilience and effectively combat the challenges posed by climate change. Stay safe. Courtesy Office of the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Environment, Honorable A.B. Ben Olulu.
Every ripple starts with a single drop. In Bayelsa, that drop is the Education Development Trust Fund Board (EDTF). From the moment a child sits down to a nutritious meal to the day a scientist steps into a brand new laboratory, EDTF is there, turning challenges into opportunities. 5,000 meals served daily in our model boarding secondary schools. Biological sciences laboratory equipment delivered to Niger Delta University. 1,000 teachers and school leaders trained with the British Council. Special education teachers graduating from Ignatius Ajuru University under EDTF. Scholarship research grants fueling innovation in our state-owned tertiary institutions. TVET, science labs, water facilities, culinary kitchens and clinical labs springing up across Bielsa. Vocational scaffolding trainings and a computer-based testing center at UAT Tororua. These are not just projects, they are ripples that spread across classrooms, communities, and the entire state. But a ripple grows stronger when more hands join the water. So whether you're an organization, or a corporate partner, or an individual who believes in education, you can be part of this ripple. Support EDTF and help us expand Ripple. Donate, partner, or volunteer today. Together, let's transform our educational landscape. EDTF, building futures and putting smiles on faces.
It's on. Yes, so Ijaw Youth Council Worldwide (IYC) Resurgence Mission 2026 don't come o. Now tested leader, a seasoned administrator, and strong voice for Ijaw Nation. Barrister Naija PhD, former legal advisor of the Ijaw Youth Council Worldwide, former SA Media and Publicity to MD CEO of NDDC, former SA on Youth Affairs to Deputy Governor of Bielsa State, and Naimi currently Secretary General Bielsa State Center for Youth Development. In vision, they very clear: unity for the council and protection of Ijaw people rights for all Naija Delta. The support for Tantisa Security Initiative and make government put better money for Naija Delta agencies, plus opportunity for all Ijaw youth for inside job matter and development. Yes, so thank God is for us to select the correct secretary wey go pilot the affairs of the Ijaw Youth Council Worldwide (IYC) 2026. Oh yeah, make we quick vote Barrister Naija PhD for Secretary General Ijaw Youth Council Worldwide. Vote wisely. Ado Alua Onua.
One of the problems we have in Nigeria is that it's difficult to have solid metals for creative engineering. So what you basically have in this country are tubes for building of houses and erection of structures and all that. But when you come to real metals that you can carve to engine block, metal that you can carve to a shaft or gear, there is nowhere to get in this country. So a country that does not have a shop for metals to cut can never develop. If we had shops where you can go and buy all kinds of grades of metals, it would be easier for the young to get the metals and come to a place like us, and then we will carve it for them, cut, bend, and then do all that. This country will develop. But we don't have. We have to look at China or any of those countries to bring those things to us. So that is the story of Nigeria.
Z10 for high-tech precision engineering. A technology and heavy-duty industry. Original spares for automotive, locomotive, aviation, marine and agriculture. Research and development for automotive engines and electric cars. Heavy-duty off-road equipment. Reverse engineering. Technological development. Academy for innovators and impressionable minds.
Bielsa State, home of peace, yo. We are for the peace.
Dear esteemed community leaders and people of Bayelsa State, the Doyiduri-led prosperity government is committed to transforming our rural communities into thriving hubs of development. We believe that every community deserves access to absolute peace and quality standard of living. To actualize this vision, we need your support and partnership. Join forces with us to improve rural infrastructure, enhance quality education, boost healthcare, and foster economic growth. Together, we can create opportunities for youth empowerment and employment, promote cultural heritage, and ensure food security and strengthen community social services. How you can support: participate in community engagement forums and collaborate with local government authorities and the Ministry of Community Development. Come, let's build a prosperous Bayelsa together.
Let there be peace, all peace.
Courtesy, Honorable Alfred Belamonte Watson, Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Community Development. The impacts of climate change are upon us, necessitating adaptation and resilient building. In Bayelsa State, the recent annual rainy season has brought severe consequences, including excessive flash floods and river flooding, causing untold hardship for residents. However, under the leadership of His Excellency Senator Doyiduri, the prosperity government has taken proactive measures to mitigate these effects. The establishment of the Directorate of Floods and Erosion Control, along with the strengthening of other related agencies such as the Bayelsa State Emergency Management Agency, demonstrates a commitment to reducing the impact of floods. To further enhance resilience, major blocks, canals, river outlets, and drainage systems are being cleared, and higher grounds have been identified in all 8 local government areas to provide safe havens during floods. While the government is dedicated to ensuring the well-being of Bayelsans, residents also have a crucial role to play by cooperating with government agencies, staying alert to flood warnings, maintaining a clean environment, clearing blocked drainages, and reporting challenges to relevant authorities for prompt action. Through collective efforts, we can bolster our resilience and effectively combat the challenges posed by climate change. Stay safe. Courtesy, Office of the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Environment, Honorable A.B. Ben Olulu.
Every ripple starts with a single drop. In Bayelsa, that drop is the Education Development Trust Fund Board (EDTF). From the moment a child sits down to a nutritious meal to the day a scientist steps into a brand new laboratory, EDTF is there, turning challenges into opportunities. 5,000 meals served daily in our model boarding secondary schools. Biological sciences laboratory equipment delivered to Niger Delta University. 1,000 teachers and school leaders trained with the British Council. Special education teachers graduating from Ignatius Ajuru University under EDTF. Scholarship research grants fueling innovation in our state-owned tertiary institutions. TVET, science labs, water facilities, culinary kitchens, and clinical labs springing up across Bayelsa. Vocational scaffolding trainings and a computer-based testing center at UAT Tororua. These are not just projects, they are ripples that spread across classrooms, communities, and the entire state. But a ripple grows stronger when more hands join the water. So whether you're an organization, or a corporate partner, or an individual who believes in education, you can be part of this ripple. Support EDTF and help us expand Ripple. Donate, partner, or volunteer today. Together, let's transform our educational landscape. EDTF, building futures and putting smiles on faces.
It's on. Yes, so Ijo Youth Council Worldwide (IYC) Resurgence Mission 2026 don't come o. Now tested leader, a seasoned administrator, and strong voice for Ijo Nation. Barrister Ayibakure Igbeta, PhD, former legal advisor of the Ijo Youth Council Worldwide, former SA Media and Publicity to MD CEO of NDDC, former SA on Youth Affairs to Deputy Governor of Bayelsa State.
Every ripple starts with a single drop. in Bielsa. Is the Education Development Trust Fund.
Welcome to World Desk on Naija Live Television, reaching you from Bielsa's capital city, Yenagoa. My name is Babi Mparu. The headlines: NUC accredits law, nursing, 10 other programs in University of Africa, Toruwa. Great Joshua McIver disburses 36 million naira to elderly women in Bielsa communities. FG flags off renewed Hope Farm Input Support Program for 50,000 smallholder farmers. Plane crash in South Texas kills 1 and injures 5. A quick reminder for our viewers and partners that Naija Live TV is officially open for business. If you are looking to boost your brand through paid adverts or sponsorships, we are ready to partner with you. You can contact us on our studio line on 081 293 40000. For physical consultations, visit our head office at number 122 Mbiama Yenagoa Road, Amarata Yenagoa, Bielsa State. And don't forget to stay connected. Follow us on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and X at Naija Live TV. Or visit our website on www.naijalivetv.com. More news shortly. Glad you're still with us. The National Universities Commission, NUC, has accredited 12 new programs for University of Africa, Dororua, UAT, Bielsa State. The NUC graciously approved the establishment of the full-time mode of the programs to be run in the main campus of the University of Africa, Dororua, with effect from 2026/2027 academic session. The approved programs include BNSC, Nursing Science, LLB, Law, BSc, Sociology, BSc, Marketing, BSc, Entrepreneurship, BSc, Library and Information Science, and BSc, Physics with Electronics. Others are BSc, Biotechnology, BSc, Industrial Chemistry, BMLS, Medical Laboratory Science, BSc Public Health, BSc Environmental Management, and BEd Business Education. Leader of the PDP Bielsa State and State Coordinator of the Tantita Security Services Nigeria Limited Bielsa Operations, Great Joshua McIver, has disbursed 36 million naira to elderly women, especially aged mothers of Olodiama clan in southern Ijo local government area of Bielsa State. The recent disbursement benefited 600 elderly women from Ondeware, Okpotuware, Ogbogbene, Ekembiri, Ikebiri 1, Ikebiri 2, Okondono, Oloigbobiri, Oloigboboro, Tebediba, and Korokorse Ayama communities as April and May stipends. The beneficiaries took turns to express their profound gratitude to the Izon Tukpa leader for demonstrating continued commitment to the welfare of the aged women in the clan and beyond. Vice President Kashim Shettima on Tuesday flagged off the distribution of farm inputs under the renewed Hope Farm Input Support Program, an initiative aimed at strengthening food security and boosting agricultural productivity nationwide. The program is being driven by the National Agricultural Development Fund, NADF, as part of the Tinubu administration's renewed Hope agenda. Under the scheme, 50,000 smallholder farmers will receive subsidized inputs with a 75% subsidy on fertilizer targeted at maize, rice, cassava, and soybean production. The core input is NPK fertilizer produced locally, traceably, and marked not for sale to prevent diversion. Each geopolitical zone will benefit 20,160 farmers with a total of 80,640 bags of subsidized NPK fertilizer, 4 bags per farmer, to be distributed. Represented by the Minister of State for Agriculture and Food Security, Aliyu Sabi Abdullahi, Shatima said NADF will prioritize timely delivery of appropriate inputs, coordination with state governments, and integration with broader value chain development. Away from Nigeria to foreign news. A small aircraft carrying 6 people crashed onto a highway in South Texas Tuesday evening, killing 1 person and injuring 5 others. The crash happened on Laredo's Loop 20 highway. Video from the scene showed emergency responders and passerbys rushing to the poor survivors for a burning plane. According to flight data from Flight Radar 24, the NetJets-operated Cessna Citation Latitude had taken off from San Jose del Cape, Mexico, and was headed to Austin before diverting toward Laredo near the U.S.-Mexico border. The Laredo Police Department, who confirmed the incident, said the crash occurred at Loop 20 shortly before 10 p.m., prompting several agencies to respond. Footage captures showed responders and civilians rushing to help survivors from the burning plane. A number can be seen getting the door open and leaving the plane after attempts to smash the window fall. And that concludes World Desk for today. My name is Babi Umparu. Thank you for watching.
EDTF. From the moment a child sits down to a nutritious meal to the day a scientist steps into a brand new laboratory, EDTF is there, turning challenges into opportunities. 5,000 meals served daily in our model boarding secondary schools. Biological sciences laboratory equipment delivered to Niger Delta University. 1,000 teachers and school leaders trained with the British Council. Special education teachers graduating from Ignatius Ajuru University under EDTF. Scholarship research grants fueling innovation in our state-owned tertiary institutions. TVET, science labs, water facilities, culinary kitchens, and clinical labs springing up across Bielsa. Vocational scaffolding trainings and a computer-based testing center at UAT Tororua. These are not just projects, they are ripples that spread across classrooms, communities, and the entire state. But a ripple grows stronger when more hands join the water. So whether you're an organization, or a corporate partner, or an individual who believes in education, you can be part of this ripple. Support EDTF and help us expand Ripple. Donate, partner, or volunteer today. Together, let's transform our educational landscape. EDTF, building futures and putting smiles on faces.
Bayelsa State, home of peace, yo. We are for the peace. All for peace.
Dear esteemed community leaders and people of Bayelsa State, the Doyiduri-led prosperity government is committed to transforming our rural communities into thriving hubs of development. We believe that every community deserves access to absolute peace and quality standard of living. To actualize this vision, we need your support and partnership. Join forces with us to improve rural infrastructure, enhance quality education, boost healthcare, and foster economic growth. Together, we can create opportunities for youth empowerment and employment, promote cultural heritage, and ensure food security and strengthen community social services. How you can support: participate in community engagement forums and collaborate with local government authorities and the Ministry of Community Development. Come, let's build a prosperous Bayelsa together.
Let there be peace, all for peace.
Courtesy, Honorable Alfred Belamonte Watson, Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Community Development. The impacts of climate change are upon us, necessitating adaptation and resilient building. In Bayelsa State, the recent annual rainy season has brought severe consequences, including excessive flash floods and river flooding, causing untold hardship for residents. However, under the leadership of His Excellency, Senator Doyiduri, the prosperity government has taken proactive measures to mitigate these effects. The establishment of the Directorate of Floods and Erosion Control, along with the strengthening of other related agencies such as the Bayelsa State Emergency Management Agency, demonstrates a commitment to reducing the impact of floods. To further enhance resilience, major blocks, canals, river outlets, and drainage systems are being cleared, and higher grounds have been identified in all 8 local government areas to provide safe havens during floods. While the government is dedicated to ensuring the well-being of Bayelsans, residents also have a crucial role to play by cooperating with government agencies, staying alert to flood warnings, maintaining a clean environment, clearing blocked drainages, and reporting challenges to relevant authorities for prompt action. Through collective efforts, we can bolster our resilience and effectively combat the challenges posed by climate change. Stay safe. Courtesy, Office of the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Environment, Honorable A.B. Ben Olulu.
Every ripple starts with a single drop. In Bayelsa, that drop is the Education Development Trust Fund Board (EDTF). From the moment a child sits down to a nutritious meal to the day a scientist steps into a brand new laboratory, EDTF is there, turning challenges into opportunities. 5,000 meals served daily in our model boarding secondary schools. Biological sciences laboratory equipment delivered to Naija Delta University. 1,000 teachers and school leaders trained with the British Council. Special education teachers graduating from Ignatius Ajuru University under EDTF. Scholarship research grants fueling innovation in our state-owned tertiary institutions. TVET, science labs, water facilities, culinary kitchens, and clinical labs springing up across Bayelsa. Vocational scaffolding trainings and a computer-based testing center at UAT Tororua. These are not just projects, they are ripples that spread across classrooms, communities, and the entire state. But a ripple grows stronger when more hands join the water. So whether you're an organization, or a corporate partner, or an individual who believes in education, you can be part of this ripple. Support EDTF and help us expand Ripple. Donate, partner, or volunteer today. Together, let's transform our educational landscape. EDTF, building futures and putting smiles on faces.
It's on. Yes, so Ijaw Youth Council Worldwide (IYC) Resurgence Mission 2026 don come o. Na tested leader, a seasoned administrator, and strong voice for Ijaw Nation. Barrister Ayibakure Igbeta, PhD, former legal advisor of the Ijaw Youth Council Worldwide, former SA Media and Publicity to MD CEO of NDDC, former SA on Youth Affairs to Deputy Governor of Bayelsa State, and now he currently Secretary General Bayelsa State Center for Youth Development. In vision, they very clear: unity for the council and protection of Ijaw people rights for all Naija Delta. The support for Transition Security Initiative and make government put better money for Naija Delta agencies, plus opportunity for all Ijaw youths for inside job matter and development. Yes, so time is for us to select the correct secretary. We go pilot the affairs of the Ijaw Youth Council Worldwide (IYC) 2026. Oh yeah, we make a vote Barrister Ayibakure Igbeta, PhD, for Secretary General Ijaw Youth Council Worldwide. Vote wisely. Ado Alua Onua.
One of the problems we have in Nigeria is that it's difficult to have solid metals for creative engineering. So what you basically have in this country are tubes for building of houses and erection of structures and all that. But when you come to real metals that you can carve to engine block, metal that you can carve to a shaft or gear, there is nowhere to get in this country. So a country that does not have a shop for metals to cut can never develop. If we had shops where you can go and buy all kinds of grades of metals, it would be easier for the young to get the metals and come to a place like us, and then we will carve it for them, cut, bend, and then do all that. This country will develop, but we don't have. We have to look at China or any of those countries to bring those things to us. So that is the story of Nigeria.
Z-Team for high-tech precision engineering. A technology and heavy-duty industry. Original spares for automotive, locomotive, aviation, marine and agriculture. Research and development for automotive engines and electric cars. Heavy-duty off-road equipment. Reverse engineering. Technological development. Academy for innovators and impressionable minds.
Bayelsa State, home of peace, yo. We are for the peace.
Dear esteemed community leaders and people of Bayelsa State, the Doiduri-led prosperity government is committed to transforming our rural communities into thriving hubs of development. We believe that every community deserves access to absolute peace and quality standard of living. To actualize this vision, we need your support and partnership. Join forces with us to improve rural infrastructure, enhance quality education, boost healthcare, and foster economic growth. Together, we can create opportunities for youth empowerment and employment, promote cultural heritage, and ensure food security and strengthen community social services. How you can support: participate in community engagement forums and collaborate with local government authorities and the Ministry of Community Development. Come, let's build a prosperous Bayelsa together.
Let there be peace, all for peace.
Courtesy Honorable Alfred Belamonte Watson, Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Community Development. The impacts of climate change are upon us, necessitating adaptation and resilient building. In Bayelsa State, the recent annual rainy season has brought severe consequences, including excessive flash floods and river flooding, causing untold hardship for residents. However, under the leadership of His Excellency, Senator Doyediri, the Prosperity Government has taken proactive measures to mitigate these effects. The establishment of the
Hello, good day, sports fans, and welcome to Sports Clinic on Naija Live TV. My name is AB Appa, and of course, it's a World Cup period, and most sporting stories will just mostly be about the World Cup. But we'll leave the World Cup too and take one transfer story. But let's start from the World Cup results, matches that were played yesterday, where we saw the likes of France defeating Senegal by 3-1. Yeah, that was one that the results does not really reflect what really happened in the match, because first half, massive performance from the African side, African champions as some might call them, even though on paper now Morocco are the African champions. But they did very well in the first half. Couple of chances that they could not take. France didn't play very well, but come on, that's the beauty of the French side. You look at their attack, they had the likes of Michael Olise, Kylian Mbappe, you have Desire Doué, you have Ousmane Dembele all starting. And second half, scored the first goal, the second goal, and Senegal were able to pull one back. You expect that and maybe to end that way, but Kylian Mbappe had the last laugh and he scored 2 in that match. So that was it. And some of the results we saw: Norway, getting their first win in the World Cup for a very long time, and Erling Haaland with 2 goals. He scored 2 goals there. 2 goals for Erling Haaland. But records were broken yesterday, where after Mbappe scored 2 goals, Erling Haaland scored 2 goals, and now the baton was being handed over to Lionel Messi. And what a way to announce yourself again. There's a way he always announces himself. He has no point to prove. Lionel Messi has done everything. There's nothing that you want to say he hasn't done before, but he keeps making it look like I still have a point to prove with his performances. Argentina defeated Algeria by 3-0, and it was a Messi show, a Messi-less Messi show, because he got an hat-trick there, thereby moving him to 16 World Cup goals. That's massive. Some just have a dream of scoring just 1 World Cup goal, and someone has 16, and he became the oldest player to play in 6 World Cups, and thereby with 16 goals, I think he's on number 1, sharing the record with the German Klose. I beg your pardon. They're sharing that record as the highest number of goals scored in the World Cup, but he still has time to break it. I feel like he would own that record outrightly before the group phase ends. I don't know why I feel like that, but we'll be seeing other matches. Today, where we will see one of the greatest players of all time, Cristiano Ronaldo's Portugal. They will be taking on Ghana. And for Cristiano Ronaldo, he has scored 8 World Cup goals, and 3 of those goals has come against African teams. He has already scored 2 goals, 2 World Cup goals against Ghana before in 2 previous editions, and he has scored a goal against Morocco. So let's see if he can score Ghana again for the 3rd time. Then we'll also see the 3 Lions, England, that will be taking on their opponent. And then for the 3 Lions, that's one match that I don't know. Thomas Tuchel, I'm still skeptical about him. It's a different ball game, coaching club football and then coaching the national side. It's different altogether. Look at Pep Guardiola, for instance, coaching Manchester City, and you now see him maybe coach the likes of the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Sorry, that was on a lighter note. I know you're like, what's wrong with this guy? But you just imagine him coach the likes of maybe Spain, maybe Germany, maybe one of these big names, and you don't expect the same impact. Does not mean he's not a bad coach, but does not mean he's a bad coach rather. But let's see. He still has a point to prove when you talk about the national scene. Club football, he has won the Champions League. He has done very well with Paris Saint-Germain and Chelsea. But let's see if he can do the same with England. Last World Cup, they're able to get to the semi-finals. This time around, they want to get to the final and, if possible, win it. Can Thomas Tuchel do it? Time will tell. But let's take one transfer story before we call it a day on Sports Clinic today, where Real Madrid, they're signing all the players. Yes, they're signing all the players, and once you put on football kits and you're very good, Real Madrid will sign you. But you mustn't be very young or so, like the way Chelsea normally do their own. For their own, they go for experienced, very good players. And this summer, they're making moves. And they just officially added Bernardo Silva to their ranks. So I'm looking forward to next season for Real Madrid, but they're not done yet. yeah, they're not done yet. There's still a whole lot of business that they want to do. There will be so many outgoings. But Bernardo Silva, you're welcome to Real Madrid. And that's our size of package for today on Sports Clinic. Please do well to like, share, and subscribe. And please, Naija Live TV, we're always open to doing business with you. My name is A.B. Apa. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Directorate of Floods and Erosion Control, along with the strengthening of other related agencies such as the Bayelsa State Emergency Management Agency, demonstrates a commitment to reducing the impact of floods. To further enhance resilience, major blocks, canals, river outlets, and drainage systems are being cleared, and higher grounds have been identified in all 8 local government areas to provide safe havens during floods. While the government is dedicated to ensuring the well-being of Bayelsans, residents also have a crucial role to play by cooperating with government agencies, staying alert to flood warnings, maintaining a clean environment, clearing blocked drainages, and reporting challenges to relevant authorities for prompt action. Through collective efforts, we can bolster our resilience and effectively combat the challenges posed by climate change. Stay safe. Courtesy Office of the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Environment, Honorable A.B. Ben Olulu.
Every ripple starts with a single drop. In Bayelsa, that drop is the Education Development Trust Fund Board (EDTF). From the moment a child sits down to a nutritious meal to the day a scientist steps into a brand new laboratory, EDTF is there, turning challenges into opportunities. 5,000 meals served daily in our model boarding secondary schools. Biological sciences laboratory equipment delivered to Niger Delta University. 1,000 teachers and school leaders trained with the British Council. Special education teachers graduating from Ignatius Ajuru University under EDTF. Scholarship research grants fueling innovation in our state-owned tertiary institutions. TVET, science labs, water facilities, culinary kitchens, and clinical labs springing up across Bayelsa. Vocational scaffolding trainings and a computer-based testing center at UAT Tororua. These are not just projects, they are ripples that spread across classrooms, communities, and the entire state. But a ripple grows stronger when more hands join the water. So whether you're an organization, or a corporate partner, or an individual who believes in education, you can be part of this ripple. Support EDTF and help us expand Ripple. Donate, partner, or volunteer today. Together, let's transform our educational landscape. EDTF, building futures and putting smiles on faces.
Zone. Yes, so Ijo Youth Council Worldwide (IYC) Resurgence Mission 2026 don't come now. Tested leader, a seasoned administrator, and strong voice for Ijo Nation. Barrister Ayibakre Igbeta, PhD, former legal advisor of the Ijo Youth Council Worldwide, former SA Media and Publicity to MD CEO of NDDC, former SA on Youth Affairs to Deputy Governor of Bayelsa State, and Naimi currently Secretary General Bayelsa State Center for Youth Development. In vision, they very clear: unity for the council and protection of Ijo people rights for all Naija Delta. The support for Tantisa Security Initiative and make government put better money for Naija Delta agencies, plus opportunity for all Ijo youths for inside job matter and development. Yes, so time is for us to select the correct secretary. We go pilot the affairs of the Ijo Youth Council Worldwide (IYC) 2026. Oh yeah, we'll make you vote Barrister Ayibakre Igbeta, PhD, for Secretary General Ijo Youth Council Worldwide. Vote wisely. Ado Alua Onua.